Hey everyone, thank you for clicking on the video. If you enjoy, please make sure that you like, comment, subscribe, and share with everyone. And if you have time after, please make sure you go to nateknighttalks.com and check out the NNT Community and Research Database. Thank you. And that was her passing it off to me. For those of you who just joined and you have no idea what's going on, that was an ikara for ayahuasca ceremonies, played strictly because I just came off of a 3-day iboga journey, and I'm in that state, and these ikaras were things that I was actually listening to the entire weekend. So, well, I'm sure they just might not translate anything that has to do with non-ordinary states of consciousness and everything that we're going to be diving into with the legendary Dr. David Morehouse tonight. Thought it might be maybe a more fun or appropriate song as opposed to the normal little jingles that I play. Yeah, did that take you back, Dr. Morris? You've journeyed with Aya before, right?
Yeah, several times. Yeah, at least 4. But it's never worked for me really. But I've been with 4 different shaman, and they were shaman, as opposed to
facilitators.
Facilitators like ayahuasqueros that were just, mixing it up and selling it. But these were shaman. I don't know if they were trying to be, modest for the white man, the gringo. I have no idea. But some people in the class had a great experience with it. We had about 50, I think, one year, 50 or 60 students one year, and then and then another 35 later in that year with a different guide and shaman, and then 50 the next year, and then again another 35. It just depends on where we were going, because for the 35 it was to a place that was pretty significantly difficult to get to. People, they tried very hard to discourage people, because they were just convinced that that all the North Americans thought that they could just they could tough it out and make it, but they were like, nah, it's really going to be bad. And of course it was. it was really bad, and people were really griping and carrying on, and we had to bring burros and horses and bring them down on the switchbacks of the mountain to pick them up and take them up to this high place that was up where, the condors, you were above the condors where they were flying. And so it was really powerful. And there was a stone wall out on a point. And we held the ceremonies out there around a fire. So, but yeah, it was pretty non-eventful for me each time. And, I would actually go up with, a Spanish-speaking, representative who was actually a shaman himself, and ask for a double dose or a triple dose, that kind of thing. It won't work if you just give him 1, and it didn't work with 2, and then it didn't work with 3. So I don't know. Maybe I just have some wires crossed in my brain or something.
That's very interesting. Normally 1's not. 1 can be enough to actually take somebody to the other side easily, but usually 2 is the sweet spot, and 3 you're gonna go deeper than you really want to go. I did 3 once in Mayantiacu in Peru with my shaman there, and it was I wouldn't wish that place upon my worst enemy, that 3-cup space.
I've still the same thing with LSD and mescaline and peyote. Yeah. And none of it has ever worked really for me. So I don't know why.
I think it probably has to do with that's a perfect segue. I think it may have to do with actually your NDE that you had, and possible things that unlocked. And I've heard people, weirdly enough, I think there is a commonality within people who've had NDEs, near-death experiences, and some of these psychedelic compounds not really working for them, because whatever was unlocked in that place, I think that's made you incredibly proficient and skilled at the remote viewing. I don't know, maybe you're just perpetually in a state that's similar to that, maybe, or you've been in that zone, in that space so many times that it's not weird to you, where the normal person, they're not used to being in that type of an altered state of consciousness and having their consciousness leave their body in that kind of a way. And to you, you're like, yeah, this is normal.
Well, when I was 15, I was, in high school in California, Southern California. Of course, I was a surfer, like most kids that age were. And we used to travel in those days to go wherever there was a break, which, of course, you kind of take your life in your own hands now if you go do something like that in Southern California. So you're supposed to surf at the beach you belong to and not go up and, surf at some other local's beach. But in those days, you could do that. And surfing was a little bit more friendly, I guess. But to go up to Laguna is where I used to go. And I actually dated a girl there outside of my high school that was kind of enamored of Timothy Leary. And these were the days when he was living in the canyon in Laguna. And he lived just off of a place called Roosevelt Lane, which was actually not a lane. It was kind of like a trail. And people, a lot of people of that era back in the 60s and in the 70s built really, kind of shacks in this area that throughout the decades kind of became improved and became maybe not desirable homes for most people, but they became homes that were expensive to buy and to live in those areas, because you lived in this like huge eucalyptus grove, and it was nothing but, green, grassy hills that went up behind you to where, of course, up at the top, that's where they did all the construction and, mounted homes on stilts or right up to the edge of these things. And as luck would, have it, the first time I tried LSD was with her at Timothy Leary's house there in the canyon at 15. Of course, I looked older than 15, so I don't think that Dr. Leary, if he had known I was 15, that he would have supported that. But there were a lot of surfers in that area that kind of hung around with him and sat and listened to him. And I did too. I didn't really connect with his message at all, but I listened, and that was the first time I tried that. And again, I got nothing out of it. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just like a buffalo and I require more. I don't know. Or maybe, as I said, maybe there's something just miswired in my brain, or I don't have those particular receptors, or having that kind of experience is just not in my makeup. I don't know. I really don't. And I've not ever really fully researched it. I have shared that with some physician friends of mine, like one of the emergency room physicians that works for me in my business now was a brain researcher before he went to med school for 10 years. And I asked him about it, and he really didn't have anything definitive to say about it either. He really couldn't explain it all, although he just said that, every human brain is different. And despite all the similarities, there are almost as many, anomalies for each of us as there are similarities, which may be an exaggeration slightly. But anyway, it just has none of those kinds of medicines or medications or drugs have ever really worked for me. They've not ever done anything. And then I tried LSD again. I think I told you this the last time I was on with you, that I was at a beach in South Carlsbad State Beach, and it was some wild, crazy party, and I was just like a sophomore in high school. I was just a punk, hanging out there again with a girlfriend, and there was some Hell's Angel walking around with a squirt gun, Tommy gun filled with with LSD spiked wine, or like Granny. What was that? Granny Green Springs or something, apple wine. I can't remember the name of it, but some of you might, but some of you might not be as old.
Annie Green Springs.
Annie Green Springs, Ted. I knew you would know it.
Had a couple
Annie
of
Green
those.
Springs apple wine, yeah, spiked with LSD, and it was like $1 for a squirt, or $10 for like 5 or something like that. And there again, my girlfriend started tripping, but not me. Yeah, I was just kind of roaming around looking at everything, and that was crazy. Next morning when everybody woke up on the beach, there was another dead guy, a Hell's Angel was dead from a heroin overdose on the bluff. Yep, that was what it was like growing up in the 60s.
Well, it is funny. I mean, everybody is biochemically completely different, and there is no kind of standard. I mean, I guess there is an average maybe sometimes of what you could expect on certain, psychedelics, or even just medicine in general. But like, there are people who don't respond to marijuana. They smoke it and they don't get high. Everybody just neurologically, biochemically is wired slightly different, and whatever that main receptor is that these particular compounds, react to and bond to in your brain, if that receptor is, not open or not willing to receive or bind or whatever it may be, you're just not going to get any of those effects, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Well, that's how I've always accepted it for myself. Which is, I'm always, I've tried, but I don't have that experience that everybody else does. So hence I don't place as much meaning on it as other people do, because I don't have some tremendous reference for it.
Yeah, which is, you're traversing consciousness in your own way. So, tomato, right? The point is you're getting there. Let me do this. For those of you who don't know, I'm just going to read really quick Dr. Morehouse's bio, and for any of you who do want to actually get in touch with him, or any of the, I'm not sure what classes or courses you might be offering right now, or any of the books and whatnot that he has authored, you can go to davidmorehouse.com to find that information. But I'm just going to give you all really quick a brief introduction of who he is, as per his own biography on his website, just so that you can understand how credible he is in this field, and the pedigree that he comes from within the military and the intelligence agencies, and the things, and the special access programs in particular that he was a part of, and why he is the authority that he is on remote viewing. And then from there, we'll dive in. As always, anybody who does want to come up on stage and has questions, we will bring you up. As always, the rules of the stage are: you must be respectful at all times or you will be booted. Do not attempt to derail the conversation deliberately or you will be booted, and try to keep your questions or comments under 2 minutes, just out of respect for the people who will be on stage inevitably waiting to speak and ask questions as well. Dr. David Morehouse has had an extremely diverse life, which, in the words of his superiors, essentially began with his notable military career. He held a regular Army commission in the United States Infantry and is a distinguished military graduate at the Dr. Ralph D. Mershon Award winner, and a doctor. Am I saying that? Mershon? Award winner, designating him as a top cadet commissioned into the regular Army in 1979 amongst 2,800 other potential candidates. During his tours of duty, Major Morehouse served in as many staff and command positions ranging from Airborne Rifle Company Commander to Commander of an Elite Airborne Ranger Company. He commanded for over 4 years, while the majority of his peers commanded for only 18 months. He was aide-de-camp to 2 Army generals, the Battalion Executive Officer, second in command, of 680 men of the 2nd Battalion and the 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment, as well as being the Chief of Training for the 13,500 men and women of the 82nd Airborne. From 1987 to 1991, Dr. Morehouse was assigned to several highly classified special access programs in the U.S. Army Intelligence Security Command and the Defense Intelligence Agency Directorate of Science and Technology as a top-secret psychic spy, a remote viewer. An Army Ranger, Master Parachutist, Pathfinder, Scuba Diver, and Special Operations Soldier, his distinctive military career skills place him in a select group of Army officers. He holds a Master's in Military Arts and Science degree, a Master's degree in Administration, and a Doctorate in Education. The recipient of numerous military awards and decorations, his last assignment was to have been with the Chief of Staff of the Army Elite Study Group as a non-lethal weapons expert. Despite being designated by his superiors as destined to wear stars, he resigned his commission in 1995 after a decision to write The Psychic Warrior. Results had unfolded in charges being filed against him. His resignation ended 18 years of exemplary and honorable military service. And so he basically has written 4 books, which you should definitely check out. If not, one of them in particular was the one that I'm sure he'll fill us in a little bit more on, or fill you in a little bit more on, which was The Psychic Warrior inside the CIA's STARGATE program. They typically don't like people talking about the things going on within these special access programs. And then Non-Lethal Weapons, War Without Death, Remote Viewing, the complete handbook for coordinated remote viewing, and The Deceivers, which was his first work of fiction, and is also, I believe, still purchased by Paramount. Has it been made into a movie, or is it still they've optioned it?
No, they haven't. It's it was Mace Neufeld was producing it, and Simon West was directing it, and I haven't heard anything about it. Like I told you last time, I don't hold out any hope for any of that stuff, but I got paid, so
yeah, that's all that matters, right?
If they make it, awesome. If they don't, I'm okay.
This is the nature of the industry I am a part of, which is hurry up and wait. And it's very annoying, to say the least, and really test your patience. And they'll string you on for years, and then suddenly it's like, we need this yesterday, and you're like, oh, okay. But that is
lots of promises.
Oh God,
lots of promises.
If I had $1. But that is a brief background for you all, just so you can understand the incredibly legitimate and highly decorated career that Dr. Morehouse has had within the military and intelligence agencies. What I think is important to do, as always, and I know this can go very long when giving kind of the backstory, but I still think it's incredibly important for people to understand how you got into this. And what happened with you, I believe, in Jordan, if I'm not mistaken, where this all took place, is good for everybody to know that and understand kind of how you came into it. And so maybe if there is a version of that where we kind of...
I'll try to make it short.
Yeah, perfect.
First, let me just make a couple of things. Like to say a couple of things. For those that also want to... I am not directly associated with davidmorehouse.com. There's actually a person that runs that and manages that. And, that particular website and the training that occurs there doesn't have me live with it. It's all recorded stuff. And some people like to learn that way, but I'm not directly affiliated with it by being there to teach or to do anything like that. I just want to be clear with that. It's still professionally run. It's very good. I trust the individual who runs it implicitly, and it's done very well. But if you wanted to find out just more about what's going on with us on Clubhouse, go to www.rv- not underscore hyphen forum.club. Again, just rv-forum.club. And if you really want to know more, instead of me, trying to hype that up now, just go back to the back where it says where to learn more, and you can click on that. Ted will probably talk to you later tonight and say, we're trying to schedule a class, and he'll let you know more about that. We'd like to do a Zoom class because there's been a really high demand for it. Second, don't call me. None of you need to call me doctor. I'm just in my professional life now. People call me that, but you don't need to call me that here. Just call me Dave when you come up here, please. I appreciate the respect. I really do, Nate, but it's not necessary for all of the folks that are here.
And I know that too. So, you told me that last time.
It makes me feel, I don't know, uncomfortable. It makes me feel silly in this gathering. But I really appreciate you doing it. It's always nice to be able to say, you don't need to do that, rather than somebody, completely blow by it like it never happened kind of thing. But anyway, thank you. Look, so the story. as Nate was telling you, I was a third generation Army officer. I had a grandfather who was a National Guard colonel in Nebraska. He kind of broke away from his regular family. He fought in World War One. Then my father went into World War One as an enlisted man. He became a master sergeant by the end of World War One, and then was asked to take a warrant, which he did. And then they sent him off to Korea, and he fought all through Korea. And then when that was all done, he came back, and I don't know, I think he was going to stay. He really thought he was going to stay to 30. He had 24 years. And then they cut orders for him to send him to Vietnam. And he just had a conversation with my mother when I was pretty young. And I remember the conversation where my mother said, you know, you've kind of beat the odds for 8 years of combat now, you know, 4 in World War II and 4 in Korea. So I don't think it'd be a good idea for you to go because your number's going to be up, so to speak. And so he retired. But he always wanted me to be an Army officer. And I didn't think I really wanted to do that. But in fact, I kind of recoiled against a decision that I was going to go to a school, a military school. And I recoiled against that and actually took off and went some other place and kind of disappeared, which really pissed him off. And when I came back, you know, his demand was that he had been able to get that school to convert the 4-year education over to a 4-year ROTC scholarship, and then I had to go to the first school that would take me. And so I did, and that was BYU, and that was, well, I could have gone to other schools, but BYU was where he wanted me to go, and the reason he wanted me to go there was not because we were Mormons, because we weren't, but because he was an avid golfer. And Johnny Miller, who was this Mormon golf pro, was like, you know, the Tiger Wood of the day, let's say. So my father, that was his brilliant idea. Yeah, you can go to this school because that's where Johnny Miller came from. Yeah, it made sense, right? So that's where I went to school. And as I was in the ROTC program, I mean, from like day one, things kind of clicked for me. And it's where I just sort of spun this in my head that, you know, all of the training, all of the talking, all of the examples, everything my father had done for me set this stage for me that this clearly had to be my purpose. It had to be my purpose because I defined purpose at that point in my life as something I did well, something that was easy for me. So if it was easy for me and I enjoyed doing it, that must mean it's my purpose, right? So off I went, and you know, I won. I just did well, and so I got picked for good assignments early on. It's unusual for a brand new lieutenant to get to go to, you know, I already was jump qualified and Ranger qualified from coming out of, you know, I went as a cadet, but it was unusual to be able to be in the infantry officer basic course and to go to Pathfinder school and, you know, be able to go to scuba school and do all those kinds of things. It was very unusual to be able to do that. Usually you had to get some time under your belt so that they knew that you were worth the investment of that kind of training. So I did all those things and even went to infantry mortar platoon leaders course, went down to Panama where I was stationed for 6 years. And then, you know, as Nate was reading off, you know, I commanded the Army's only separate airborne rifle company where I was still a first lieutenant when I was given that company. No officer had ever commanded that company who was not a senior captain getting ready to make major. So for me to be there, barely outranking the young officers that were under my command was just a huge oddity, you know? For me to get that. But it was just because of me thinking I was on purpose and living my life like I was on purpose. And the military was simple to me. You know, it was find out what your boss wants you to do and then do it to the absolute best of your ability. Always take care of your soldiers. You know, protect them, train them, teach them everything that they need to know to stay alive in the midst of, all hell and chaos. And train yourself, be well read and be prepared, and make sure your officers are the same. So when I left Panama, then I went up to the Ranger Battalion. It was the same thing in the Rangers. I served as a staff officer, as an assistant operations officer, or S3, under a guy by the name of Major Weersing. I was under Wes Taylor, was the battalion commander. He was the guy that led the assault into Grenada with 1st Battalion. And he was also my battalion commander down in Panama. So that's kind of how you get into the Rangers. It's not almost, unfortunately, what you know. It's kind of who you know and who's willing to vouch for you to get you in there. But you can never come in as an officer and command a company if you haven't already commanded a company successfully elsewhere. Same thing with a battalion. You have to have been a battalion commander elsewhere successfully. Then you can get a Ranger battalion. So in that place, I was finally given my company, and in the second year with my company they knew I was just like maybe 6-7 months from turning over the company. And suddenly this opportunity comes up to go to Jordan. And to go to Jordan was the first ever infantry, let alone Ranger company, that had ever been selected to go to the Kingdom of Jordan and to their trained Jordanian Rangers. They had a Ranger battalion there. So we were selected to do that because of the quality of my men, not me, the quality of my men. They were just amazing Rangers who were really smart and extremely well trained, much smarter than me, but everything I asked them to do, they did. And so they were just highly desirable, to be America's, best foot forward to go to that place. We were in a place called Bat el Ghul, and I screwed up the pronunciation of that, I'm sure, but I was told that it was translated as the belly of the beast. It was supposed to be a haunted valley. That's how it was explained to us, which in those days meant absolutely nothing to me that they would say that, except I can remember Jordanian soldiers screaming at night. And they would scream because if the desert wind would blow and rustle the tent or make some sort of noise and cause something to squeak or whatever, they would think that it was some banshee that was coming and, floating around their tents outside. They were very superstitious about this particular valley. It was a place where the Hajj road, the road to Mecca, came through the valley. And it was also a place where the narrow gauge railroad that was built at the turn of the century by the Germans under contract to the Turks, this narrow gauge railroad, which was the one that Lawrence of Arabia used to blow up with his Bedouin raiders. So that was there as well, and it was just a unique place, very much like a moonscape, but you could pick up fossils and see that thousands of years ago, this was a tropical paradise where you were standing, but now you're standing in a moonscape. During one of the live fire training exercises that we were pushing the Jordanians through, we were doing a demonstration for them, but we attached some Jordanian machine guns to my assault by fire position with a platoon. It was actually a platoon leader's scheme of maneuver. I just went along to kind of just watch the assault element, and I often moved with my platoons, with my platoon leaders to watch them so I could critique them and other things. And I can remember that this was a 10-bunker complex set up in a Lazy W, and we had 12 machine guns in a support by fire, so it was a reinforced machine gun weapons platoon up there, and we also had 2 Jordanian machine guns shooting up there with them. And I can remember seeing the back of Lieutenant Owen's hand as he was keying the handset on his radio to push out the op skid for a shift fire, which means you keep firing, but you leave the first bunker alone so the assault element can breach the obstacles and then get in on the flank and kill that bunker, and then you just start rolling up the objective, bunker after bunker after bunker. But you always want to keep that fire on so that the enemy personnel don't get up and start hosing down the guys in whichever bunker they're doing because they have interlocking fields of fire. That's the idea. So I remember seeing him key the handset to give the op skid, and I remember his RTO throwing out a yellow smoke, which was the sign for the visual sign for the ship fire. And then something happened, and the whole image just changed. It was like somebody literally changed a channel in my head, because 1 minute that's what I was looking at, and that's what I remembered in very, very fine detail, and in the next moment I was somewhere else. And I was still in the desert or in a desert landscape, but I was somewhere else, and nobody was around me. There were no rangers around me. There was no gunfire. There was nothing happening. And I heard a voice, and I heard a voice that I then I perceived as a being or a phantom or an apparition, but it looked quite physical and standing in front of me. I mean, I didn't call it in my head as an angel or something like that. I was just confused about what I was seeing. It was almost like seeing something in a lucid dream, a very, very lucid dream, and then thinking to yourself, why am I seeing this? What is this supposed to be? And I received a message, a verbal message from this, whatever it was. And I will tell you, if you ask the question later, what I think it was now. What I thought it was maybe just a few years afterward. But I was told.
Will you tell us what you thought it was then, and then that way we can clarify what you think it is now?
Well, I thought I didn't know what it was. I mean, I thought it was some sort of I didn't know that I had been knocked unconscious or anything like that. The minute that the channel changed, I was facing and dealing with what I was seeing right then and there, and I hadn't really the ability to remember where I was and what was happening before I was in the middle of that dream. Just like if you're having a lucid dream, you're not really thinking about where you were earlier in the day. You're just confronted by what's going on in that dream, and you're dealing with it. It's a rehearsal. According to Harvard dream researchers, we rehearse our life in our dreams. That's their take on it. And so I remember hearing from it that I had chosen the wrong path in life. And then there were some other stuff that I wrote, but in all honesty, that's the most poignant phrase that I heard in that instant. And then I suddenly came back, and it was like the channel changed back again to being in the desert and all the rangers around me, but I was flat on my back, and my rangers were gathering, and they had stopped the exercise and called a ceasefire, which would be protocol. And then, there was a medic there, Sergeant Vasquez, and then they were calling for the battalion surgeon, Dr. Paft, who was, in the battalion headquarters. And so we were really kind of isolated and way out there, but they got me and they stood me up, and, everybody was picking up my helmet, and, there was a big hole in the helmet that hit this. What actually happened was when the shift fire signal went out, a Jordanian machine gunner who was on the extreme left flank, instead of shifting to the right, which was where all other 13 guns shifted, as gun number 14, he shifted to the left. There was some discussion as to whether or not he did that on purpose, because he emptied a 75 to 100 round belt of 4-in-1, 7.62, out of an M60 machine gun on a tripod, and emptied it into the assault element. So it went back and forth, sweeping it back and forth rapidly through the assault element. And he was being yelled at by one of the gun sergeants, and he was not responding to them. He just kept sweeping it back. He had to know where he was shooting. It wasn't like you were blinded by the gunfire. He knew what he was doing, but I don't know. I don't know if he intended to kill us or what. Could have been. could have been, kind of a shade of things to come, right? But anyway, that occurred, and I had Rangers that had, like holes in their uniform. A couple of them had like their canteen shot, and ammo pouches ripped from, bullets ripping through at 2,832 feet per second. You don't see them coming, and you can't duck. So most of the time when you're doing what you're doing, you don't even realize that's happening. You can hear changes in sounds, but when there's a lot of firing going on, and in this case, indirect fire, there wasn't a lot of the understanding that, the buzzing that you were hearing was, fire coming at you. But it was grazing fire 1 meter off the ground. And so I was bent over, kind of not kneeling, but bent over, squatting, kind of looking at Owens when it hit me in the helmet, right about 2.5 inches above my right eye. And the helmet, thank God, caught it. The Kevlar caught it. If it had been the old steel pot that I wore in Panama, the bullet would have gone in the front, passed through my brain and come out the back. That's how effective, the steel pots were. So long story short here, I ended up getting medevaced to Amman to get an x-ray, and I've got a big hematoma and everything. They bring me back. I hear all kinds of horror stories about what the Jordanian officers were doing with this young Jordanian that shot like that, which were horrible. But at that point, I couldn't intervene, and I was told to stand back, but I just didn't think it was fair what they were doing. But it was pretty harsh. And then, we finished the training we were there for another month and a half, and then we flew back to the United States. And when we got back to the States, of course, I had more checkups, and they didn't really have the lexicon of a closed head injury in those days. I mean, I'm sure they knew what it was, but it wasn't something that was talked about. And our traumatic brain injury as a result of that, and some of you may think about that a minute as I start telling you what happened next. So I started having these kind of errant, uncontrolled sensations of leaving my body, typically at night, or if I laid down for a nap or something like that, I could have it happen. And I wasn't thinking about it, I wasn't trying to do it, but it would just happen, and I would feel like I got up from the nap, or that I woke up in the dark, but the light was different. The light of the room was different, and I would feel myself rise up through the ceiling and up through the roof, and I looking down on the neighborhood, and it just happened. I took my son to a Cub Scout outing, and we slept Ranger style, and I held him in my left arm, and I can remember that as I drift away, I startled and scared him because I felt like I had another out of body experience just laying there on my back with him, and so it scared him when I kind of shook really violently as I woke up. So as I got finished with the Rangers, and I was supposed to go to a new assignment. And when you're done like that, and you've had all of this command time, like I had, time with troops, then the Army decides in its wisdom that you're supposed to go do like recruiting command, or ROTC duty, or reserve component duty. And I didn't want to go do any of those. They were called the 3 Rs, obviously, and I sure didn't want to do them. So I ended up being assigned. I was supposed to go to Vicenza, Italy, to be an aide to an Italian general, but have been my 3rd general. But he selected somebody in country who already spoke the language, and so I ended up being diverted to another assignment that my battalion commander at the time, Keith Nightingale, got involved with because he knew some folks in these special access programs. So I was recruited into an organization called Royal Cape, which was the organization that the book Killer Elite is based on, if you want to read what that organization was about. And in that organization, I held a fairly high position. I was the deputy executive officer, and as the deputy executive officer, I was the guy that Some people called me a staff action control officer, but my title officially was deputy XO, executive officer. So I was a guy that was responsible for tracking movements and other things of operatives or missions and other things. And I had to go brief the Secretary of the Army at least 3, sometimes 4 times a week. And that was John O. Marsh Jr. at that time. Because he had put out a decree because this organization had once upon a time lied to him about where they were and what they were doing. So he made the decree and published an order that said, anytime this unit outside a 50-mile radius of the Pentagon moves for anything, a school, a deployment, to go on leave, anything that they do, I'll be briefed on it and I will approve it. So they don't go till I'm briefed and I approve it, which is why they picked me to be the guy that briefed him all the time. So I had to carry these like big, huge, 3-ring binders around, and I had to know the status of every operative and every mission and everything else, and they were classified, but that was my job, which was, running around the Pentagon trying to, get to and track him down to brief him on something. And you also in this unit, not because of the part of it I was in, but then the part of it the operators were in, because they, in this unit, if you read that book, Killer Elite, you'll really understand it, but their job is to support clandestine and covert missions in Tier 1 and Tier 2 countries. So it's a difficult job, and it's a scary job, and it's a lethal job. And because of that, and it's highly classified, and so you had to be polygraphed once a quarter, which was very unusual. And in that polygraphing, you also had to sit down and have a conference with the command psychologist, who was a lieutenant colonel. And he was there to keep his finger on kind of the psychiatric pulse of this organization. Why? Because, they had people there that were on like their 6th marriage. They had people there, whose kids hated them. They had people there who were alcoholics, and, people that were involved in all kinds of bizarre affairs. And people just allowed their lives to unravel in those kinds of organizations. And which at that time I, was still attached to the Rangers. I didn't really quite get it, but I got it after I spent enough time in a special access program. It's tough. So in my first sit down with a psychologist, I said nothing. I just kind of stayed on track and did it, because his last question was always, well, is there something else you would like to share? Which I always thought was kind of a setup, and if you were stupid enough to answer that, then you were going to open Pandora's box. So of course I said nothing. The second time I actually told him the story about what happened to me in the desert in Jordan, and about all of the subsequent these out-of-body experiences. And what he did was he began went over to a file safe, and he opened it up, and he pulled out these folders called, they were Secret Grill Flame, that was the code name. And he handed them to me, about 3 of them, and said, provide me your assessment of these in the morning. So I went back to my office. We were all in a SCIF, secret compartmented information facility, so you could just open it up and look at it. I didn't have to go anywhere special. And as I read them, they were just highly unusual, because they were, people were drawing locks with, Persian symbols or Farsi on them. They were describing a building. They were describing people huddled in a building. They were describing people with weapons, walking back and forth in the building. And they were kind of sketching diagrams and with floors and all these other things. And these were just 3 sessions of probably dozens upon dozens of sessions that were being used, or by some group of people that were being used in the planning of the failed Iranian hostage rescue attempt. That's what they were doing. And so I was able to put 2 and 2 together on that, because the feedback and the message traffic attached to the back of it indicated that. And I was just really hooked by it. I was really, enthralled by what I was reading, particularly, when somebody who I didn't know what they were said to the other person, "Are you outside the room where you're supposed to be now?" And the other person said, "Yes, I believe I'm where I'm supposed to be." And then the other person says to that person, "Good, now pass through the wall and describe the contents of the room." And then the person says, "Okay, I'm inside the room and here's what I see," kind of thing. Well, the next day, I obviously wanted to know more. I mean, wouldn't you? If you read something like that was in a classified document in a secret compartmented information facility, it lends a degree of credibility to it. And so I then began the next day by saying, "I really want to know more." And this psychologist, unbeknownst to me, was a recruiter for another organization that fell under originally INSCOM, but then later the DIA, and was always operating under the umbrella of the CIA, and under Gottlieb, who was the individual who ran MK Ultra and the guy that actually was kind of the overseer of the contract and the research with SRI and SAIC and any other labs that were brought in and hired to be auditors of those other two labs. But the primary contract, the sole source contract, went to SRI. And there you had Hal Puthoff, you had Russell Targ, you had Tart, you had Ed May, you had a bunch of other physicists that were, and other scientists and researchers that were involved in this. And they, I'll tell you what they did in a moment, but that's essentially what I was looking at.
Could you just clarify, Dave, really quick for people who don't know, SRI, Stanford Research Institute, Hal Puthoff, and just a few of these names in case people are not familiar, just in brief, just their affiliation or association rather with Project Stargate.
Yeah. They were researchers. They're not remote viewers. They're researchers, but that's important to know. So I am given a limited read on that, kind of escalates up into an even more read on. That's, I don't know if he had permission to do it, this psychologist, or not, but after about 9 months, I am taken and driven to Fort Meade to meet the people in this particular place. I had, at that point, not even been told the words remote viewing. I had just been reading what was given to me, but I was not aware of what a remote viewer was or what the definition of it was or anything else. And when I came into the unit and was introduced around, the psychologist went over to the GS-15 Fern Gavin, who was the program manager there in this building, and which was a converted World War II baker's school. It was really kind of a mess. But I was led around and I met Angela and Robin and Mel Riley, and I met Paul and Gabi and Lynn Buchanan, Ed Dames, and these were to be the people that, I was going to work with from that point forward. So I came in to do my briefing with Fern, and Fern said, "I'm always impressed there are young officers willing to give everything up to come and be here," which I was I said, "Look, I'm not really giving anything up. I'm here because I'm curious, and I really have a lot of answers about some things that happened to me. I'm looking for a lot of answers about something that happened to me." And but I don't really know what it is you do here, or, what I would commit for to do this. Now, between you and me, folks, I was a career Army officer, and I was a combat arms officer. And I was the first one that ever walked in that door. All of the rest of them were intel officers or intel non-commissioned officers. Mel Riley was a photo image interpreter. Lynn Buchanan was an IT guy in the intel world at INSCOM. Angela and Robin were civilian, Department of Army civilians that worked as analysts or something in DIA. Gabrielle Pettingale was a tactical intel officer, which is a person that, plots enemy order of battle and then briefs commanders based on, what scouting reports say. And that helps a commander understand in their head, what kind of enemy is where or what he's facing, and that helps him understand and or his subordinates how they need to plan an attack or a defense or whatever they're going to do. She fell in love with a specialist, an E4, and you can't do that. You can't have a captain, in love with an E4. So they can't get married, they can't date, they can't do anything like that. So what happened is she resigned her commission and then became a Department of Army civilian. And she ended up in the remote viewing unit, clearly because at her request. So, and Paul Smith, too, was a captain tactical intel officer. That's what he was. Ed Dames was a linguist, a Russian linguist. All of these people had been there for many, many years. Even if you look at Skip Atwater and Joe McMoneagle and any other people who came there before I got there, all of them had spent, big, huge portions of their career time in the military at this place. I had no intention of doing that. I'm sure the Army had no intention of allowing me to do that. The Army knew I was going to be in the D.C. area for a certain amount of time. I'd already been in one SAP, and if I agreed to go to this one, then I was going to be there for as long as they were going to let me be there, which ultimately ended up being 3 years, and then they pulled me out of there and put me into another one. But I started then learning to do what Fern Gavin told me that I was going to be taught to do. As I asked him what it is you do here. He said, what we do here, young man, is we train people to transcend space and time, to view persons, places, and things remote in space and time, and to gather and report intelligence information on the same. And we would like you to be one of us. Well, you hear that, and you know where I came from, and you know what I was going through, and I thought, yeah, this is great. I'll do it. I put my arm up. I said, I'll do it. Like 2 days later, Fern calls my wife and asks her to come into the headquarters there. Again, this building that looked like it would catch fire, it just looked like it was going to catch fire. It was really a scary place, actually. But he brings her in and, unbeknownst to me, sets her down in his office and goes through this big speech that he had prepared for all the new spouses, which was, your husband is never going to be the same again. And I want you to know that. After he starts into his training, he's going to begin to change. He's going to change in a lot of ways that are going to be, unsettling to you, but it'll eventually even out. It's just that we need to make sure that the spouses are going to support, their spouses going through this training, because if you don't, we end up having, families unravel because of these changes. He was never specific about the changes. He just kept talking about changes and about how they were not necessarily going to appear to be good at first, but they sort of got better down the road. And then, of course, you sign a human use agreement when you go in there saying that you're not going to hold the U.S. military, the Army, or the U.S. government responsible for what happened to you, because you recognize that you're participating in an experiment, in a human experiment, which that wasn't scary at all, but it just compounded things for my wife in trying to figure out, she thought I'd really made a mistake. So I began my training process, and then the training process they said would take somewhere like 12 to 18 months. Well, they deemed me operational, which meant they were actually putting me against real intelligence targets within about 3 months, as opposed to 12 months or 18 months. And Dr. Jack Verona, the chief scientist of the DIA, said, you've learned this faster than 30% of, or you've learned it 30% faster than anyone else who's ever taken the training, and your target results are extremely accurate and consistent, and so we're really happy, and we're going to make you operational now. Personally, I think that they needed more remote viewers on some particular targets, and so they were willing to, go down and grab the trainee and push him into it, because I don't know that I was all that great. I had a lot of questions. I was pretty skeptical. I wanted more science. I wanted more explanation. And to be very honest with you folks, none of that existed. They had no formal training program. They had a structure that they adhered to, and every person in that unit understood that structure. But how you were going to be taught it all depended upon who was going to be standing in front of you. And that's, if you're a trainer like I am, and a researcher as I am, and a scientist as I am, that is just crap. So you didn't have consistency. You didn't have consistency of delivery or message, or, what the task conditions and standards and the terminal training objectives, et cetera, were. You just had this idea that there was a 6-stage process, but nobody was explaining why it was working. What's the physics behind this? Why are you able to do these things that you're saying you're able to do? Now, you sort all that out, and I'm just sharing this with you, telling you that was my frustration as a trainer. That all got remedied in about the last 60 days that I was there, when Jack Verona, again, with Fern, came in and said, look, we need a manual. We don't really have a manual per se. We've got this 6-page thing, which is really not very good. And I was like, yeah, you think? I mean, you're talking about a 12 to 18 month training program, and you got a 6-page document you're calling a manual. Now, there's one out on the internet. They call it the CIA Coordinate Remote Viewing Manual, but all that is an outline of topics, of phraseology, and outlining the stages. It doesn't teach you how to do them. It doesn't teach you why you do them. It doesn't teach you any of the pitfalls or things you have to be aware of. So it's not a complete manual. It's just an outline somebody drew up and then called it a manual. But remember, these people had been there for, some of them, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years. So, I think that they probably felt like, well, there are not a lot of us, and we're not bringing a lot more in. So as long as we all know what to do and how to do it, why do we care about, taking the time to write a manual? But that was not my take on it.
Hey, Dave, really quick, just because I want you to hold right there really quick. We're at the top of the hour, and for now that we're in, we have a lot of new people in the room, so I just want to do a quick room reset. And when we pop back in, just because now we are getting to the remote viewing portion of everything, if you could just give, after the reset, a brief introduction just to what exactly remote viewing is for people who may be completely new to the subject and to the idea. And then please continue on exactly where you are. Hey, everybody, this is Nate Night Talks. This is Dr. Morehouse, CIA Remote Viewing, Consciousness, and UFOs is the title of tonight's room. This is a part 2 of an interview with Dr. Morehouse that we had about a month and a half, 2 months ago, which was absolutely incredible. For those of you who are here, you already know that. For those of you who are not here, welcome. Happy to have you. And we're going to dive even deeper tonight, get to more questions that we didn't really get to ask on the first go around. And so just as a brief introduction to him again. He's had an incredibly distinguished career within the military, as the recipient of the Dr. Ralph D. Mershon Award. He was basically in command of an elite airborne Army Ranger unit. He commanded for over 4 years, which typically that only lasts 18 months. He was aide-de-camp to 2 Army generals. He was a battalion executive, which is second in command of 680 men in the 2nd Battalion, the 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment, and as well as being the chief of training for 13,500 men and women of the 82nd Airborne. And in addition to that, he holds a master's in military arts and science degree, a master's degree in administration, and a doctorate in education, and is a recipient of numerous awards, as well as the author of 4 books, in particular, one that led to a little bit of trouble with the CIA, which was his book, The Psychic Warrior, Inside the CIA's STARGATE Program. Another book is Non-Lethal Weapons, War Without Death, Remote Viewing, the Complete Handbook for Coordinate Remote Viewing, and his one fiction book, The Deceivers. He has a room that he does on Clubhouse on Friday nights called under his club, the Remote Viewing Forum. So check that out if you have not. He does his rooms Friday night, but that is within the format that he holds. And so he is a lot more open to going down different paths during interviews like this, so that we can kind of really pick his brain about his experience and points of view on a number of the subjects that we talk about in this room, whether it be the UFO phenomena, multidimensional beings, or psychedelics. Also check out his website, which is rv-forum.club. rv-forum.club. He does have another website that he does not run, but that will have information about him, like his bio and other information and links to his books, I believe, which is davidmorehouse.com. But I believe the rv-forum.club, rv/forum, .club is the one that he would prefer. And we have him as well as Ted Abramson next to him, which I believe Ted is one of his top remote viewers. Is that safe to say, David?
He's been through all the training, and he's extremely good at it, and he understands it. And it's nice to have somebody. We try to get moderators in the forum who have been, remote viewers and gone through the training that even goes past CRV, ERV, but goes into the master class and into explorer class, because there's really advanced forms of the phenomenon and other things that we explore as we get out there into that kind of stuff. But that's where Ted comes from. We've known each other for 25 years. We discovered each other when he came to a Learning Annex lecture in Manhattan, one time, and then drove all the way down to South Carolina to take a CRV class in this now defunct, spiritual university that just, died on the vine, as so many of them did back in those days. And then he just, kept on going. And, I delivered a moving meditation at his wedding with he and his beautiful wife Jana, and he's just an amazing guy. So I like to have him because he gives people a different interpretation than just listening to me, because I kind of give people a fire hose treatment. And I know it sounds like I'm plodding along here, but I'm actually moving at kind of hyperspeed tonight.
Oh, I know.
Telling this story.
You are.
You're doing
How
good.
many coffees? How many coffees are you on, Dave?
No.
Oh, I
coffees,
got you beat. Hey, well, I just want to quickly say, Nate, thanks so much for having us, and Robbie, Scotty, Silver, Joe Cat, appreciate it. And I'm just here to support, and my perspective is from as a student. So appreciate it. Thank you so much. Ted, out.
Thank you, Ted. Perfect. I'm sure we'll definitely be looking forward to getting your perspective as we dive into the Q&A portion of everything. But for now, let's keep trucking along. If we could just pick back kind of where we left off with a brief introduction.
Let me speed through this last part.
Okay.
So I'm in the remote viewing unit, and probably as I'm learning, the first guy that actually gives me the physics lecture, what there was of it, was Ed Dames. And, Ed Dames at that time was a completely different guy than you see him now or hear about him now. He wasn't, Dr. Doom was not even in his lexicon anywhere. And nor were these predictions of catastrophe and negativity and that kind of stuff. He was a totally different guy. So he would stand up and do his best, and he is a physicist and a scientist. He's an extremely intelligent man. He speaks Mandarin Chinese fluently, reads it and writes it and speaks it. And as a linguist, during the Vietnam War, he was monitoring, Chinese communist border broadcasts, that kind of stuff. That's what he did. He went through the remote viewing training, but if there's a kind of a perceived flaw in your structure, they can make a determination that you serve the organization better as either operations or as a monitor, but you are not permitted to actually do operational remote viewing targets. Often monitors like Skip Atwater or Ed Dames would do some work and hand it off, but I can tell you that at least where Fern Gavin was concerned, that stuff rarely made it into the final assessment that went up the chain into whoever the customer was that was requesting it through DIA or the CIA or NSA or the FBI or Epic or whoever it might have been. It just didn't, because he didn't trust what they were producing. And that just is not, I don't mean to say that to besmirch them as individuals. It's just that there are things in that particular environment, because it was operational and it was Cold War and counter drugs and all that kind of stuff, and seeking out terrorists, terror cells, hostages. What blew up this plane? What blew up that plane? Why did this one come down? What's going on over here? So it was serious, ugly work, and it wasn't something that they were willing to accept any margin for error. Now, there were clear rules in that they articulated. One that that remote viewing itself is not 100% accurate, but it was also that you never trust the results of a single remote viewer. You must always have a team. Any remote viewer can have a good day or a bad day, or a really good day or a really, really bad day, right? There's no guarantee that from session to session, day to day, week to week, month to month, that you're going to perform at any level of consistency. And they would track that. Now, it was not always known how they were tracking it to everybody there, but I always asked questions about stuff like that, and Fern Gavin would show me what he would do. He had a list like any training target, or any training target that, like Gabi did for me, it had known quantifiable attributes, typically 100. Sometimes Gabi would add another 100. So she would go through the target feedback, which was typically a photo, and she would pull up other references, because in those days we didn't have hyperlinks, you didn't have Google, you couldn't go online, there were no video feedbacks. It was a Xerox copy of a Xerox copy of another Xerox copy that had been there forever. So if you were doing Dome of the Rock, you were looking at this really horrible, photocopy of something that was really difficult to make out. So the person that was doing the training would, go through either an encyclopedia or go, over to the library, and they would develop 100 attributes or 200 attributes, which were quantifiable, known attributes relevant to that particular target site. So they would know dimensionals, they would know colors and textures and temperatures and tastes and sounds and smells and energetics and emotionals that are likely inherent there, intangibles, aesthetics, all different kinds of things that they could gather about that. And it doesn't take long to start lining those up. So as you would turn in a target, they would look at that and say, okay, well, you were 38% accurate on this particular target, or you were 52, or you were 75, or you were 88, or, whatever it could be. Nobody ever said you're 100% accurate on that target, because rule number one, remote viewing is not 100% accurate. It never will be 100% accurate. Anybody that tells you it is, or that they are, is lying to you. So, and the third rule was that remote viewing was never used as a standalone endeavor. Remote viewing was part of an intelligence collection puzzle. Now there are upwards of 24 intelligence collection methodologies. Back in the older days, it used to be like 5 standards: HUMINT, SIGINT, ELINT, FODINT, right? There was satellite intelligence, and you had all of these intelligences, and none of them by themselves is considered 100% accurate. None of them. We went to war in Iraq based on 2 or 3 pieces of intelligence information. One was human intelligence, then there was satellite intelligence, and then there was some electronic intelligence kind of mixed with some photo intelligence that was all put together and used to justify going to war in Iraq, because we knew that there were chemical, biological, and nuclear, or what they were calling weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, unfortunately, they never found them. So how reliable were any of those intelligence methodologies, collection methodologies? Yeah, not real reliable. So all of them don't stand alone. None of them do. Nothing becomes actionable based on simply what one intel collection methodology is producing. It has to always be balanced with or put together with other methodologies to be compared, backed up, substantiated, and then it goes on from there. So remote viewing held its own and did its work and did what it was meant to do. I mean, it exceeded all expectations, because when it was developed, you had Stansfield Turner going, well, I don't care if it's 6% accurate. So if it's only 6% accurate, but it's 6% accurate information, and I cannot glean by any other intelligence collection methodology, then I consider that intel money well spent. That's how he looked at that. And the charge that came from the CIA when they sole sourced the contract to look at this, asked them to answer 3 questions, SRI. And all of those physicists and or scientists, psychologists, psychiatrists, there was just an entire team to set the experiments up and do the experiments using a scientific methodology and protocol, and to keep investigator bias out of it, and to analyze the results, prepare reports, and submit them back, in monthly, end-of-month reports, quarterly reports, annual reports, etc., rolling it up. And the CIA, recognizing that this was going to be a very controversial procedure or process, hired another independent agency to run parallel research, and then hired another independent agency to conduct audits of the research being done at SRI and SAIC. They're both looking at these things. But SRI had the big, 20-year-long sole source contract for the tens of millions that they spent doing that. And the 3 questions were this: can you prove that there is a human ability to see distant in space-time? That was question number 1. Can you prove this? Can you validate scientifically this human ability? And then question number 2 is, can you tell us who will be good at this and who we should overlook? And question number 3 is, can you replicate this? That's another word in science for, can you train somebody to be capable of doing this? In other words, is there a protocol that must be followed? Are you just going to tell us that, whoever we grab just comes in and, closes their eyes and starts thinking things, and then we're supposed to write that down and take it? Because that won't work, because we need consistency in the delivery mechanism of the intel. That's what we need. So answer number 1 was, yeah, absolutely. We have proven beyond any doubt that this is a human ability, and that we have proven it through our scientific methodology and our research and our experiments, and these people have been able to do it. They have proven that they can see distant in space-time, and that their data can be accurate, less accurate sometimes, more accurate at others, but they can do this, and it exceeds chance. Now, question number 2, who do we choose out of the people pool in the United States to do this? Or do we need to go, recruit Tibetan monks or something like that? What do we need to do? And they said, it's an inherent ability in every human being. There is nothing unique to any one person over another person, despite what they might say. All of us have this ability. We're born into this life with it. But through the practice of doing what we're going to be asking them to do, we can enhance that and strengthen it and better it, okay? So the third question, can we replicate this? Well, that was a tougher question to answer for them. Why? Because they're scientists. They don't have any idea about how to train people to do something. So now enter Ingo Swann. Ingo Swann was an artist, a cosmic artist, an author who lived in the Bowery in New York, in Manhattan. He was a really wonderfully intelligent man. He was a natural gifted psychic. He wrote a book called Natural ESP. And he spent many years of his life developing a methodology whereby if you followed this structure and the logic of the structure and the dogma of the structure with a dedicated lexicon supporting that structure, that anybody calling upon their natural ESP could do this work and see distant and space-time and gather, collect, and report information on whatever they were looking at. He was the one that came in and coined the term remote viewing. And it's really important that people grasp this, okay? Because I'm going to define remote viewing for you again. He is the person that came up with the name, the phrase remote viewing. The scientists were calling it telesthesia or telesthesia or remote sensing. In fact, when Targ Puthoff et al. Wrote in the IEEE publication, which is the prestigious, engineering publication, they titled remote viewing, they called it remote sensing. They didn't call it remote viewing. Remote sensory perception is one of the other things that they used to talk about it. So it's important for you to capture this, that remote viewing is, you can call it telesthesia and you'd be okay, or you could call it remote sensing and you'd be okay, but the accurate term that was adopted with the structure came from Ingo Swann, and that was called remote viewing. When that happened, and the protocol of remote viewing, coordinate remote viewing, per Ingo Swann, requires these 6 steps in the process, 6 stages they're called, and then following those is required feedback so that the viewer understands what they did, what they didn't do, what they missed, and it's how you're training your brain to decode information and present it to you using your experience Rolodex and a language or a visual or something else that helps you understand it. And you learn by doing well and you learn by doing poorly how to start calibrating, rethinking, accepting some things that your brain produces for you, and you're learning how to recognize that, no, that can't be it, for the next time. So Ingo Swann used to say that I wanted to take a hammer to, Russell Targ's head. Ingo just talked like that. He would have never done that, but he just talked like that because he was so frustrated that the scientists had no idea how to actually teach this or how to actually replicate what guys like Pat Price or Uri Geller, or they even had Tony Robbins in there. Not doing like remote viewing, although he says that, but he was, talking about enhanced human performance potentials and stuff like that. So when Ingo produced that, it met with some resistance because they just didn't get it. And I mean, they just didn't understand how that all fit. But that's actually the product when they left or took it away from the scientists. Now, scientists continued to go on and research it and test it and do that and research it for 20 years. So they started in 73, and they did not end until actually when the book Psychic Warrior was getting ready to come out, which is why there's still a lot of animosity about that, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Just now capture this, okay? Remote viewing is not apportation. It's not astral projection. It's not mental projection. Remote viewing is not automatic writing. It's not divination. It's not dowsing. It's not energy medicine. It's not spiritual energy. It's not evocation. It's not levitation or transvection. It's not materialization, transmediumship, or or channeling. It's not teleportation. It's not precognition or premotion. It's not psychic surgery. It's not psychokinesis or telekinesis. It's not psychometry or psychoscopy. It's not pyrokinesis. It's not RIDI. Okay, it's not retrocognition or postcognition. It's not spiritualism. It's not telepathy, and it's not a psychic or a psychedelic-driven trip or an experience. It's not those things. Yet, since remote viewing came out, and since it came carrying this, once it was exposed, carrying the credibility of this scientifically developed proof of its existence and of this human ability, it has now become something, it's like this umbrella phase that people will stuff everything up under it. And even in the remote viewing forum, people will come up and go, well, I'm an energy medicine practicer and I've been remote viewing for a very long time. No, you may be an energy medicine practicer, and I get that. You may be empathic, you may be etheric, you may be astral, mental, maybe working with spiritual energy, but you're not a remote viewer. You're not a remote viewer unless you have gone through the training that was put forth by SRI, SAIC, established by Ingo Swann in its 6 stages with feedback, and then used as an intelligence collection methodology for 30 years and is still used to this day. It has, again, a dogma, a set protocol with a dedicated lexicon. And if you are doing that, then you are doing remote viewing. All else has its own merits and has its own practices and capabilities and things, but it is to call channeling remote viewing, or to call, transmediumship remote viewing. That's like calling a Pinto chassis with a Volkswagen engine and a kit car Ferrari body on it a Ferrari. That's what that's like. It's not a Ferrari. It's a kit car. So it's like apples and fish. Okay, it's not the same thing. And whenever people start doing that, it kind of drives me nuts, because it waters down the understanding and the meaning and the significance of what remote viewing is. And that's important for you to know, because it's the thing that changed me. When I was 6 months into this, starting off as a skeptic to myself, because I had my own difficulties with organized religion, and I'll talk about that if you ask me later, but I was very, very opposed to it. And I wasn't atheistic, and I'm not an atheist now, and I'm not necessarily an agnostic. I just have my own opinions about what I'm willing to, sign up for these days. And I was demanding of my trainers. I ask difficult questions, and I ask the why. You're telling me this, but I want to know why, and I want to know how I'm able to do this. And so when I would go through stage 1, which is the development of an ideogram, taking 2 sets of 4 randomly assigned numbers, which become representative of the concept of the target in the mind of the individual assigning those coordinates. Well, what the hell does that mean? And I would ask that, and no answer could be given. Okay, now I can give you an answer if you ask later tonight, but I asked that. What does that mean? And then when you respond autonomically with an ideogram, not automatically, you need to understand the differences of those. And then what happens is you have to decode it into an ABC component. So you decode it into, an A is, the A component is retracing it, closing your eyes. Is it sloping up, flat across? Are there angles in it? Do you feel like it loops? Do you feel flat across? Do you feel wavy in it? All of these things mean something when you are putting your pin on that ideogram and and sliding along and probing it. Now, when you first start to do that, that is absolutely the most ridiculous thing that anybody has asked anybody to ever do. And when I was doing it, and Gabi would sit there, okay, now probe it. What do you feel? I feel my damn pen on the paper, Gabi. What do you think I feel? No. Close your eyes. Descend. You need to go deeper. Go deeper. What do you feel? Okay? This becomes the next point that I want to share with you. They had no methodology for taking you from a beta wave state or gamma wave state to beta wave state to down into an alpha brainwave state. They just knew that alpha brainwave for coordinate remote viewing was the optimal performance band. That's where they wanted you to be. But they had no mechanism for getting you there. Everybody just did their own thing. So Paul Smith listened to heavy metal music. Go figure. Mel Riley, who was a big indigenous person, student and researcher and bead worker who taught even, the Indians up in Wisconsin how to bead because it had become a lost art for them. Only the elders did it, but the people his age weren't doing it, and certainly the teenagers had no interest in beadwork. So he was reteaching the tribes how to do this because he always built these ceremonial headdresses and dream drums and all this amazing stuff. So he was, he would listen to drumming. He would listen to Indian drumming and chanting, which was reminiscent to what Nate played, from the ayahuasca ceremony tonight. Very close to it. And that's how he would cool himself down. But in those days, the bottom line is there were no brainwave trainers. So nobody really knew if they were in alpha brainwave state or not. And so I always tell students now, if you want to prepare to become a remote viewer and learn how to do it, the first thing you need to do is make the investment in a brainwave trainer. Now, back in those days, most brainwave trainers, unless you went out and bought a $50,000 EEG machine, a medical grade EEG, was not available. There were some guys that were putting stuff in Pelican cases and crap like that, doing it in their garages and selling it for $3,500 or $5,500, but they were quirky and the software was buggy and, there were just a lot of things that went on with it and they were messy to use and, they weren't accurate enough, that kind of thing. Now, you can get a brainwave trainer with the hardware for under $300. Don't make the investment in getting, don't buy MP3s that are, guided meditations. To hell with that. That's not the hard thing. You can listen to music and drop from gamma to beta to, into alpha. You don't need to have a guided meditation. If you think you need one, buy one later. But what you really need to do is get yourself a brainwave trainer. Some of them attach to smartphones. Some of them are independent of it. Some of them use galvanic skin response, pulse oximetry, and maybe, some of the new very sensitive probes that go up on, a temporal lobe and maybe an occipital lobe, that kind of thing. Where in my day, when we were doing this, when Mel and I went to be experimented on to do this with Dr. Julian Gresser, we had to rub conductive paste into our hair and on our head and, stick these probes that had a little point on it and kind of stick it into your skin using the conductive gel and tighten down a headband and do a bunch of other stuff. It's all different now, but be careful what you buy. It needs to meet this criteria. It needs to give you audible feedback. You need to get an audible tone change from going from gamma to beta, and from beta to alpha, from alpha to theta, from theta to delta. You need to have a tone change that will come to you in your headphones that you're going to wear. You also should get a visible change. Typically, that's manifested by a color change on the screen on your phone. So it'll go from pink to blue to something else to something else to something else as it goes down. And thirdly, it needs to give you a printout on a timeline so you can look at it after your session or your practice, and you can say, oh, look, so 5 minutes in, I dropped from gamma to beta. And another 3 minutes, I went from beta to alpha, and then I was only in alpha for 30 seconds, and then I porpoised, is the term, back up into beta again. Then slowly over the next 5 minutes, I dropped back down into alpha. Then I got a little deeper into alpha, and I was there for 7 minutes, and then I started drifting back up again because I lost consciousness. Eventually, through the looking at that and analyzing it and practicing and repracticing, and you can practice every night. You can practice on your lunch hour. What will happen is you will very quickly not only learn how to get into an alpha brainwave state, but you will know exactly how you feel when you get into an alpha brainwave state. And it will happen because you're looking at it and you're hearing it and you're looking at it and you're looking at the printout. That is the best way to learn. Otherwise, you go take a meditation class or a hypnosis class and somebody guides you down to what they now consider, to be an alpha brainwave state. And you're expected then to draw parallels to what they're telling you how you should feel at this point and how your body actually feels. And the truth is, you don't actually know if you're in an alpha brainwave state. You don't. And just because they're telling you that, oh, if you do these things, you'll get to an alpha brainwave state, that makes as much sense as, me saying that ayahuasca, if I just took more of it, would work, kind of a thing, right? As Nate said, all of us are different. We all have a different chemistry. We all have a different makeup. We all have different patterns, and there is no absolute assurance of consistency. And so if we rely upon somebody telling us what an alpha brainwave state should feel like, well, that's where you'll be with it, just based on their opinions. And you don't want to do that if you're serious about learning to be a remote viewer. So as I was going through, stage one, I bitched and moaned and quibbled, and I always had a reason why. Well, I think I could have guessed that. I mean, maybe because you're telling me that in the B component it has to be natural or man-made. Maybe I just guessed right because I said man-made, right? I just said man-made, so yeah, it was right this time. I got a 50-50 chance. That's how I thought. And then when you're asking me to decode the C component, is it mountain? Is it structure? Is it life form? Is it land? Is it water? Is it land-water interface? Ooh, more choices there. So you start learning that you're to be non-analytical. That's the whole point of what they're trying to teach you there. If you come up and say man-made for the B component, and all of a sudden you decode the C component as mountain, then your conscious mind engages at the speed of thought, faster than the speed of light, according to Targ and Elizabeth Rauscher, both PhDs. And you can read their papers. They're published online if you really want to understand the physics of that. So at the speed of thought, your biological brain goes, how can it be man-made mountain? That does not compute. I don't have any reference for that in my experience Rolodex anywhere. But if you think real hard, it could be a lot of different things. It could be dirt piled up by humans. It could be Mount Rushmore. It could be a lot of different things. But your mind engages at the speed of thought and goes, that doesn't work. So then you go back and go, oh, yeah, it can't be mountains, so it must be. And then that's called analytical thinking. That's not allowed for a coordinate remote viewer. So you learn that. And then what will happen is if you switch something, like if you were trying to put man-made mountain down there, and then you tried to change that to something else, the person, your trainer, is watching you. So, and we do the same thing when we teach now. If you do that, when you're doing your summary, we'll catch you on it and bring it up to you that you can't do that. So you have to go with what comes, not go with what comes and then analytically think about whether it's right or it fits or not. No, that's not what you do. Then you go into stage 2. And in stage 2, after you've done weeks of stage 1s to where they're now just, instead of being this big, long 10, 15-minute thing, a stage 1 process, going, filling out your heading, declaring personal inclemencies, advanced visuals, going over to the queuing position, it's called, on the left side of the page, if you're, and waiting to take the coordinates. Take the coordinates, respond with an ideogram, first graphic representation of the target site, then do an ABC component decoding. When you're done, stage 2. And that's where you start. Right there. And right where you finished decoding that C component, you move right to the center of the page, you go S2, and now you're going to start detecting and decoding colors and textures and temperatures and tastes and sounds and smells and dimensionals and energetics related to the gestalt of the target, and that's what you do. But I'm giving you very, very simple highlights because there are AOLs, analytical overlays, there's ratcheting, there's drive, there's AOL breaks, there's movement brackets, there's sketching to the left, simple dimensional sketches or textural sketches that then have to be probed and labeled, and there's just a lot to learn in the doing of it. But remember, you're learning an intelligence collection methodology. That may be starting to bore some of you. You're thinking, well, why the hell would I ever want to do that? Well, I'm getting ready to tell you. Because after you start doing the stage 2, then you start to realize that there's just no freaking way you're making this up. And when you get your target feedback and your quantifiable attributes and you're evaluated and they go, well, you were 71% on this particular target up to stage 2. So, well, just in stage 2 and I'm already 71%. Holy smokes. And then the next one happens. 1 in the morning, 1 at night. 1 in the morning, 1 at night for 5 days, and then another 5 days and another 5 days. And then they teach you how to go to stage 3 and what stage 3 is. And then after that, for a couple, 3 weeks, then you go to stage 4s and you learn how to do that. Then you go stage 5, and then you ultimately go on to stage 6. And then there's a big drill teaching you how to write a summary, utilizing, going back and analyzing your session and a methodology for analyzing your session. Well, in the stage 2s is where my transformation occurred. And when I say transformation, I mean that I stopped believing that this was a possibility. And I then knew it was a possibility. And that shift, that transformation from a belief to knowing something is what changed my life. So then stage 3s and all other from that point forward just added more and more layers and icing to the cake. And I came to a whole new understanding. And suddenly what was said to me in the desert when I was shot in the head that you have chosen the wrong path in life made sense to me. Why? Because I began to open up to a new level of understanding what a calling and what a promise and what a potential and what a purpose meant to a human being. And I came to the understanding that my purpose was not defined by simply what I did well. My purpose had to be defined by what I was going to do to change something in the human condition, to do something. I don't know, to write, to teach. I didn't yet know what my calling was going to be. I just knew that my purpose was no longer to be what I was, which was a taker of life and a trainer of taking of life. And thinking that that was great and noble. It is for some people, but at that point it became less significant to me. And every day I went back to that particular unit and did what I did in that unit, it became clearer and clearer and clearer to me that the path that I was on was in fact and indeed the wrong path for me. So, what did coordinate remote viewing do for me, and what does it do for anybody that takes it? It gives you an irrefutable and an undeniable evidence, not an anecdote. It gives you an irrefutable and an undeniable evidence that you are more than the physical, that you are omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, that you are an eternal being. It answers that question of exactly what Targ, Puthoff, etc., et al. Were talking about when they said, this is an ability inherent to every human being. That was the point that it connected for me, that all of it came into being for me. It came into focus. My life came into focus at that point. So I had another year and a half, let's say, in the remote viewing unit of doing a rogues gallery of targets and all kinds of different things. And I wrote the manual for it based, on what I was asked to do by Fern and Dr. Jack Verona. And then I went off to one more special access program, in part because I was a ranger and the other part because I was a remote viewer. At least they knew that I was. And I was asked to develop a strategic deception in support of the counter-drug effort for the United States. My specific mission was to develop a sustainable lie or a deception, a strategic deception, sustainable for a minimum of 10 years, that would bring about the collapse of the three major cartels at the time through an intra-cartel war. So I developed a deception along those lines, which that's a whole nother story and a whole nother show, I'm sure. But that's what I did. And then afterwards, I had to go be regreened, it was called. I had to go to infantry branch for about 3 months, and then I went to Commander General Staff College. And after I came back out of Commander General Staff College, I went to the 82nd to be a battalion executive officer. And I was an interim commander of 2505 PIR. I commanded it without having been command selected because the previous battalion commander left, and while we were waiting for the new one to come in, I was in command of the battalion, which was, especially in the 82nd, a very unusual thing to do. I made the decision when I left battalion command, when I turned that over, when the new commander came in and I went up to be the division training officer, I made the decision I was going to write the book. I started going to New York, where I met with the agent there. And in part, what also became kind of a catalyst in this was the fact that Ed Dames, who was retired and was struggling to make it on his own in Albuquerque, he was trying to, kind of sell remote viewers' capabilities to kind of corporate America and was not successful at it. And then he linked up with somebody, that's a whole nother story, taught that person how to be a remote viewer, and that person, ran home, divorced their spouse, and came back and, was with Ed, and they started, their thing. They started teaching, and I'm sure that person saw that as big potential, and it was. And so that is when this transformation of Ed started to occur. And then Ed was with Jim Mars. Jim Mars had this agent, had paired the two of them together. And Jim Mars was the guy that wrote Crossfire, the plot that killed Kennedy. He also wrote Rule by Secrecy, and he died recently. And he's I spent some time with him at his house in Texas. He was a great guy. I really grew to love him, and I just loved him. He's just a sawed-off, little, short, brilliant, beer-drinking Texan, and he was a lot of fun to be around. And he was writing this book, The
Rule by Secrecy was one of my most favorite books I've ever read.
Yeah, it really is. And he was writing this book. It was going to be called Sci Spies. He actually ended up writing Sci Spies, but let me just tell you this story. He was writing it with Ed, and so I get a phone call from the agent that says, when I was, in the division headquarters, it said, we're having some problems. We don't believe what Jim is being told. It's not computing for us. It doesn't make sense. So we need you to come up here and look at it. And so I did. They flew me up there on a weekend, and I went up there and looked at it, and I read it, and I went, Well, I see your problem here. I go, none of this shit happened. I said, when Ed walked into a room, people didn't stand at attention. When, Ed was not the head of the organization. In fact, when he left the organization, much to my chagrin, the guys like Fern Gavin and others decided that they disliked him enough that they were not going to give him an end of tour award, which to me, as a soldier, that's just a horrible thing. Guy spends 9-10 years in an organization, he leaves. It doesn't matter whether you've got some personal bone to pick with him. You have somebody write up an end of tour award for him, and that's just what happens. And so I ended up, because I was disgusted by what they had done, so I wrote an award for him. I made it a joint award for him, which is unusual. And I, had to take a naval non-commissioned officer to lunch like 3 times to get her to approve that award back channel, meaning she did not funnel it through the leadership at DIA, who had worked for it, who would have turned around and said, no, we said no award for this guy. So what I did was a huge, coup to do that, which probably could have gotten me reprimanded severely for doing something like that, because I've never heard about it before, and for me to have done that was pretty weird. But that's the award that Ed used to have Art Bell read on air. And I did that. I got that award for him and had it at the next unit where he went. I had them, set up a ceremony and award it to him there. But when he left, he had burned so many bridges just because of his opinions about people and things that they just didn't want to have anything to do with him, and it just wasn't fair. So when I made that decision, when I looked at the book, and the book was just ridiculous, and I said that the book's ridiculous. I said, none of this happened. That wasn't his position. It's what he did, and on and on and on. So, of course, Jim Mars was completely dejected because all this, like at least a year and a half's worth of work. And he had a good draft that was, 12 chapters, and it was just all bogus. So they said, okay, well, Jim, we're not going to carry forward on the book, which that just broke his heart, right? Because he wanted to do this. And that was, of course, around the time somebody else wrote a book, and somebody else wrote a book. And then nobody had written a book about the unit being an actual CIA program and, under being used as an intelligence collection tool. The first guy that did that was me. So when I decided to write the book, when they said, Jim, we're not going to take this book forward, I said, they came to me afterwards and said, will you write the book? And I said, well, I was only there 3 years, but I will write the book from my perspective, meaning I will write the book about my transformation, about what was meaningful to me about this and how it changed my life, and why I'm spending all my time now just looking for a way to finish my time and my 20 years and get out, because I don't want to go back to doing what I was doing, even though I am there doing it right now, at the 82nd Airborne Division. But I need an exit strategy, and so, yeah, I'll write this book, because I will tell what transformed me and why remote viewing became such in my opinion, a tremendous gift to all humanity, and especially knowing that it came out of the bowels of science and not, from some back room with a beaded curtain and some starry-eyed New Age guru going, guess what's in my pocket kind of thing. It was founded in science, built in science, tested in science, created and used in science, used as an intelligence collection methodology, and it changed people. It changed them in ways sometimes they didn't even realize it if they weren't looking for that. But I sometimes wonder if maybe that was the reason that I was the only combat arms officer that was ever brought in and put through that program. I mean, it just seems to me to be a very odd set of circumstances to go to Jordan, get zinged in the head, start having these experiences, ask these questions, get read on and recruited, and then accepted into this organization, trained and operational very quickly, and then suddenly have this huge transformation. And now I find myself figuring out how I'm going to tell a story that I know as I tell that story, that as soon as they find out that I'm getting ready to tell it, that it's going to be combat flame operations. I mean, this is not going to be pretty. I really kind of knew that. I just, and maybe my naivete didn't understand how bad it would be. So you want to take a break and reset the room, and when we come back, I'll just pick up about that?
Well, you read my mind. Yeah, so what actually I do want to do, I want to try today to get to questions somewhat earlier, just so that we can, because I know a lot of these things will end up being addressed when you answer the questions. And so I want to make sure that I am sparing your voice because it is already the wee hours of the morning East Coast for you. You are quite the trooper for doing this. If you want to finish
I'm
that,
fine. Trust me, I'm good. We normally do this and go till 6:30 in the morning. So
if you want to pick up right after, that's we can definitely do that. Otherwise, we can jump in. I know I'm getting questions not just from the mods in the back channel, but some of the people who are on stage, and so I know there's a lot of questions to be asked. I will, of course, lead one off with a thing, something I wanted to read. One of these transcripts from a remote viewing session that was supposedly done with the CIA, because I find it very, very fascinating, especially given what was being viewed, and then get your take on it. I think I mentioned it in brief during our last interview, but never actually dove into it. It was more of just have you heard of this particular thing? And so there were a number of questions that I do want to make sure that we get to tonight. What was just clarifying the question, what were the verified views? It was, I'm totally butchering the terminology, but the thing that you mentioned that when a number of people had viewed things, you talked about one about a particular spaceship or something that I'm blanking, but it's something that like was viewed by a number of people, or you had a terminology.
They're called historical off-planet targets.
Historical off-planet targets.
There's a gradual approach up to that, but yeah, we can talk about that.
Okay, so
I probably have like 5 more minutes of just closing out this final point about the book, and then I'm happy to jump right straight into questions.
Perfect. So yeah, we'll do that then, and then I'll dive in with this question, and then we'll turn it to the mods, and then everyone who's been patiently waiting on stage, and we'll keep this party going. Welcome everybody. This is Nate Night Talks. Dr. Morehouse, CIA, remote viewing, consciousness, and UFOs. This is a part 2 of an interview we did about a month and a half ago. For those of you who are not familiar with him, I highly recommend you get on Google and look up David Morehouse. And you can go to rv/forum.club to sign up for any particular courses that he's doing. He does have another website that he doesn't operate himself, which is davidmorehouse.com. But there you can find his biography, as well as links to the 4 books that he has written, which are essentially, I would say, some of the most foremost authorities on the subject of remote viewing, one of which is Psychic Warrior Inside the CIA Stargate Program, Non-Lethal Weapons, War Without Death, Remote Viewing, the Complete Handbook for Coordinated Remote Viewing, and a fiction book, The Deceivers. Highly decorated Army Ranger, worked within the CIA, the DIA, all sorts of special access programs. His story is absolutely incredible, and that is what we have been hearing so far tonight. We're happy to have him back and continuing to dive into this. We are about to open it up to the people after he finishes this. We're going to get to the Q&A session and keep this going, but just grateful to have you here. Oh, and he does have his rooms Friday night. He has a club on here, which is the Remote Viewing Forum, so make sure that you check that out and follow it as well. Same thing, follow Nate Night Talks if you're vibing, and click the bell for both of them, because that is how you get notified when these rooms are taking place, because pinging people is quite difficult on this app. There is no rhyme or reason or order to it. So usually people just don't do it.
That's for sure.
Yeah, it's something that still needs to be worked out. But click the bell, and you will save us all that hassle and ensure that you are here for his rooms as well as the ones within this club. And that's it. So we'll finish the story there, and then I'll start it off with this Declassified thing, and I'll read the transcript of it, and then we'll get your feedback, and we'll get to the Q&A.
Sure. Let me just make one correction. It's not RV/, it's RV hyphen. It's just the mid straight line.
Sorry, hyphen. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. RV forum.club. And everything you want to know is there, and then you can go to where to learn more at the back of that, and it'll tell you, where you can go to. There's like RV Europe. There's a whole new learning management system over there that I actually work with. I don't run it, but you could go there. There's classes that are held in Vancouver, BC. A good friend of mine, David Hughes, former vice president of Sony Music, and is one of the guys I trained in remote viewing. He's gone through every level of the training. Essentially, if he's standing at the head of the room, it might as well be me standing there. And I'm sure he's a better teacher than I am. So he's an amazing guy that's there. And you can either do it live there in BC at Becky's she has a spiritual retreat that's there, which his name is escaping me. But those are worth looking into. And then I'm going to probably do a class with Ted. We're going to do a Zoom class. We're just trying to pull together the instructors together because it's instructor intensive to do a Zoom class and as a live class, but we'll do that probably in September. Just haven't set the date yet because I've got some training with my business that we have to attend to there. So I'll fit it in there somewhere. Okay, back to this particular story. I had already written a book called Non-Lethal Weapons: War Without Death, which was a textbook. And please don't go buy in the thing because it's a textbook. It's like well over $100, and unless maybe there's some used one there for 10 somewhere, but I haven't seen one of those. But don't buy it because it was designed to just be a book that taught battle commanders, how to employ non-lethal technology on the battlefield. And it gave them various scenarios to help them understand that, because if you just talk about embrittlement or if you talk about, other kinds of things that are non-lethal technologies, it doesn't register to them how they would want to employ them. So getting an idea in a scenario-based description helped them. So because that book met with that kind of acceptance, it became recommended reading at the U.S. Army War College up in Carlisle Barracks. So because I had already written a book and I felt like I knew how to write one, that I didn't feel troubled over writing this book about my experience in this remote viewing program. But I said that as I wrote about my transformation, that I was going to tell the whole story. I was going to say that this was, an intelligence collection methodology, because here's what I knew. If it was an intelligence collection methodology that worked, and I knew that it did, I also knew that they were never going to give it up. And if they were never going to give it up, then it didn't matter if I told that story. It just meant that they were probably going to either overreact or, underreact, or they were going to do something, but it didn't destroy anything. It didn't give away secrets. And you know why it didn't give away secrets? Because Ingo Swann had already written about it in Natural ESP. He just didn't, again, say that the U.S. government was doing it. You had McMonigal and Atwater had written a book not calling it remote viewing and certainly not attaching it to the government, but talking about, these psychic abilities, maybe calling it, I can't remember what the book title was, but, maybe talking about remote sensing or telesthesia, those kinds of things. But they had done that, and they were actually persona non grata back in the unit or in DIA because they had done that. There was a lot of people pissed off that they did that. So I knew that this was really going to get a big reaction, but I felt that if if this was going to be a book that made people sit up and listen about this being an inherent human ability in all of us, and that this format for training it and enhancing it and, was going to give people this irrefutable, undeniable evidence that they were more than the physical, then it needed to have or carry with it the credibility of where it came from in science and how it was developed and how it was used. And I just set my sights on making that happen, recognizing that it was going to get really ugly. I underestimated how ugly it was going to get. So that was why I made that decision to do that. And the instant that the community found out that I was doing that, from the CIA on down, or back up into the DIA, and in particularly these people who had gone to the remote viewing unit and dropped anchor there for 9, 10, 12, 15 years of a 20-year career, they were really pissed off. And without attaching names to these, like one of the people was pissed off to the point by just saying, I wanted to write that book. So it was like, that's what you're pissed off about, is the fact that I'm writing it before you, but so you're willing to do anything? And this particular person, and I know who they are, actually typed up, a memorandum and assembled these books, because the CIA has people that work in all forms of media, but the one media that they are very, very deathly afraid of is called durable media, and that's books. They hate books because books are around for frickin' ever, right? 1,000 years from now, that book may be sitting on a shelf and somebody can pull it off and read it and go right back there to that story, where they're not worried about newspapers. Maybe some more now because they're online and you can buy their subscription and go back and look 50 years backwards. But at that time, that wasn't an issue. So it was books that were the big concern. Newspapers were here today, gone tomorrow. Nobody had access unless they were going to go scroll through microfiche to find an article somewhere. That was how it had to be done in those days. Periodicals, no big deal. Same thing. You'd have to go to a library, look through a microfiche. Television, they couldn't care less. Because why? It's got, even back then, it had a rapid news cycle, and everybody was looking for the next big thing to turn everybody in their audience's attention to, and this would not play for long. So they still knew that when it was going to come out, that they had to tell their version of the story somehow first, because that's what they do. They weren't going to let it just come out and then field questions on what it was all about, because they knew when this got out that there was a certain element of the people that were going to question, you spent money on what? For how long? That. And then they also knew that it was also going to be people demanding to have all of the contract papers, to have all the research papers, to have all, blah, blah, blah. They wanted everything. And they knew, okay, we're going to have to do some stuff. We're going to have to do some damage control here. And that was their approach. They did things like hire Jessica Utz and tell Dr. Jessica Utz that, we want you to evaluate the efficacy or the accuracy of the work being done by remote viewers. And then they handed her some hand-picked. They didn't just say, go to the unit, pull what you want. They gave her files they wanted her to look at. So she looked at these files and came back and developed a statistical, evaluation for them that was far above chance. And they went, well, that's too high. And she said, no, it's not. It's actually, it's what I came up with. This is the report. Yeah, but that's not. We don't want that number. You need to lower the number. Well, why? What? You're telling me to lower the number? No, I'm not going to lower the number. So they just stepped right over the top of her and went and got some skeptic to come in and, write up something that was lesser and say, well, it's not chance. So they paid her to do it, but then when it wasn't what they wanted, they just found somebody else to do it for money again, who would do whatever they told them to do, because they wanted to minimize it, because their story was, we did this for this many years, and we just found that it was never really that accurate. So, we've been thinking about canceling it for a long time now, and we're going to cancel it. So what they canceled was the unit that I came out of. They shut that down. And then they bulldozed the buildings, which they probably should have done 20 years earlier, but they bulldozed the buildings and hauled all of the rubble off to a landfill and then seeded the ground behind it so that there was no evidence of it ever being there. Fortunately, I got pictures of that before that happened. So, I got pictures of it when I was still there. So the exteriors of the building. So that became proof that it was there. And it just steamrollered past that point in their efforts to try to spin the story in their direction. There were all sorts of newspaper articles in the Washington Post. There were all sorts of things that went out there, but there was no denying it. The CIA had done this, and the taxpayer dollars had been spent to do it. And for me, that was a positive story and a positive connection. A lot of people didn't interpret that in my message, but that was the intent of the message, to say this was transformational work. This altered my perspective on everything in my life, everything. And just as Fern said, you would never be the same again. And that was true. And, 95% of the students that go through it are of the same mental state in their opinions. And I've had people who are, trans mediums come in, set the trans medium stuff aside, do the coordinate remote viewing, and then say it validated what I already felt like I knew as a trans medium. So now they go back to being a trans medium. Other people become something else with it. And we can talk about that if you ask that question, because people always do. So what am I supposed to do with this once I learn it? And I keep going back to that's why I have now said it, I think 5 times, that this is transformational. It gives you an undeniable, irrefutable evidence that you are more than the physical, that you are omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, that you are eternal. And it's not based in a belief structure. It's not somebody saying to you, well, please believe this. Accept it sight unseen because I'm saying it to you. No, you do the work, and the payoff is transformation. And nobody can take that away from you. And the only way that any of us in life go from believing to knowing is through doing the work in the physical or the non-physical, in this particular case. The physical and the non-physical. That's how we transition from belief to knowing. And we can't get it by just reading a book or by listening to a lecture, or addressing another belief structure. Believing's easy. Everybody believes something. Everybody. And the question is, do you believe that there was something more than the physical, and do you believe that you can interact with that and or learn from it or exchange with it? And whether you just believe that there might be something more than the physical, but you're not sure what it is, or whether you're part of the 24% of the population that answered that poll question of, if you believe there's something beyond the physical, do you believe that you can interact with it? Only 24% of 3,000 people said yeah. The rest of them said, yeah, I don't think I'll ever be able to do it. But yeah, I don't think I'll ever recognize something beyond the physical. I'll never hear the voice or see the light or, have that transformation. But I still believe that something's possible. It's possible, kind of thing. Now, you don't even want to be the 24%. You want to be the person that goes, finally. Okay? Finally. Now, I get this. I get it. I am transformed. I am awakened and aware. Now, where do I go next with this? Okay, I'm done. That's the story up to then.
Well, I got to say, first off, thank you, Dave. We did a lot better than the first time around. I think we were 4 hours in by the time we got through.
This point?
Yeah. So you did well, good sir. I appreciate the expedited introduction, but it is very much required, just so everybody can understand your story, your background, and what remote viewing ultimately is, and what it is not. I guess more importantly, because that is, as you've pointed out, a very crucial distinction to be made. So what I want to do, as we're going to be opening this up to questions, as always, we're going to go in PTR order. If you want to be brought up on stage, as always, the 3 requirements are that you have a profile picture, a bio written, and social media linked, so that we know you are not a troll. Otherwise, you will not be brought up. And if you are on stage, the rules of the stage are you must be respectful at all times, or you'll be booted. Do not attempt to derail the conversation deliberately for the sake of trolling, or you'll be booted. And try to keep your shares or questions under 2 minutes, out of respect for the people who are also waiting to ask and share. What I wanted to do, just to start this off, was I wanted to read this transcript, and this was something that Data Below, who you may remember from last time, is our resident hacker, if you will, top 5 in the world, and has done a lot of work rather for the intelligence agencies, and did some deep diving long ago when we were exploring the Gateway experience as well as Project Stargate, and came across this transcript, and I found it absolutely incredible. But I figured I would read it because I think everybody will find it, very interesting, and then get your take on how legitimate you think it is, based on the fact that you were actually a part of this, and how accurate this may in fact be, or whether or not this is potential disinformation sent out by the CIA, which we know they are notorious for doing as well. So with that being said, I will just read this. It's a few pages long, and this is of it's titled Monitor and Sub, basically. So I believe there's subject and monitor. Is that correct, David? Because they call it just Mon and Sub for, is that how?
Yeah, I mean, the terms evolved over time. This, just by you saying that, tells me that it would have had to have been very, very early work. It might have been done.
It said 84.
It's 84.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would have been very early. And because nowadays, or even when I was there, it would have been viewer and monitor. So
Gotcha. Okay, so we have the timeline on this, and one of the most fascinating, obviously, components for me with the remote viewing are the aspects of, outside of intelligence gathering, which I think predominantly is what a lot of it was used for, but there were, to my knowledge, and I believe, Dave, you echoed this, there were situations where certain off-world things were viewed, and intelligence gathered there. And so this was taking place with a remote viewing the planet Mars. And this is the transcript, and it starts with the monitor and then sub. So it's going to go back and forth, but the first is the monitor. It says, all right, now using the information in the envelope I provided, exclusively focusing your attention now. Using the information in the envelope, focus on 40.89 degrees north, 9.55 degrees west. This is the sub. I want to say it looks like, I don't know, it sort of looks, I've got an oblique view of a pyramid or pyramid form. It's very high. It's kind of sitting in a large depressed area. All right. It's yellowish or ochre colored. All right. Move in time to the time indicated in the envelope I provided you and describe what's happening. I'm tracking severe clouds, more like a dust storm. It's geological problem. Seems to be like, just a minute. I got to iron this out. It's really weird. Just report your raw perceptions at this time. You're still early in the session. I'm looking at a after effect of a major geological problem. Okay, go back to the time before the geological problem. Total difference. It's before there's no, I don't know. Oh hell, it's like mountains of dirt appear and then disappear when you go before. See large flat surfaces, very smooth angles, walls. They're really large though. I mean, they're megalithic. All right. This is a period of time. At this period in time now, before the geological activity, look around. and look around and around this area and see if you can find any activity. I'm seeing, it's like a perception of a shadow of people, very tall, thin. It's only a shadow. It's as if they were here and then they're not there anymore. Go back into a period of time when they were there. Mumbles. It's like I get a lot of static in a line of everything. It's breaking up all the time, very fragmented pieces. Just report the raw data. Don't try to put things together. Just report the raw data. I just see a very large people. They appeared thin and tall, but very large, wearing some kind of strange clothes. All right, holding in this time period, I want you to move from your physical location in space to another physical location. But in this time period, move now to, gives the new coordinates of north and east, and I don't need to read those. Deep inside of the subject, deep inside of a cavern, not a cavern, more like a canyon. I'm looking up the sides of a steep wall. They seem to go on forever. It's like there's a structure with it's like a wall, a canyon itself has been carved. Again, I'm getting to very large structures, no intricacies, huge sections of smooth stone. Do the structures have insides and outsides? Yes, it's like a rabbit warren corners of a room. They're really huge. I don't know. I feel like I'm standing in one. It's just really huge. Perception is that the ceiling is very high. Walls are very wide. Yes, that would be correct. This is 20 minutes later. I don't know why it skipped. There would be correct. All right. I'd like you to move to another location nearby. All right. Move from this point to this location, gives new coordinates. They have, appears to be at the end of a very large road. There's a marker thing that is very large. It keep getting Washington Monument overlay. It's like an obelisk. All right. From this point, then let's move to another point. Now view, gives new coordinates. It's like I'm in the middle of a huge circular basin of a range of mountains, almost all the way around, very ragged mountains, very tall. Basin is very, very large. Scale seems to be off or something. It's just really big. Everything is big. I understand the problem. Just continue. See, just a right angle corner to something, but that's all. I don't see anything else. Okay, let's move to a little different place. Very close. Move from the point you are now to this location. Gives new coordinates. The cluster of squares up and down. It's like you want to make them square anyway. They're almost flush with the ground, and it's like they're connected. Something very white or reflects light. What's your position of observation as you look at this thing that's reflecting light? I'm amid oblique left angle. Sun is weird. Look back down at the ground. Now where are we going to move just a little bit from this place? Just a little bit from this place, gives new coordinates. It's like I can just perceive. It's like radiating patterns of some kind. It's like some really strange intersecting kind of roads that are dug into valleys. You know, where the road is just a little below the edge? Tell me about the shapes of these things. They're like real neat channels cut. They're very deep. It's like a road went down. Okay, now I notice electrically you're nulled out a little bit. I want you to stay deep and recapture your focus here. It's really tough. It seems like it's just always very sporadic. I realize that. It's very important that you maintain your focus. I have a movement exercise again for you, and this is some considerable distance away. So holding the focus and time, remember the focus and time that you had before moving to now, gives new coordinates. Take time and get back deep. See the intersecting, whatever these are aqueduct type things, these rounded bottom carved channels like road beds. See pointed tops of something on the horizon. Even the horizon looks funny and weird. It's like a different misty, it's like really far away, very vague. Okay, another movement now, 2, gives new coordinates. I see pyramids. I can't tell if it's an overlay or just because they're different. Okay, do these pyramids have insides or outsides? I got both. They're huge. It's really, it's interesting perception I'm getting. Monitor, I think he's losing his ability to move accurately, and he is attracted to things that are interesting. So we're going to go with his own. This is in parentheses, so he's not saying it, or he's not saying it to him. We're going with his own to let him go ahead and explore and see what's interesting to him rather than move on to targets indicated. So they're giving, I guess, the subject the ability to now go with what interests him versus their targets that they're specifying. It's filtered from a storm or something. Say that again. Say that again, subject. There's like a shelters from storms. These structures you're seeing, yes, they're designed for that. All right, go inside one and find the activity and tell me about it. They're different chambers, but they're almost stripped of any kind of furnishing or anything. It's like a strictly functional place for sleeping, or that's not a good word, hibernation, some form. I can't get real raw inputs. Storms, savage storms, and sleeping through storms. Tell me about the ones who are sleeping through the storms. Very tall, again, very large people, but they're thin. They look thin because their height, and they dress like in, oh hell, it's like a real light silk, but it's not flowing type of clothing. It's cut to fit. Move close to one of them and ask them to tell you about themselves. They're an ancient people. They're dying. It's the past. It's the past. Their time or age. Tell me about this. They're very philosophic about it. They're looking for a way to survive, and they just can't seem to get their way out. They can't seem to find their way out. So they're hanging on while they look and wait for something to return or something coming with the answer. What is it that they're waiting for? There evidently was a group or a party of them that went to find a new place to live. It's like I'm getting all kinds of overwhelming input of the corruption of their environment. It's failing very rapidly, and this group went somewhere like a long way to find another place to live. What was the cause of the atmospheric disturbance or environmental disturbance? I see a picture like, oh hell, it's almost like a warp. It's oh god, this is difficult. Like I'm going to see, let's see, the raw data. Oh, I got a globe. It's like a globe that goes through a comet's tail, or it's through a river or something. It's very cosmic. It's like space pictures. All right. Now, before you leave this individual, ask him if there is a way that if there is any way that ask him if he knows who you are, and if there is a way that you can help him in the present predicament. All I get is that they must just wait. He doesn't know who I am. I think he perceives I'm a hallucination or something. Okay, when the others left, these people were waiting. When the others left, how did they go? I get the impression of... I don't know what the hell it is. It looks like inside of a large boat, very rounded walls, shiny metal. Go along with them on their journey and find out where it is that they go. The impressions of a really crazy place with volcanoes and gas pockets, strange planets or strange plants, very volatile place. It's very much like going from a frying pan into the fire. Difference is there seems to be a lot of vegetation where the other place did not have it, and a different kind of storm. All right, it's time to come back to the sound of my voice, into the present, to right now, the 22nd of May, 1984, the sound of my voice, move back to the room, back to the sound of my voice, back further, now to the sound of my voice on the 22nd of May, 1984, end of interview. To me, that was incredibly, mind-blowing and fascinating, because I'm not sure where I saw it, but it seemed like he was going back millions of years in the regression on Mars, to a civilization that was there. And so I wanted to read that, not just for the audience to hear one of these transcripts, but also to hear what was viewed during one of them, and get your impression of it, and
Sure.
see what
What's
your
at the top of the first page.
It just says Mars exploration approved for release, CIA RDP 96, and then a bunch of numbers basically.
There's no other writing. There's no heading like start time, end time.
Oh,
like that.
It says method of site acquisition, sealed envelope coupled with geographic coordinates. The sealed envelope was given to the subject.
So,
yeah.
Because here's what that is. That particular verbiage to me sounds very much like Pat Price. It's I actually don't know when Pat Price passed away, but that sounds like Pat Price. That's how he spoke. It's also how he talked in a session. And the fact that they're using geographic coordinates as opposed to numbers, 2 sets of 4 numbers, which are randomly assigned based on the concept of the target. And the fact that the target's in an envelope and not a folder, that's telling me that it would have to be some continuing SRI stuff with Pat Price or some other, gifted individual that they were bringing in for research. They kept Pat Price for a very long time. And so that would not be that wouldn't be the Army remote viewing program. And I know that Ingo Swann trained the Air Force and the Navy remote viewing programs and the CIA remote viewing programs and insisted that they all adopt the same protocol so that there was consistency in the intelligence product across the board. So everybody was using this 6-stage process. Now, that was what's called, if we were to take that and to pull it over even into the Army remote viewing program, that would be called an extended remote viewing session. But we never used envelopes with targets in them. And we never used a grid Mercator or lat long or Cartesian coordinates or anything like that. So that would have been a holdover of SRI. SRI, remember, they started in 73 and they didn't stop until 93, right around the time that everybody knew that Morehouse was writing a book. And they stopped, and I think the CIA, because the CIA knew that people were going to look, and if they still had an ongoing contract with SRI, that contract would have been FOIA'd and somebody would have got it and they would have figured it out, and their whole story of we're not doing it anymore would not have flown. So they shut that down. But that to me, my assessment of that is that it was an SRI target. It was run under an SRI protocol, and it sounded very much like a Pat Price target. And Pat was a very, very he was a remarkable viewer, a remarkable psychic. I don't think he ever did or learned, even was taught the coordinate remote viewing protocols or even the extended remote viewing protocols. But that was a monitored session utilizing a researcher, and they kept giving him movement by giving him different lat long coordinates, which they could do on Mars. And what he was describing, just listening to the words, in my mind, sounded like Olympus Mons, which was one of the targets that I did, and it was also one of the targets that were part of the historical off-planet file. And this is just what I think is, I don't know, if it is, and it did come from SRI, then it's just proof that this historical off-planet target effort was ongoing for a very long time. It originated, in SRI probably, and it just kind of got carried over, at least into the Army unit that I was in, because we started off doing things like, looking at the front side of the moon, or just looking at the back side of the moon, or then looking at rovers, and then looking at Twin Peaks, describing atmosphere, describing colors, describing surface, describing all those different kinds of things. That's how they incrementally moved you up until they would give you some of these more pressing targets. So the historical target database went further into the cosmos than Mars, but they took you through the moon up to Mars, and they did that because they had quantifiable feedback. So Olympus Mons, as you know, is the largest volcano known, and it is the largest volcano on the surface of Mars. And the tubes and things that they were describing, I've seen those as a remote viewer, and those are lava tubes. And as lava moves through those tubes, there are tubes in places like Arizona. There are tubes in Iceland. There are tubes very similar to that in someplace within the Midwest. And I know that that those tubes are being very seriously looked at and researched, and that habitats and other things are being planned for use within those tubes, and they're rehearsing that now for the manned mission to Mars. Why? Because the idea that you're going to exist on the surface of Mars, like in the movie The Martian, that's not feasible, as most people understand it. And it's not feasible because of high winds and dust storms with high degrees of debris, ultra UV ratings, high temperatures, other kinds of things. And so the place where you're protected is in those lava tubes. And on Mars at Olympus, up in and around the Olympus Mons complex and all the other volcanoes that are there, those tubes can be hundreds of meters wide, and they run for hundreds of miles. They're not like a quarter-mile thing. They're hundreds of miles. And there are caverns in there that are the size of Manhattan, where you might have 3 tubes come together and meet, form this giant cavern. And as the lava drains out of the cavern, the exterior of the cabin cools, and it creates this giant void that's there. And I know that in historical file, when we were doing them, and we were just doing them based on coordinates, producing the results as either coordinate remote viewers or in some cases extended remote viewers, but never monitored, and then typing up our summaries and handing them in, then you'd get this feedback of you were on a historical off-planet target to Mars. And I did not see bodies laying on slabs, but I did see abandoned structures in those giant caverns that we were describing. And so when we send our manned mission to Mars, they're going to go into those lava tubes, and that's where they're going to set up shop. That's because they're protected there. They're protected from UV. They're protected from assault by flying objects and high winds. They're protected from meteors and anything else that's there. Plus, they also, viewers described ice in those, water in them. And if there is, in fact, water there, as viewers were describing, 25, 30 years ago, they will use that ice. They will go there with a capability of forming their own hydrogen rocket fuel to get back. So they won't have to accept a logistics shipment of a craft that goes all the way there that's expendable, that just has fuel on board. They'll actually synthesize their own rocket fuel to get back from, or to go further, by processing it out of water there. Plus, they'll have water to drink once filtered, and they'll have water to grow food once there.
So did you, in your remote viewing of Mars, did you come across any of these entities that were incredibly tall?
No, but I saw the structures. I mean, I saw the
pyramids and obelisk shapes.
Well, I didn't see pyramids, and when I was hearing that, I was thinking that was looking off into the distance on the horizon and seeing a pyramidal shape that's a cone shape. It's from the volcanoes, and they would be massive. But inside, I saw quite rectangular structures with occasional rounded elements to them, but mostly rectangular structures that look probably very much like, just looking at any modern, any city that you would see in the U.S., but I didn't see windows and things like that in them, and they were abandoned. But that's what I saw. And what I saw was, dovetailed into what viewers before me had seen. This, to me, is what we're looking at or listening to here is an SRI mission.
Very cool. Well, thank you for hearing that and giving your feedback on it, as well as personal experience with that.
Sure.
It fascinates me to no end, and hopefully other people who are up on stage, when they get to their questions, there'll be similar lines or anything that has to do with the phenomena, UFO phenomena, or anything therein. But I don't want to take any more time. I do want to pass it to Robbie, and Ted, feel free, obviously, at any time if there's something that you want to chime in with your experience with this as well. Please feel free to do that. Robbie, you are up for a question, my dear. Please take it away.
Thank you, Nate. And thank you, David, for being here. And of course, Ted, for joining us
It's my
this
pleasure.
evening or morning. Appreciate you always. And of course, I've been very vested in everything you've researched and everything you've been a part of. So really appreciate the time that you put forth in being in this wonderful room. I think my question has to do, and I might be a little off topic here, but I've been interested in any experience that you've had with psychotronics. I know that was studied in 1969 and what originally instigated the remote viewing, forum or project that instigated or initiated Stargate. And just was wondering if you had any experience with psychotronics.
No, it's, they, at once upon a time, as they began to, discuss this, and I know that there were, rumors of individuals that could do things. I mean, if you define psychotronics or psychometry, right, that was the ability, well, I don't know, psychotronic, it's not what I'm thinking it is. But the short answer is no. I didn't come into the unit when the unit was still in a research mode. The research was being done at SRI, SAIC, and, there was stuff being done at other labs, but the labs that were being looked at and utilized, playing off of each other, checking research and methodology and stuff, were the ones I just mentioned. So I know that there were claims that there were individuals coming out of the Soviet Union that dealt with psychotronics, and that they could do what they could do with it. And I don't know that it was ever proven. Typically, the information coming out of places like China, coming out of the Soviet Union, coming out of Germany and some other places were the things that kind of became the tipping point for the CIA to say, if all of these other countries are exploring this stuff, why are we not doing it? And of course, there was really no good answer. And that's when, Gottlieb got the mission from the director of the CIA to, put a research team together and go after this. And Gottlieb then, I'm sure they put out a request for proposals or a request for information. And apparently they liked what SRI had, to say about how they were going to do it. And so they sole sourced the contract to them. For anybody who knows anything about federal contracting, it's nearly impossible to get a sole source contract these days, but they sole sourced it to them. And they knew they were going to, as I said earlier, get some flack, so they needed to put in some other labs and they needed to put in some auditing. But any of the research about psychotronics or about apportation, astral projection, automatic writing, divination, dowsing, energy medicine, evocation, levitation, materialization, all those things, right? Those were all looked at, and they were looked at for what can we get from this? What works? Can we find somebody that can do it? And if we can we test them? And if they pan out in the testing, can we look at it to see whether it's something that's trainable, or does it have an intel application? And, the response in all of those, when it was being researched by the scientist, was no, that's not what we want. So it was all passed on, which is why by the time I got there, and even by the time it was implemented in 79, it was, as I said, had a very regimented process for doing the work. And it had to be consistent, and it had to be accurate. But really what was important was consistency in the intelligence product, and not just having somebody adopt some other protocol. I'll give you an example. Angela and Robin, after they were deemed operational in coordinate remote viewing, Fern, and I don't know if he had a permission to do it, but it was one of the things that caused a huge rift in the organization, and that was that Angela declared, made the announcement that she did not want to do coordinate remote viewing again, and she did not want to learn extended remote viewing, to which Robin followed suit and said she didn't want, because Angela became kind of Robin's mentor and teacher. Angela made the statement that she was a channeler and an automatic writer. Actually, what she was a transmedium and automatic writer. She was not a channeler. She was confused by that because I was told by a channeler what the definition of a channel is, and it's not the same as a transmedium. She had a guide that she spoke to all the time. The guide did not enter her. She talked to the guide. So she was basically straddling both worlds, talking to her guide, whose name was George, as she said, in the spirit world, and then carrying that information back and objectifying it on the paper in kind of this bizarre scattered format, either doing automatic writing or actually writing down precisely what George said. But the big rift caused because there was inconsistency in data, and there was inconsistency in methodology, and the real die-hard remote viewers were just up in arms about it, and they were so pissed off about it. And I was kind of caught in between, because I wasn't there to stay there forever. I was just there to do what I was doing, and I frankly didn't understand what all the anger and energy was about, because I kept saying, why are you guys so pissed off? Because, look what we come here to do every day. Come on. If somebody's going to do something different. Now, I didn't understand the implication of what was actually going on when I offered those kinds of, words of peace, I guess. Now I get it, and I understand why they were so pissed off. Because the intel value of those two people diminished significantly in doing what they were doing, which is hence why, SRI did not, and Inga Swan did not carry it over in 79 as an intel collection tool. So it was left, no, it's not, it doesn't work for this process. Now, it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that I'm saying that those things are fake, or that they don't work, or that people can't really do that, or I'm saying that there could be all kinds of different, forms of psychic phenomenon. I've gone through them twice tonight for you guys, but those are not remote viewing, and so they were not used as an intelligence collection methodology, and the only ones that was transmediumship and energy and automatic writing. And people practically started burning, practically wanted to burn the two girls at the stake. Quite literally, they called them witches, and it was craziness. I'm telling you, just craziness. And that was Fern's fault for allowing that to happen, because why he did that, I have no idea. But he should have just said, you learn coordinate remote viewing or extended remote viewing here. If you want to dabble in this other stuff, nobody's going to tell you you can't do it while you're sitting in here in between sessions. But if you go across the street to go into an altered state of consciousness, and to do your spy work, you do the work based on the protocol you were taught, so that we have a consistency in not only the protocol, but a consistency in the levels of data. And because that data has to be extracted and fit into a report that has to go up the channel to the customer through the hands of an analyst. So what is the customer supposed to think when it goes through the hands of an analyst, and a week's worth of work by a transmedium says there's blue at the site? But what? And that happened. There's blue at the site, really. That's a week's worth of work. Of course, thank God you don't trust the results of one viewer operating independently of others. So you had 8 other viewers or 7 other viewers, and you had their product that was there, and that was what was being used to build the predominance of the report and fill it in for the analyst and the customer. But when that kind of stuff went forward, and Fern did send it forward, it just really, I mean, people saw it as just a horrible insult and damaging to the organization. I did not share that attitude at that time, to be frank with you, but I'm not sure at this point that I would, knowing what I now know, that I would be able to overlook that. But I know that was kind of a circular way of answering that question, but yeah, I think you got it.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Robbie. And as always, because I know we have a number of people who are here on stage, I want to make sure that we do have time tonight to get to everybody. So feel free, Dave. You don't need to give. I know you are a man of thorough detail, and I respect that and appreciate it greatly. But don't feel overly compelled to go as deep for every question unless it is absolutely necessary to fully answering the question, just so that we can make sure we get to everybody on stage, because we are actually just now hitting the hour 3 mark. So with that, really quick, this is Nate Night Talks, Dr. Morehouse, CIA, remote viewing, consciousness, and UFOs. Please do check out his club, Remote Viewing Forum, and his show that he does every Friday night, as well as go to his website, which is rv-forum.club, rv-forum.club, and sign up for any of his courses. Check out his books. His pedigree and background is incredibly impressive. I don't want to keep reiterating it. For those of you, this is recorded and will be on YouTube with video and whatnot. And hopefully in the coming couple weeks, I'll have an official podcast done with Dave whenever schedules permit, and we'll do a deep dive into some other subjects as well. But for now, if you missed the beginning of it, you'll be able to hear it and check that out. But on that, we'll keep it going. Scotty, you are up. Scotty, are you there? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm here. How's it going?
Scotty.
Hey, Ted. Hey, Dave. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, Scotty.
Let's see. So, I'm not going to ask I'll keep it a simple question, I guess, since I'm in your club pretty much every Friday asking questions. So,
Nate will appreciate that.
yeah. So getting back to remote viewing, off-world places, when they're giving targets, when you find yourself in a place that is not Earth-like, where you don't know what your target is, you have no idea, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in something that is likely, well, extremely unfamiliar. So as you're describing these things, were those things harder to describe because they may have been unfamiliar with you? Like if you're, if you're
I
find yourself in a,
Yep.
yeah, go ahead.
Everything done in remote viewing is, relies upon, the phrase is experience Rolodex. A lot of people don't know what that is, but it means that everything you experience in your life from birth to death is logged into your biological brain. It's, it forms patterns in your glial and neurons. So your neural cells and glial cells, work together in cognition. And so as you are detecting and decoding, an 8-dimensional expression of waveform, or a waveform in an 8-dimensional realm, that your brain can only decode it based on a reference that it has for it. So it's like if you were to take somebody that didn't know how to, that had lost their olfactory capability. I knew a guy fell off a bike, hit his back of his head, and severed his olfactory nerve. He couldn't smell anything. Now, if that happened to you at birth and you had no capacity to do that, if somebody was asking you to smell something, you wouldn't have any reference for it. So you couldn't, your brain could not come up with a reference for it. The same thing would be true if you were unsighted, or if you were you had no taste capability, right? You couldn't describe tastes. You may have warped smell sense and things if you had no taste. So the same thing goes if you're looking at something that's off planet and you're trained as a remote viewer to always look non-analytically, meaning when things start to show up that sound odd, or your perceptions, because I'm a visual viewer, I'm a visual auditory viewer. I was blessed with that capability because a lot of people are not necessarily that. It makes it easier for me to begin to start with textures that spring up into dimensionals, that spring up into other things. And even though I might be looking at something that doesn't fit into my experience Rolodex, I don't have a reference for it, my brain is usually pretty good at coming up with some parallel evidence or some parallel descriptor. And I have trained myself over the years to be really non-analytical. I did that in the unit, which meant I just let go of the outcome. I don't care if I'm right or not. I don't care. I just do what I do. And if I have a good session and get good feedback, awesome. If I don't, okay, bad session. I'll figure out what I didn't do, correctly. I'll look at it and I'll analyze it and I'll learn from it and I'll get stronger next time. People who are looking at something that don't have that in mind, which you're trained to do that, but people have a tough time giving that up. This desire to be right, this desire to win, and this desire to be analytical and judgmental and self-critical and all these other things that go along with it. And if you can't get out of your own way on it, it becomes a little bit of a nightmare. And that'll happen for people because they'll see something and they'll think it's something in their mind. Their brain is assembling it, and all of a sudden, their brain throws something at them that it basically is just doing the best job it can and says, well, I think it's this. Because that's what it'll do at the speed of thought. It'll go this. And then you're trying to look at it based on what you're seeing and now what you've heard, or what you were shown next, and you start to quibble with yourself. Well, where did that come from? Why did I see that? So there are processes in the in the structure of viewing, that coordinate remote viewing, and where you can just take a break. You can take a break. You can disengage. There's you have to define why you're doing that. It could be in AOL, you could be in ratcheting, you could be in drive, you could be a bunch of different things. AOL signal. There's lots of things that you learn. So yeah, can you see things and not understand what they are? It's certainly possible, because there's a lot of things out there that don't fit into how we define our four-dimensional world. That's very clear. But does it trick your brain to kind of quibble? To fibrillate and not come up with anything? No, it doesn't. Your brain is really quite this miracle organ that just turns around and goes, yeah, I'm not sure what that is, but it fits this kind of, and maybe this too. And then you get thrown all those things, and your job as a viewer is just to write them down. Let the analyst decide if that fits, right? If that fits the historical target or it fits something else. That make sense? As a viewer, you don't analyze. You can't.
Yes, absolutely, David. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Scotty. Thank you, Dave. Silver, you were up, my man.
Hey, thanks, Nate. Dave, Ted, always a pleasure to be in the room with you, and hello, everyone else.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was really curious because you brought up the brainwave trainers in the past as well, and you said that the sound, the visual component, and then the history log, those three things are really important Are there any specific trainers that you've used or have had students that
Brother,
really?
if I could find one that met those requirements, I would recommend it. Here's the deal. I just don't have time to track one down, and you have to read the fine print very carefully because there was one that, just came out that we almost started to recommend it, and then I looked down because it talks about all this stuff it does. And then I looked down and it said, we've got this new improved, we don't actually track brainwave states. Our algorithm combines them into, awake, alert, and calm. What? No, you don't want that. You want to know if you are in, gamma, or if you're in beta, or if you're in alpha, or you're theta, or you're, etc. That's what you want. So you have to read them very carefully and look them over. I know that there are devices that are out. I just don't know which one they are. And here's the other thing you need to do. Pick up the phone. If you find one that you like, pick up the phone and call them and say, hey, my teacher says that I need to have these 3 capabilities. Does your device do that? Track brain waves specific, not, modifying them into, awake, alert, and calm, for Pete's sake. No, I want to know specific brainwave states. I want to know that. I want you to give me verbal or audio feedback, visual feedback, and a printout that is on a timeline that tells me where I was in each brainwave state for how long and where on that timeline from where I start to finish. If you find one that says, yeah, hey man, get back to me and Ted and let us know what it is. I just honestly, I don't.
They're in the thousands, Dave, last I checked. And I think, they have some liability to be concerned about. I guess that's why the high price. But regardless, we have to do the research.
You're looking at EEGs or portable EEGs is probably what you're looking at. But
yeah,
I know that you may have to get a device that does that tracks it over time, but then you have to buy the hardware from somebody else, meaning like the probes and the probes and the galvanic skin response and the pulse oximetry and stuff like that. I will be willing to bet you can find one in the hundreds, and you're probably just going to have to mix and match hardware to software, and you're probably going to have to call. What's most important is to call and make sure that this guy's hardware fits with that guy's software and vice versa. And I've just not had time to do that. But I've been advocating brainwave trainers forever. And there have been, some that have kind of like come and gone, which tells me that they probably weren't made well. The software was, insufficient, and people kind of got them and gave up on them. But I can also tell you that there are some things like, there's a game out there that relies on galvanic skin response, pulse oximetry, and something else. I think maybe blood pressure that will tell you when you're in those brainwave states by just the graphics that are on the screen, and it's a game that does that. And can't remember who does the game, but they did one with Deepak, and then they did kind of a fantasy version. Anyway, I hope that helps you. Just search for brainwave trainers and or EEG machines, and look around and see if you can find one that is in your price range. If you have if you have $2,500 to spend on one, it's probably one of the most valuable tools you'll ever invest in.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dave. Really appreciate it.
You bet.
Thank you, Dave. And just to clarify, you said 3 things, but I think you gave 2. You said ask if it can track brainwave specific. 2 was audio.
Actually, that was an add-on. There's 4 things. You want to make sure it tracks brainwave specific. So you don't want one, that was kind of an implied requirement in saying that you need to get audio feedback, and meaning tonal frequencies when it changes from gamma to beta, beta to alpha, right? You need to get a tonal feedback. And usually the tone starts higher and works lower. It gives you that tone, and you now know when it goes from you now know you're going down. And then you want to get visual feedback, which usually, if it's a screen that's going to be on a smartphone or up on your PC or laptop, you want it to give you a visual cue that you've gone from, an upper or higher brainwave length down to a lower. Each time it changes, crosses the threshold, you should get a new color that shows you're going deeper and deeper and deeper. That's what you want. And it needs to track brainwaves over time, but it needs to track specific brainwaves, not lump them together into new definitions algorithmically, which then completely destroy what you're after. I mean, you want it. We, in doing what we're talking about doing, want to know precisely what brainwave we're in, not whether we're calm or alert. We don't care about that. We want to know specifically that we're in an alpha brainwave state and for how long we're there, so that we can internalize how we feel when we're there, and we can recognize that, and we can train ourselves to get there very quickly. And what'll happen in a very short period of time, and I'm talking just like weeks, you will get to the place where you won't even need the trainer anymore, and you can just turn around and listen to music or go through a guided meditation, and you will know that you are in an alpha brainwave state or a theta. You'll know because you've trained yourself to go there, and that's the point at which you're kind of walking in both worlds all the time, and that's what we're after, right?
Awesome. Thank you, Silver. Thank you, Dave. Joe Cat, you're up.
Yeah, really my only question pertains to the benevolent side of using remote viewing and the implications of it being used against humanity. Just overall thoughts on that.
Well, the only way that it's not going to be used against humanity is if all of us recognize the ability inherent to ourselves, and we go ahead and perfect it for ourselves. I mean, there are so many other things that are far more invasive and destructive in our environment right now, that the idea that somebody might be using remote viewing to see imperfectly, like looking through broken green glass into your life, would be insignificant to me when you understand what Google has designed your Android to be capable of doing, right? Or what Facebook is doing to you all the time, or what, if those things are not savage and disappointing and disconcerting enough, the fact that, every time you plug your Android into your PC or to your laptop, that it downloads, all of the geospatial data about where you've been since the last time you plugged it in. And it's tracking that in you all the time, or Chrome, and why Chrome was developed and what Chrome does. Those things are savagely more invasive and destructive, in my opinion, than, the idea that somebody might use remote viewing in some distasteful way, because your camera could be on your phone right now, and you wouldn't even know it, and they're watching you, or on your laptop. And then even if that, we can ratchet it up another notch and say, well, what's the government doing with all of its surveillance capabilities, which we know is either working hand in glove with Google and Facebook, which we know that they're doing that, but it's also much more severe and much more invasive. So we exist in an environment right now that's really pretty much in your face. So I have very little concern over somebody, remote viewing me. And I want to make this one point. Nobody can influence you as a remote viewer. Nobody can disrupt you unless you're basically susceptible to it. You're allowing it to happen. Like, there is a thing called remote influencing, where you can get a team of remote viewers together, and there's a special prep for a target like that, but essentially it's like a briefing of here's your target, here's what your target looks like, here's what your target's going to be doing, and here's what we're going to try to disrupt in the target's thought process. It's not like viewers can remote influence and stop his heart or stop her heart. That's not possible. But can they cause a moment of hesitation? Could they cause this individual to, sense or feel some ill will about them? Yeah. Could they maybe cause some fear or some level of panic? Yeah. Or some sense of doubt in their mind, or, and that's all they're really after. If you're going to stand up and make some big presentation to, your country in some fashion on TV or standing at a podium, if they can disrupt you, if that becomes their objective, they can do that, but it's on a very, very small scale. And again, it ends up having to be somebody that's susceptible to it, and some people are just really not susceptible to it. But nothing out there can overpower you, particularly remote viewers. You're talking about human brainwaves operating at microvolts. And so even over time, they're not, you have to remember, they're not projecting consciousness into you or, over you or around you. What they're doing is detecting and decoding a waveform expression of your thoughts, of you, of, whatever that might be, your environment, a waveform expression of it. And they're not going anywhere to do it. They're doing it from an omnipresent perspective, an omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent perspective. So that's why when I say 8-dimensional, if you ever go research 8-dimensional and look at one of the GIFs that have been mathematically developed that illustrate what 8-dimensional hyperspace is, you'll catch what I'm talking about. You'll see that no matter where you stand in 8-dimensional hyperspace, you're everywhere. So you're omnipresent. And if you're detecting and decoding waveform in order to be omnipotent and omniscient, all seeing and knowing, right? In order to do that, in 8-dimensional hyperspace, that's possible. In the 4-dimensional world in which we live, to be able to accomplish that theoretically from a quantum physics perspective, it's difficult for people to grasp that. But we're talking about being everywhere, not only in this 4-dimensional world, but everywhere in the universe, and universes beyond that, and universes beyond that. And to help you grasp that, I just want you to understand that, we now know that the universe has an edge. It's finite. It's not infinite. I've known that suspected it, I think, for about 20 years now, and kind of really known it for 15 years, that it's finite. It has an edge to it. There are actually mathematical models demonstrating the shape of it. And one of the points that they make with it is to say that, well, how do we determine this? Well, it's simple. We look at two bodies and we track the speed with which they are separating and moving in the directions they're moving, and we can reverse engineer them. And then we reverse engineer some others, and some others, and some others, and some others. And pretty soon we start reverse engineering it, and we can map it all the way back to what is called the Big Bang, which was really not a bang. It just kind of happened, kind of came from one dimension, and something opened and it spurted into this dimension, and it became our universe. Which is, to me, cool, because I think, all right, but I've had people like my children, when I told them that years ago, went, oh, but you mean it's not infinite? Well, okay, it's not infinite, but what's it in? I mean, if our universe has an edge to it, what's it in? It has to be in another universe, right? And what's that one in? And what's that one in? So there's a lot of fascinating ways to look at that, but yeah, I would not worry about anything else. I just don't, because they're not going to hurt you. They can't. There's nothing they can do. It'd be like hitting you with a feather.
Well said, Dave, especially about the reality of the atrocities, I believe, that are being done by tech giants as well as our own government as far as the invasions of our privacy and our,
It's horrible.
It's absolutely egregious, and it is, like you said, it's in our face. They're not even hiding anymore.
No.
People every day talk about like, oh man, I was literally, you don't even need to talk about things anymore. This is the craziest thing. In order for an ad to pop up, you don't have to actually even talk about things. My girlfriend yesterday was reading ingredients from a bag of chips that we thought tasted like crap. And I got advertised for that. No name was given, nothing other than the ingredients. And there was enough data within that collected and processed immediately for an ad to pop up for that very same shitty chip to appear in my feed.
It's just unconscionable that we've allowed this to happen, and and say, well, okay, but but I don't want to get rid of my phone, and I'm right up there with you. But it's a spy tool, and it's forget about Prism and all the other stuff. I mean, we've been turned into commodities. Well, I didn't want to be a commodity. I don't want to have my stuff sold. I don't want people to know where I'm going and what I'm doing. I mean, it's not that I care. It's the fact that you didn't ask me if you could do that. There should be a way to opt out of that, but there isn't. And they just use it. Then they make billions doing it.
Yeah,
That's how a search engine became, a commercial spy tool, by just figuring out how to do that.
It's crazy.
And their definition was, they sat around with all their coders and went, well, how do we make sure we don't cross the line? And I think the statement that I read was, well, let's just not be evil. Well, what the hell does that mean? You think the fact that you are creating enhancing your stuff, going from just Google to Chrome, and that you wrote the Android program so that it tracked everybody everywhere they went for, what restaurant, what store, what, where they drove.
Never enough.
Gas.
Never
They
enough.
took that off their website, that "Don't Be Evil" slogan that was removed years ago.
Yeah, I wonder why. That's great.
They realized they couldn't uphold that anymore, and that they were actually very evil. They're like, well, shit, I guess it's out in the open now.
Exactly.
No point in hiding it. Now we just look like we're lying.
Exactly. No point in just trying to stick to the code. We're past that.
It's crazy. Thank you, Joe Cat. Great question. Data, my man, you are up. Or Data. It is Data's birthday, so happy birthday, Data.
Yes.
Happy birthday, Data.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday.
Leo gang.
Thank you. I'm enjoying the conversation. I appreciate you being, the moderators being here, and I'll yield my time and just continue listening. Thank you. I'm Data.
Cool for you. It's nice.
Thank you, Data. Brady, then you are up.
Well, I got to tell you, Nate, the cold read you did from the remote viewer transcript that you managed to come in contact with was unbelievable. Just kind of pulling us all the way back to that. So anybody else that's listening that's been in this room for maybe a couple hours, right? I think we're past 3 hours at this point. Well, remember, it's like it was this stirring feeling. It was as though you were really getting a read of this transcript as to what the heck is going on. But what was interesting to me, what kind of struck me, and it kind of stemmed off of so many talking points that kind of popped into my head from David, is it sounded just like the cadence in my brain that I would constantly experience when I would interpret for the deaf and hard of hearing. So what was interesting, David, I'm actually a BYU alumni myself.
Cool.
Hey, go Cougars,
Go Cougars.
They need all the help they can get. But the reality is, it's a very, for anyone in the audience that knows anything about BYU, it is, predominantly Latter-day Saint university, in fact, exclusively, but they do let people that, as you attested, David, are not members of the faith, right? But
Right.
in my 2-year mission service, I learned how to communicate with the deaf. And I would often find myself in this position where there's 3,000 people in a church meeting in front of me, and there's a deaf speaker, or there's a hearing speaker, and there's a bunch of deaf people that need to know what the heck is going on. And so
You're
it was
signing
very
for them. Is that what you're doing?
Correct. So I was an
Okay.
American Sign Language interpreter. And so
Yeah.
what I learned, and it's an interesting parallel, David, and I think you'll appreciate it because the language that you described that a remote viewer might experience, that they don't know how to articulate what it is they're seeing, but they have their brain fires up the next approximate equivalent, right? And then they
Right.
leap into it and they express it and they move forward. You're not generating the thing. You become the tuning mechanism. So when you hear, for me as a hearing person, I would hear whatever the speaker was saying and immediately go, I have a laundry list of different expressions and concepts and ideas that over time and conditioning, I've learned how to express. So all of these deaf people sitting in front of me who have no idea what the heck is going on know exactly what's going on to an extent, right? So there's a little bit of a language barrier and there's a codality to it. And so there's a coding principle that for people who know multiple languages can grasp. What's weird is
Yeah.
I think in the United States we're predominantly, English unless you're an immigrant, but I think there's such a diminished emphasis in, the process the brain undergoes when it's learning another language, another system of code, another means of communicating with a culture. And so you deal with this incredible, dynamic. And that was what I felt when Nate was doing his best expression of what a remote viewing session might sound like. And I thought that was fascinating. It was the cadence. It was as though they weren't sitting there pulling this out of their ass. It was as though there was an actual. What was interesting is you had, going further down the length of time here, you had more relevant information, experiential data to say, oh, you know what, the way that was phrased, that was actually probably under a different compartmentalization, code or hierarchy. And so in
Yeah, that
reality,
was very
we've
clear
lost
to
that
me.
track
Right.
by. Right now, that's fascinating. So, not to overshare, Nate, I appreciate you, opening up to me here and letting me speak a little bit. So, I'm the filmmaker I was the filmmaker for the Mr. Beast YouTube channel, and so my entire career, I've been able to work in kind of the highest level of media and entertainment. And so, I worked with, YouTube channels with, hundreds of millions of views a month. And so, it was interesting to explore this vast range of information that I learned from my father, who was in the military police, and who said, a lot of times you have to probe and question a narrative laid out in front of you. And so I think, David, to kind of bring it around, there seems to be this deliberate effort, and all of us have been experiencing it in some capacity, like you mentioned, like, Amazon and Google, conditioning the public, conditioning a narrative. I mean, for crying out loud, the CIA, the NSA, everybody else, the alphabet soup, they all have their cloud servicing done through Amazon Web Services.
Yeah.
Anyone can go online and see that. That's a reality. Everyone should know that. That's a freaking reality. And what's curious is if you have a proximity to the military machine, to anything that's not just, bullshit pop culture media and what your phone serves up to you, if you have a proximity to the actual brick and mortar establishments, the scaffolding, the real meat and potatoes of what this country actually is, not just kind of what you're placated with day to day through Google, through Facebook, through Instagram, through, Twitter, good God, Twitter. If you're able to actually have a proximity to those things, the world looks completely different. And so for you to have the extensive military career that you've had, it was absolutely intriguing to me. So all that to say, David, here's my question. Sorry about the context there, Nate. David,
Okay.
but David,
I had faith you were going to
as
get
a
there.
Latter-day no, I love you, brother. So, David, my experience as a Mormon, Latter-day Saints, Mormons, it's the same thing. Mormon missionary, we would go out and allow people to hear the idea that there might be something uplifting. Now, I know this takes a theological turn here, but bear with me. Trust me here. The principle was to try and allow people to look inward, to change things that they themselves may not be doing well in their own lives, give them a set of rubrics, whatever. You yourself went to BYU. And so it's interesting to me because your experience in the military, when you were shot in the head, is nearly identical to the personal account of someone named Joseph Smith, who, of course, and maybe several other people, in the audience are hearing things that they may know. But Joseph Smith's account is nearly identical to your personal account where you were shot in the head and were able to actually have communal experience with beings that seem to transcend the dimension that we in our corporeal third dimension understanding, it seems to transcend that. And so what's interesting to me is, as someone who's grown up in this extreme religious dogma, for me, I hear you say that and I go, oh my gosh, that sounds exactly like what Joseph Smith experienced. And so two things pop into my head, David, and maybe you can enlighten me. One is, of course, hey, well, maybe that was where you learned it, and so you pattern after it. But I immediately let go of that after listening to you go on and on about the remote viewing sessions, the detail, the things that you understand about complex military industrial complex and compartmentalization, and even standard military compartmentalization. You had a breadth where this was just kind of a base point, and then everything else came out of it. So, good grief. I suppose, do you find that transcendent experience that you had was something that maybe, a person like Moses seeing the burning bush, or somebody else that might claim to be a prophet, when in reality they had a comparable, similar transcendent experience where they truly did receive instructions from something that transcends maybe our third dimension corporeal form, and maybe they've found a way of modeling it into society? Or do you follow where I'm going, David? Surely you do.
Yeah, I do. I'm going to burst your bubble with my answer, though, because I, of course, fell in love at BYU. And so the girl that I fell in love with was a very active member of the church. I went there on a ROTC scholarship and a wrestling scholarship and then a partial student leadership scholarship. But I fell in love with her. And so it had to be a temple wedding, as you know. And so I became a convert to the church. But here's the deal: is I was actually eventually elevated to a high priest. I became the first counselor in a bishopric when I was a ranger in Savannah, Georgia. Wow. I later became a second counselor to stake president as a high priest. And I've shared this story many times, and I just want you to, I don't want it to damage you in some way about what you're thinking about things. For me, I began to take on this sense of hypocrisy because I did not believe in my mind that I had heard the word of God, or that I did not see prayer work. I did not hear the word of Christ. I did not, have any of those things. I knew that when I, blessed someone with consecrated oil and said a healing prayer over them, that many that I did that for suffered and died. So whatever I was doing, and if it was just me, I might have said, well, it's you and it's your disbelief, it's your lack of faith that's causing that to happen. But the truth is, there was in the stake, there was a stake president and a first counselor in me doing this, and maybe I felt unworthy of that position, and questioned severely what I was doing. And as I said, I felt, as I stood up at the podium and spoke, that I felt very hypocritical and judging. I judged myself, and and also that happens to a lot of soldiers that see things in conflict that say to them, it's funny, some soldiers or sailors or airmen or Marines, any Coast Guardsmen, whomever sees these kinds of things and sees just the randomness of it and sees the ugliness of it and sees, a young boy that, might pray and, pray in the morning and pray at night and, giving blessings, and then, 10 seconds later, a 7.62 goes through his head, or he gets vaporized by a mine or an IED or something else. It causes people to do one of two things. Some fly closer to religion, and others just go, yeah, it's got nothing to do with anything. So I ended up being a guy that just said, I am missing something in my life. There's something that I need that, I can't just continue walking in this life believing. I was, as I said, I didn't give you guys the whole story, but back in the 70s, there was a poll done by CNN and they asked those two questions. They said, They asked 3,000 respondents, how many of you believe that there's something beyond the physical? They did not say how many of you believe in God or anything else. And out of the 3,000, 2% said we don't believe in anything. Well, those are the atheistic skeptics that stand out there now that, are the in reason we trust. Okay, that's your belief structure. The truth is, as you can call upon, Temple award-winning physicist that got it two years ago, was quoted in Scientific American of saying, the skeptics, the atheistic skeptics, he didn't use atheistic, but the skeptics have no control over and no dominance over or correct use of scientific methodology. They are people stepping up and expressing something that as absolutism, their own opinion as absolutism. So they want you to fall in line and believe what they believe, and the truth is they can't prove that there is or there isn't, any more than any other human being can prove that there is or there isn't something beyond the physical. That was where I saw that. Now, the next piece was, I said to you that they asked the people, okay, how many of you believe in something beyond the physical? 2% said no. 98%, the other 98% said, yeah, we believe in something beyond the physical. The next question asked, how many of you believe that you can interact with it and learn from it? And, in other words, pray, benefit, or any other version, right, that any other belief structure might assign to that. And what the answer just stunned me, because out of the 98% who believed that there's something beyond the physical, only 24% of them said that they believe that this thing beyond the physical that they might actually benefit from, interact with, learn to, speak to, etc. All the rest said, it's like, the Dutch word for something, let's. So, which now let's has become, according to the Pew Research Center, a new term for agnostic. Let'sism is what it is called, meaning somethingism, because that's what they believe. I believe in something, but I don't know if it's that. So I that's how I stood. And then when I got into the remote viewing unit, that's why I was so hungry for evidence of something beyond the physical. Now,
Certainly, that's the realm all of us are curious about.
Right. But I was able to transition from that, what I considered to be a weakened point of belief and acceptance, and standing up and saying, I prayed and received revelation, when in the back of my head, it was like, no, you didn't. I mean, you prayed, but you didn't receive revelation, but you knew you had to stand up here and say something. So I did. So I felt, again, like a hypocrite. And what I have come to the conclusion, after in the remote viewing, of what that encounter with that being was when I got zinged in the head by a machine gun bullet, in my helmet anyway, is I believe that was me. And I believe that was this piece of me, which is my unconscious mind, that is connected into, if you want, the realm of God, into this 8-dimensional hyperspace. It allows me to understand how, just if we're going to define God's omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence, which befuddles most people, and any explanation.
But in a religious context, we have some context.
We have a context for it, but it's a context based on faith, that you're asked to accept on faith. God is everywhere. Well, that as a child, as a small child, the question that popped in your mind is, how can God be everywhere? Well, how can God be in my heart? How can God be in, my head? How can God be in mom's heart and head? How can God be in my sister's heart and head? How can God do that? Well, we translate it theologically as literally in many cases. And I, as a remote viewer, learned that if that is there, then it is not a literal translation. It is waveform. It is God is omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, and eternal, just as you and I are. And if we are made in God's image, sorry folks, didn't mean to get into theology here, but then we are truly omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, and we were born into this life with that ability. That you're born into this life with that ability. Sorry, I'm sneezing. Why don't we grow up recognizing that? Why don't we grow up communing with the Creator by whatever name we give it? Why don't we? Well, because through the free agency of humanity, we have decided that it's better to control that level and to make sure that, that's not fed to each of us, that it's an ability that we have. So we find reasons. We find scientific reasons. We find theological justifications for, it just always floored me. I have to say, it's like all these things that we were told and all these things we would stand up and profess. And then if you were to stand up and say that, I get it. I understand that the Creator is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. I understand the internal nature. I understand it scientifically. And guess what? I have that same ability. Most people would immediately look down their nose at you and go, oh, no, you don't. Because you have not, risen to that point yet. You have not, you're not allowed to be that. You're saying you are on equal footing. And I'm saying, that's how I interpret it. Yeah, because if I'm supposedly made in the image of the Creator, then why would the Creator have hamstrung me? I don't believe that. I don't think that that's what would have been asked of me. I don't think that I'm here to run that test of, can I believe in something based on faith? That's, and then you grow up seeing other things like, going into the Seventh-day Adventist Bible Museum and seeing that it wasn't just their Bibles. There were 2,500 versions of the Holy Bible. That's 2,500 interpretations of what's supposed to be the Word of God. How could we even possibly think that that could be the Word of God anymore? And of those 2,500 interpretations, each one of them is translated into hundreds of other languages, which, as you know, as a linguist, which you are, every word then gets translated in a different way for a different population to try to understand it. And that, to me, just weakens the position of the Creator and the Creator's relationship with humanity. And so I saw something else happen in the church that I won't share with you because I can tell you're devout and I don't want to.
And I definitely do want to give this to the next person too, because we spent a lot of time with Brady.
It's just,
I appreciate that, Nate.
I never was excommunicated, and I have always said that, I've never, lost a testimony, but it's not something I normally talk about, and it's not, the conversation we're having right now is not a conversation I normally have with people because I don't feel my interpretation of God is important to people. It was only important to me, and it changed for me over time.
I love that. And it's an immensely complex question. So thank you, David, for framing that in, maybe a curious framework for others, with their individual pieces that they've gathered throughout life. Maybe they themselves can size up and measure, different points that you and I have touched on, things that they may not have context for, but have their own internalized working context for. So, David, I appreciate you. I'll make sure I hit you in the back channel.
You bet, man.
Thank you, Brady. Thank you, David. Tessa, you are up. Thank you for your patience.
Yay.
Tesla? Is it Tesla?
No,
Tessa.
Oh, Tessa, not Tesla. Okay.
I'm a New Zealander in case you're trying to figure out my accent. Yes, and I'm actually a Kiwi in Bali, so that's all right. My question is pretty short. You said, David, that remote viewing is transformational and it makes us realize that we're a lot more than physical and we're able to interact with it. But my question is, what would you say is the biggest benefit or use of remote viewing, on a personal level, day to day? What's the benefit and what's the use personally?
It's a good question. Here's the answer. It's not about how you're applying it or where you're using it. Is once you become awakened and aware, once you step from belief to knowledge, and you incorporate that into your life. The more you practice, the more you do the work in the physical and the non-physical. Eventually, much faster than some people would anticipate it, you find yourself walking in both worlds. And when you're walking in both worlds, it's just a matter of routine in your life. You become more empathic, you become more understanding, you become more humble, you become more loving, you become more intuitive, you become hyper intuitive. You start to be able to read people. You begin to like spin your OODA loop, your observe, orient, deciding, and acting, which is a part of every human interaction that we have. You spin it faster because you're just kind of seeing. This sounds like a silly thing, but you're seeing beyond the surfaces in the world around you. You're perceiving things completely differently. If you were to, follow the kind of the concepts that Ingo Swann produced, he said, our unconscious mind is linked to our conscious mind by 9 conduits of perception. And he included these conduits in many of his cosmic paintings. And he shared that with me one time. Now, are there 9 conduits of perception? Who knows? He just came up with that as an interpretation to kind of create this thought experiment to say there are conduits or channels through, there are channels from which this 8-dimensional hyperspace waveform expression of all things comes to our conscious mind. And there's a graphic that we use in teaching that shows that we are kind of lost in the consciousness of consciousness by our training and our how we're raised, etc. And so that means that we are focused in the conscious world, and the bigger part of us stays in the conscious world, in the 4-dimensional physical world. But we have these minor perturbations that go up through these conduits and have these minor spikes up into the unconscious. So we may have a small, we have this precognitive vision that happens in a matter of, milliseconds, or you may have, this women's intuition or mother's intuition. You get a peek at something and think, a child's in danger, and they are, or you think a thing and then there it is, just on the other side of the moment. Or you could be, another example is you're humming a song for no good reason whatsoever, and then you reach down, turn the radio in the car, and there's that song, just like that, or you think about somebody for 1 second, and then the phone rings 2 minutes later and it's them. Those kinds of things we all experience. They're not remote viewing, but they are evidence of our access to this unconscious mind where the waveform expression of all these things are. And even though you just think a thing like that for a split, what seems like a millisecond, there is some sort of a tap. There's some sort of a connection with another person on another level, distant in space-time, that now suddenly has that thought of you, and so they call. It's that kind of a thing. But as you progress through your training and through your experience, and you're moving boldly, right? You're not moving tentatively with this thought in the back of your mind that says, I don't know if this is real. And I don't really know if I'm, able to do what I say I'm able to do, which is what I was explaining to the young gentleman just a moment ago. You now walk much more confidently and poised and understanding that you are an eternal being. And you understand the science behind how you are those things because we teach it to you. But that means that over time you begin to walk in both worlds. And that makes you superhuman, if you will, by all imaginations. You just are hyper intuitive beyond your imagination, again, or anyone else's imagination. And how that actually pans out and works to your benefit in this life, I guess the better question is, how could it not? So I don't know how that will manifest in your life, but it will. And you'll notice it. Okay?
Wow, I tell you, I'm getting goosebumps listening to your reply. I was sort of umming and ahhing. Do I really want to learn about remote viewing? But And I was struggling with that question, but your answer, wow, I can't wait to start. I'm going to start reading your books. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Tessa. Thank you, Dave. And I'm glad that I knew it literally goes to prove what you just said. I knew right before you answered her what your answer was actually going to be, which is kind of funny. But it all does come down to that, and that's something we talk about in this room all the time. Yeah. That ultimately everything is consciousness.
It's a great room,
and it's so interesting to hear that that is the fundamental point that you say is the most important part of the remote viewing is really what it unlocks, the revelation that it unlocks for you of understanding that you essentially are this omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent being, eternal, in all reality. And then that paradigm shift so unbelievably profound and transformative that there's kind of no going back from it. And it's the same thing,
It is, isn't it? I mean, there just isn't any going back from it.
Yeah.
Once it happens, it is, it just gets more profound and more profound with every minute of your life from that point forward. And it was the most powerful thing for me. I just couldn't let go of it. And, everything else for me, despite what level of, a responsibility in the church that I rose to, I had doubt. And I don't have doubt about this. And I don't have doubt about it because I not only know what I'm capable of doing, I've watched, tens of thousands of students that we've trained, accomplish the same thing. And I want to say this too, Nate, is that the remote viewing students that learn now, the way they learn and how we teach them, and just the fact that you can call it morphic resonance if you want, or the 100th monkey, doesn't matter to me. The point is, all of the students who learn now are so far ahead of anything that any of us who were in the remote viewing unit were ever capable of doing. They're far better viewers now than we ever were. And I can tell you that I know most of my former colleagues there would cringe at me saying that, but it's the truth. And I don't care who they were, from Joe McMoneagle to Paul Smith to anybody, including myself, what viewers produce now and their understanding of it and their utilization of it far exceeds in both consistency and quality of data from anything we were capable of doing, ever. And I speak from the point of experience because I saw every file drawer and every historical file that anybody did in that unit. And I know how good they were or how good they weren't. And let's say that they were the best there ever was. Well, that best there ever was is now firmly bested by new viewers as they come along. So,
wow. And it's the same, I guess, profound revelations are what many people who do have or feel the effects of psychedelics. And it's funny that Silver wanted to chime in earlier, but wasn't able to get to his mic when we were initially talking about this at the very beginning of the room. And he just referenced that there's been a number of new studies that have basically been showing that obviously there are just a number of people who just aren't affected at all by psychedelics, like none whatsoever. And these new studies are showing that psychedelics may in fact just be antagonists. The effects of psychedelics are actually 100% endogenous. So it's merely they're an antagonist to something that is endogenously released, which we know anyway with like near-death experiences and DMT being flooded in the brain and a number of other things therein. But those profound, just so you don't feel also, because you're like,
I'm not a freak.
You're not a freak. Yeah. So that was more for solace for that. But nonetheless, those same revelations, those same things that occur under these non-ordinary states of consciousness, whether it's a near-death experience, a psychedelic journey, remote viewing, anything where you realize that you essentially are so much more than the physical, and that you are in fact this infinite being that has access to these other dimensions, these other places in space and time, and that you are not just limited to this physical construct. changes you forever in the most profound and incredible way. And sometimes it's a difficult transition at first, as your worldview kind of crumbles to a degree.
Sure.
But once you make that transition, as you're kind of saying, what they warned you about when you first started the program, and they talked with the spouses about, is that's a very difficult paradigm shift to take place, and that if you don't have a supportive person in your life who's going to understand that, like, you're no longer going to be the same, and you're going to be seeing the world completely differently now, that it can be a very difficult transition to make if you do not have a supportive person with you who's going to be there by your side to also let you know that you're not losing your mind. You're actually you're totally fine. But nonetheless, appreciate.
Not sure Debbie felt that way, but
yeah, she's still there, right? So that's all that matters.
Oh no, she's not. She divorced me, but
you should just let me have that. Yeah, no, she's still there, sure.
Oh no, I can't do that. Be dishonest, but no, she divorced me because I was a shitty husband, and I was a really shitty father, and I was, because I was one of those guys that put the military first over everything, and I made that clear to her as a wife, and she was a perfect wife for an Army officer. She really was. But yeah, I didn't hold up my end of the bargain, and I could not blame her for, she fell in love with a firefighter, and, good on her, man. She's with somebody that who loves her and, respects her and treats her, with the kind of respect that I never offered I was more interested in taking care of my men and, being a commander than I was in being a father or a husband. And that's a stupid sacrifice when you're actually thinking about it, as years down the road. But I thought it was what I had to do then, and how stupid I was, and, in retrospect. But yeah.
Dave, don't be so hard on yourself. Yeah. Hey, I just want to bust in.
I'm just being honest, Ted.
I know.
I know.
Appreciate the honesty.
Yeah,
always.
I'm not going to say, I was a consummate father, because my kids would probably, they'll be like, no, he wasn't, and they'd be right, because I'd be lying if I said that. No, I wasn't. I was terrible. And,
hey, everybody.
What I deserved.
I'm going to cut out for the night. I got kids that get up in the morning and want breakfast.
So. His children.
No problem,
Ted.
Everybody, thanks so much, Nate and Scotty, Robbie, Silver, everybody else. Appreciate everybody for hosting us, and catch you Friday night. And if you're interested, Dave will fill you in how to get a hold of us to talk about the next class that we're going to do sometime in September. So love everybody. Thanks for showing up.
We love you too, Ted.
Appreciate you, Ted.
Good night.
Good night, Ted. Thanks, Ted.
Have a good night, brother.
Good night. Thank you.
Sleep is important. With that, we will pass it on to Taekwon. You're up, my man.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Taekwon.
Hey, hello. So the question that I have, I was looking at a video on YouTube yesterday, and it was like a type of yogi, and he was teaching people psychic abilities and stuff. And one of the students, not everybody, what he was talking about was a little bit different though. But some of his students, they had gifts that others didn't, and it was one of his students. He can tell you like what your house looks like and what you have in your house and how many rooms and stuff. And he did it to a guy on video. And is that remote viewing, or is that like
no
using the same abilities?
No, it's not, because it's it could follow under an explanation that would be, somebody would call it mental projection, but that's not remote viewing. It could be I don't know. Now it's not remote viewing it, but the reason it's not remote viewing is because it's not protocol driven. It's just a guy, going into an altered state of consciousness, or maybe not, and it's doing exactly what I was just explaining to our Kiwi that was here just a moment ago. It's a perturbation, It's a minor perturbation up from the conscious mind into the unconscious mind. And so you make a statement about, the number of rooms that you see. But in remote viewing, you're not after like the sum of the parts of the target. You're after what's greater than the sum of the parts of the target, which represents the target gestalt, it's called. So you have to be, for a remote viewer, particularly back when it was when we were doing it as an intel collection methodology, just being able to say, there's 3 rooms, that would have been nothing. They would have turned around and gone, yeah, and then they would have pointed you right back across the room, back across the driveway, and said, get back in there. Go do the work you're supposed to be doing. See, a trained remote viewer can, in 90 minutes, produce, if they're moving quickly and they fully embrace the structure, they can produce 55, 65 pages of data, verbal and visual data. And then if you have 55, 65 pages of data, and that data happens to be 52% accurate, consider just for a moment the number of pieces of accurate visual and verbal sensory data and aesthetic data and tangible data, right? Emotional data that could be derived from that, as opposed to somebody just going, I see 4 rooms or 3 rooms. It's the difference. One is just, it's just it's just simply it's considered an experience or a perturbation. It's a minor spike
Like
up into the unconscious.
What do you say, Daquan?
Like an impression?
Well, yeah, it's just, that's what I mean. I'm using a term that applies to remote viewing. So I'm saying a perturbation. It means that your conscious mind, for a minute moment of time, spikes up through these conduits, which we don't know if the conduits are real or not. It's just a visual experiment that Ingo Swann created. So, but you could do away with the conduits and just say that the conscious mind, operating at its particular wavelength, that it has these minor perturbations or a spike up into the unconscious where it perceives something, but then it perceives and it drops back down again. You're not walking in both worlds, and you are also just seeing a minor something. You're seeing something that's a piece of the gestalt of something, not the total gestalt of it. And what we're after is the total gestalt. We want everything, every aspect of that particular target. And even if it means that you're using it in, it changes if you're doing it as a medical investigation or assessment, or law. It changes for law enforcement. I mean, all those things cause significant changes in the categories of data that fall within the existing structure of coordinate remote viewing and or extended remote viewing. But
how? That's incredible.
Well, you have to come up with different categories of data. If you're going to do a law enforcement target, they're not necessarily looking for colors and textures and temperatures and tastes and sounds and smells, dimensionals and energetics. Now, dimensionals and energetics might work, but there are other categories of data, and that requires somebody has to put on the hat of a program manager, which means you're not going to be doing the target because you're going to be front loaded, and you have to sit down with the detectives that are going to do it, and you have to explain to them, here's the categories of data we're looking for. What kind of categories of data would you prefer that I'm looking for? What are the unanswered questions, and where are they derived in the process of your investigation? And they will tell you this and this and this and we've done it before. We did it for Baltimore County Police Department. We did it for Carteret, New Jersey Police Department. We've done a lot of that stuff for them, but it requires a rewiring. You're still following the same structure, but you have to look for different categories of data. It's not a problem. It just has to be agreed upon, and then the viewers have to assimilate themselves into those new categories of data. So you know, for me to go through examples of that other than just giving you the generics, it would be taking really a long time. But if you're going to do medical work, if you're going to work in association with somebody like an oncologist to look at something that they may not be able to determine through standard imagery or blood tests, looking for PSAs or something, then it's going to have to be, you're going to have to sit down with them and say, here are the categories of data we currently work with for these kinds of targets. What are the categories of data you would like us to look at? And, if they're on board with you and they want to do it and they have a belief in it, they'll work with you to establish those categories of data. There won't be a problem for them. If somebody's making them work with you to do that, then they clam up, and then you end up having to figure it out for yourself, and that minimizes the efficacy of trying to do it that way. If you're catching me where I'm going with this, it's every different kind of actual real world 4-dimensional application can have slight variances in categories of data, but the categories of data that we normally articulate and that you learn are the categories of data that the Intel community used to create a picture of the gestalt of that target.
Thank you, Dave. Taekwon, did that answer the question, man?
Oh, yes, it definitely answered the question. Like it was reminding me kind of like if you like reading what's on the back of the book that the book is versus like knowing more about what's in the book, like 80% remembering what's on the book
That's
versus
the way to look at it. That's good. Yeah.
versus the preview off the back.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Taekwon. Chandima, am I saying that right?
Okay. My question will be for the Dr. David. What is the first book every beginner remote viewer must read, and what is the STARGATE project, and what is the
what was the
difference
second
between
part?
a book test?
The second was Project Stargate.
What was
Yes.
what was the second part again?
He just asked what is Project Stargate?
Oh, Stargate was just another code word for grill flame and center lane, and gosh, I don't know what else they were called. Grantor Shadow, I think. But every special access programs or compartmented information programs are supposed to operate under code names. They're not supposed to operate under their actual unit designation. And those code names are supposed to theoretically change frequently, like every so many months. They're supposed to be computer generated, and they're supposed to be computer generated randomly. And typically what they'll do is they'll spit out a sheet of maybe 10 options, and then somebody's supposed to make a decision on that. And that's kind of a laxed approach, and because really what they're supposed to be doing is somebody security manager, prints out the new randomly generated 2-word code word for the unit, and that's what they type up a memorandum and send it around to everybody and go, this is the new code word for the organization, and that's what you use. And it's supposed to make sure that by doing that, by calling something Stargate or Grantor Shadow or Center Lane or Grill Flame or etc., that by changing it frequently, it means that nobody who doesn't have a need to know is able to piece together places and faces and names and start to connect the dots to what's going on, right? So that's why they change code words around like that. Unfortunately, they don't change them frequently enough, and so sometimes those things will be there for years, and trust me, 6 months down the road, everybody knows who it is. They know who works there, where they work, and they know exactly what it is. It doesn't take human beings long to, connect the dots.
No, I think he was specifically asking what exactly is or was Project Stargate. And then I think his first
remote
question.
viewing unit.
Yeah. If there's anything particular that you were tasked with at that time as far as what you were remote viewing, as far as the Russians and various things like that. I'm assuming, is that what you were asking for, Chandima? Yeah.
Yes, like the movies in the Stargate movie or like a
No,
TV
it didn't
series.
have anything to do with that. No. No, no.
Yeah. And this
There
first
was
question.
there was no, porting across the universe or anything like that. No.
And his first question, I think, was what's the best intro to remote viewing book that you'd recommend?
Yeah, look, and I mean this in the kindest way because I'm not here to sell books. But if you want to read a manual about what that is, you just go on Amazon and get that book. It's called Remote Viewing: The Complete User's Guide to Coordinate Remote Viewing. And that would be good to read ahead on that. It's done in trade paper, which is not the best, in my opinion. I don't know why they sell it that way, but they do. It used to be in hardcover, and it also used to have a cool down CD attached to it, and it doesn't have that now. But it's probably the best book that it's going to give you, the reasons why, the science. It's not a history book. It's a how-to manual. And it's a very detailed how-to manual, 399 pages with a sample session and that kind of stuff for you to see. You read this chapter, you see what this structure is supposed to do, and then you can look at the sample session and go, oh, okay, I get that. And the chapters are very, very logical, and they're very complex, but that's probably the best thing. If you want to do something else, buy the book Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain and start learning to sketch from a non-analytical perspective. And then there are other practices you can do, because one of the hardest things to do as a budding up-and-coming remote viewer is not allowing your imagination to engage when you perceive and then objectify, meaning writing it down in 2 dimension on a page, whether in stage 2 or stage 3 or stage 6, where you're capturing a sketch, is your mind, your brain will engage very rapidly and start analyzing the sketch and then filling in, and that's where you start going wrong. You need to sketch perceptively, purely, as you're going through that. And the way you learn to do that is learn and practice to sketch non-analytically. You can also practice like what you used to learn in biology, right? In high school, or I had it like in a biology class at BYU, where they put you on a stereoscope and the professor had like a set of slides, and you had to look through a stereoscope at a slide, and then you had to sketch it without taking your eyes off the optics. So you had to sketch it I'm right-handed, so I'd sketch it to the right without looking at my sketch. And then when you look at that after you're done, or think you're done, you really look like it ran over a frog. I mean, it looks horrible. So it takes practice to train your hand to sketch what your eye sees. And that's all establishing this, eye, brain, hand connection, and that comes with practice. You can also set objects in front of you, a few feet away, and start simple, a bottle or something else. And then without looking at a piece of paper, put your hand on the paper and sketch it. And then look at it after you've sketched it, after you say, I'm done. And then, again, it will look bad when you first start, but if you keep doing that, you'll get better and better and better and better till eventually you can look at something and just sketch it perfectly or near perfectly. You can also do it on a monocular microscope. That's the other thing that they used to make us do. And it's called scientific sketching, believe it or not. So if you can learn to do that, it's training a scientist to sketch non-analytically, only to sketch what they are seeing through the optics of the microscope, not what their brain tells them it should be. And as soon as you look at your sketch, your brain will engage and start filling it in. It happens every time. There's no way to escape it unless you train yourself not to. So learn to sketch non-analytically by any of those methods that I outlined, and read the manual, and then you'll be ready to go by the time a class shows up.
Perfect.
So what's the missing CD in the book? Where can we get?
It's a cool down CD. It's a yogic relaxation breath meditation. You can actually go to davidmorehouse.com and download that MP3 as an MP3. You can go there. You don't have to sign up for anything. You don't have to. You can just download it right there. Just go in there and you can get the CRV and the ERV. Both of them are different for entirely different protocols and entirely different modalities of viewing. But start with the CRV. The ERV will always be there. You can get it whenever you want it.
So the CD audio is a must or is a complement thing?
Yeah, you don't have to buy it. It's right there. You can download it as an MP3. So you can download it as an MP3, and then you can just listen to it, and it'll cool you down. The CRV cool down, that yogic relaxation breath meditation, has binaural beat embedded with pink noise, which is easier to listen to than white noise. It's embedded with pink noise. We audio engineered it. A friend of mine who was an audio engineer, Mark Waters, and I did it probably, my gosh, over 20 years ago. We engineered it. And we did the same thing for the theta brainwave state. We had 10 volunteers. We put them on very expensive EEG machines, and we mapped the duration, the frequency of the binaural beat, and the levels and frequency of the pink noise to match the brainwave state that we were going after. And out of the 10, we could average somewhere between 80% and 90% of the volunteers would achieve a sustained alpha brainwave state for the CRV one, or an theta brainwave state for the ERV one. But that doesn't mean that once you stop listening to it, or if you hear something going on in the room or stuff like that, you'll porpoise back up. But for just at home listening and training yourself, it's a good way to start. There are lots of former students that will say that they use the ERV one to go to sleep with at night because it works, I guess.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Chandra. Appreciate you, man.
How much time we have to do the course in the book itself?
We're gonna move on, Chandra. I want to make sure we give everybody a chance.
The training is 5 days long, though. It's 5 days on a Zoom class. 5 days.
Perfect. And you can always hit up Dr. Morehouse whenever you want to sign up for any of the classes as well. And that's actually a perfect time because we are at the top, or just past hour 4. So I will do a quick room reset and we will keep it going. Welcome, everybody. This is Nate Night Talks, Dr. Morehouse, CIA, remote viewing, consciousness, and UFOs. We have yet to get to the UFO part, but hopefully somebody's question will be within that coming up. But for those of you who are not aware or just joining the room, Dr. Morehouse, or Dave as he would like to be called in here, so please make sure you do that. But for the sake of his introduction here, is a highly decorated former Army Ranger of up to basically 20 years within the service, leading battalions, or nearly at the head of them anyway, as a battalion executive officer, and worked with the CIA, the DIA, essentially the NSA, and all these various programs and special access programs as it pertains to remote viewing. He is I would say the foremost authority on the subject today, or at least one of them. But for the sake of this, we're just going to say the foremost authority, and the author of 4 books: The Psychic Warrior Inside the CIA STARGATE Program, Non-Lethal Weapons, War Without Death, Remote Viewing, The Complete Handbook for Coordinate Remote Viewing, which was the book he was just recommending to Chandama, for those of you who are just here for that, as well as a fictional book, The Deceivers. Feel free to go to his website, rv-forum.club. Good Lord, it's getting late. rv-forum.club, and you can check out the courses and whatnot that he offers on there. And he also does have the davidmorehouse.com website, but he does not operate that, but there is links and everything therein to his bio and courses and other things like that. But the best way to get in contact with him would be the rv/forum.club, or you can reach out to him on Twitter. He does have a room he does on Clubhouse with his remote viewing forum club on Friday nights. What time does that start again, Dave?
We started at 4 p.m. Pacific last time, but I have to go to Denver to work again, so I will be flying back on Friday, which means we will probably push it out and start it at like probably 8 or 9 p.m. Pacific again, just because I won't be back in time to start at 4 p.m.
Perfect. Okay. Well, check it out Friday. If you were not able to, I know we turned the hand raising off a little bit ago just because I want to make sure we get through everybody who has already been patiently waiting on stage. So feel free, if you did not get a chance to ask a question tonight, to definitely tune in on Friday. Follow the club, follow the Nate Night Talks Club, click the bell for both so you get notified, because pinging is a pain in the ass. And as always, I totally forget about my own thing. Go to natenighttalks.com if you're interested in joining that community as well, and make sure that you check that out for various declassified documents and whatnot, which is ultimately how I found Dr. Morehouse in the first place, was because of Project STARGATE and his involvement with that. And so we will keep the ball rolling, and we are going to go.
Thanks, Nate. Thanks, Dr. David, for
You're so welcome.
enlightening us. Giving information about remote viewing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chandama. Shiva, my friend, you are up.
Hey, thanks, and thanks for dropping by again, David. It's really good to hear from you. Love to hear your voice. You have this you're hypnotic, I have to say. It's a good frequency. So I was gonna. You said that you wanted to know if there's anybody had noticed any good neurofeedback devices out there. I've been watching Emotive for a while. It's the name of a company. Worked on some technology for the dry electrodes and things like that. And so if you check them out, I think you'll find that it's got various levels of software that are available and a software development kit. So if you end up having some programmer that will work for you, then you can end up, or somebody who invests in making programs for you, you can even have your own customized programs. So if you want to check that out, I think that would really go well with what you're doing, because I really believe in neurofeedback. Is going back to what our Kiwi brought up there, is like what's the practical benefit? Well, neurofeedback has really shown just a tremendous amount of scientific data around helping people with a variety of neurological illnesses and psychological illnesses, and I love that you're bringing that up and bringing out that people should check that out, because it is something that I personally believe in and I'm trying to get back into. I used it years ago. One of the other things I had was something called Neuroprogrammer 2, and you started talking about brainwave entrainment, and I was curious if you were involved in that particular project. I don't even know if they're still around, but so I wanted to ask you about how you felt about brainwave entrainment and how well it worked. But it seems like I think you kind of covered that. So the question I was going to ask you then is either if you want to talk about what kind of got you to this point where it seems what I get from sort of secondhand information from book reviewers, et cetera, is that you were kind of a whistleblower to a certain extent on the program, and then actually faced a lot of difficulty because of it. And if you don't really want to talk about that, the one thing I would like to ask you is, what's your personal opinion about whether or not the U.S. has advanced spacecraft and things of that nature? Thanks.
Okay. Well, it's just a sordid story about me. I mean, obviously, once I made the decision to tell the story, they had to make an example out of me in some level. I mean, there's kind of a sensation of, once you're in this unit, in the remote viewing unit, there's one of the things that they talk about is that there's kind of like this God complex that, kind of, or Messiah complex that starts to develop. You start to get the sense of, based on what you know, that you're kind of untouchable. And it's not a real sense. I mean, it's not a complete change of thought in that respect. I'm just saying that it sort of influences decisions, and it causes you to make decisions that are probably bad decisions. And that was in that environment. That's not in, the environment of normal everyday life for people. That was just something that happened there, because had I looked at or analyzed or gone through a decision matrix for my decision prior to being trained as a remote viewer and having this transformation occur, would I have gone through that and said, yeah, well, I can cast off, my career, and I can cast off everything that I've worked for, and, I've, been selected to command a battalion, but now I'm not going to command a battalion, and, I'm all these things. Would I have done that again? If I hadn't been awakened and aware, probably not. I would not have. So that complex kind of kicked in. I really kind of felt, in all honesty, that I was, based on my record, and it's very rare to have a young officer have general officers write things in their efficiency reports that say stuff like, destined to wear stars, will be chief of staff of our army someday. Those kinds of things, you tend to believe insulate you from the everyday or the riff and raff and, whatever negative might show up, because there's always something negative that shows up. But I critically underestimated a number of things. One was the sheer hatred that, came up out of the remote viewing community with select people. And some of them were quite surprising, because I did not at all think that that is something that they would have engaged in. Others did not do bad things. But I also did underestimate what the agency was going to do or influence, and that's how they worked. And if you wonder how they work, watch the movie, Kill the Messenger, about Gary Webb. And there are other examples of that out there. There's a movie about the UK. In the UK, if you violate, the Official Secrets Act, what happens? There's a movie about a woman that takes an email and hands it off that shows that the U.S. was relying upon flawed intelligence and presenting it as, quality intelligence for justifying the war in Iraq. And she releases that to the media, and of course they go on a hunt to find her, and then just watch what happens to her. And I can tell you that those are real things. That's what they do. They can destroy you, literally destroy you. I didn't think that it would go so far as like trying to cut the tires on my car, or trying to asphyxiate my family by moving a generator into a garage and closing the door. And I don't think for a minute, and I want to be very clear on this, I do not believe for a minute that there was some briefing in a room in the CIA or the DIA where somebody said, put my face up with a big circle and a line through it and said, no more Morehouse. Let's get rid of this guy. That didn't happen. That's just BS. That wouldn't have happened. But I do know, based on my experience in that world, that it only takes somebody to say something to somebody where that some other somebody thinks that they're doing the other somebody a big favor, and so they go get some other person, and then they go and act out some violence. Because why? Well, because they think they're never going to get caught, and they think that if they did off me or off my family under those circumstances, that they would have been able to turn around and just go, well, what a stupid guy this guy was. He dragged a generator in his garage, and his family went to sleep, and they all died of carbon monoxide poisoning. And it would have been that simple. That would have been the explanation. It would have been me that did it. So I didn't expect that level of vitriol to surface, but it did. And I was charged with outrageous charges that were completely false and contrived. I really was kind of in shock. I felt like, my God, I could go to jail for this stuff. I mean, it charged me with stealing a government computer, which was an old 8086 laptop that was hand receipted to me, and which I used in my battalion in 2nd 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment when I was interim commander there. And that was all in the analysis. That it was only 2505 data that was on the computer. It wasn't like I was, journaling in it or something like that. It was just being used for battalion work, and it was hand receipted legally to me. But that was turned around and completely disregarded. In fact, the 15-6 officer, the 15-6 officer that reviewed the charges went back and said, he's hand receipted for this. You can't charge him for this. And the general and the prosecutor said, no, we're going to leave it there. So they did, which meant now I was titled for theft of government property when there was no theft. I was legally hand receipted for it. And of course, as I said, I've been separated from my wife for a very long time legally with a legal and binding document. But in the Army and under the Uniform Code of Military Justice for all of the services, you can be legally separated for any period of time, and you can date someone else, meaning you can go to dinner, you can hold hands, you can drive around in the car. But if there is any rumor of or proof or allegation of intimacy, you can be charged with adultery. And they did.
That is just ridiculous.
Yeah, isn't it? And then they dig into the relationship and they coerce one, particularly if I'm the one that's being attacked, then they coerce the other person to go through any explicit details that they care to over about the intimacy, and then they interpret that into whatever they want to interpret into. They can call it sodomy. They can do all kinds of different things, and it's really just a tidal wave of hatred and ugliness and other things. But again, I'm not alone in that. If you look at, like I said, Kill the Messenger with Gary Webb and these other examples, and there are lots of them out there, you will see that it is just their standard tactic. And they throw, if they can grab 20 things and throw it against the wall and 19 of them stick, well, they're just walking away rubbing their hands. And I had this very bizarre exchange with the actual head of the prosecutorial office of JAG at the 82nd. She was married to a guy who I served with in the Ranger Battalion. And I mean, we were at a briefing and while I was under these charges, and I was just in shock, really. And for some reason, after this briefing broke up, by the time I packed up my stuff in my briefcase and stood up, it just ended up with the two of us in the office. And in the briefing room. And she looked right at me and she goes, I don't know why we are prosecuting you. As far as I'm concerned, obvious. You haven't done anything wrong. That couldn't be settled with somebody just talking to you. But I'm being told to prosecute you. And so that's my job, and I have to do it. And I just want you to know, though, I don't know why we're being asked to prosecute you as we are, but we are. So that to me said, okay, well, at least I know that she is a colleague and her husband, she's not thinking I'm this, everything they're trying to make me out to be, that somebody is influencing this. And so it went on and on and on for about a year. And finally I had my legal team got together and said, here's what's going to go down. You're going to go stand a court-martial to address these charges, which probably most of them will be thrown out. There might be a couple that hang around, but what's going to happen as soon as they get you into the court and they start the trial, they can continue to add more charges. And that is when they are going to hit you with dereliction of duty, wrongful disclosure of classified information, et cetera, et cetera. And they will put you in prison. So you have one option, resign. So I did. And when I resigned, the general who was perpetrating all this, who was a guy I didn't like anyway, and a Again, this goes back to that kind of this messiah complex, perhaps, but it also goes back to the fact that I had been an aide to two really dynamite, amazing generals, and was, earmarked to be an aide to actually two more. And so those were exquisite generals, tremendous leaders, and this guy was not. This particular guy had actually been involved in the killing of two different sergeants years apart, but on the exact same range for the exact same reasons. Because I was the division training officer, I owned all the ranges. So this general goes out as a lieutenant colonel when he was a lieutenant colonel, battalion commander, and a company commander was briefing a scheme of maneuver on this particular range. It was a live fire range. And the battalion commander, this guy, steps in and goes, nope, that's not the way to do this. You need to do it this way. To the chagrin of, the company commander. So the company commander executes according to the battalion commander's directive. And lo and behold, about, 15 minutes into the fight, live fire, a sergeant is killed by a machine gun. Killed, shot in the head. So there's big investigation. Of course, the company commander gets relieved. Platoon leader gets relieved. That was with that element. I think they relieved the company first sergeant as well. But the actual guy who changed the scheme of maneuver and made them make that change on the fly was exonerated. Well, that happens when there are people who know people or they're somebody's boy, right? And they're going to take care of that boy and make sure he goes as far as they think he should go. I guess you could say that I was probably in that same category, at least with the people who felt that way about me. Although I never killed one of my soldiers, I never wounded one of my soldiers, and I never lost one of my soldiers in conflict at all. So I never had to ask for forgiveness or excuses or a bailout in that respect. Now, project forward when this guy's now a 2-star general, and he goes out to the same range with his aide, gets out, walks over to this time a battalion commander, which is what he was the last time this happened, and he directs the same change to the scheme of maneuver. And no kidding, like 12 minutes into the movement to contact, another sergeant is shot in the head by another machine gun, right at almost the same identical place. Well, this guy kind of sees the writing on the wall, and he turns around and tells his aide, what his aide will say, which, according to the aide telling me and the chief of staff, Colonel Caravori, said that he told him that he was not to tell anybody that he was actually there and that he had changed the scheme of maneuver, which to me made no sense because surely the battalion commander was going to say that, right? But still, that's what the aide came and reported. And so Colonel Caravori got involved, and again, there was another investigation. But this 2-star knew that Colonel Caravori and Morehouse were both involved in, basically spreading the fact and requesting a 15-6 investigation on the commander of the division for lying and for, altering a scheme of maneuver and personally being responsible for killing another soldier. And there was another big investigation and that level of protection because the Army's not going to relieve a 2-star general commander of the 82nd Airborne Division because some E5 or E6 got shot in the head. And of course, they couldn't prove other than the aide saying what the aide said that he said, you know what I mean? And so it was swept under the carpet again. But he did not forget that that Caravori and I were involved in that process. But I just really didn't like this guy at all. And so let me just finish the story so I don't get off track, please, and then you can ask me something about it. But I then what I did was I pinned on Lieutenant Colonel, and based on the recommendation of my team, my legal team, I resigned that day. I pinned on Lieutenant Colonel, and I resigned. That 2-star general recommended, despite my entire record of all the things that I had done, he recommended an other than honorable discharge, which of course the Secretary of the Army approved because they're not going to go, they basically, it's a boilerplate. They stamp whatever a 2-star general asks them to do because they figure the 2-star knows the story. So I walk out of the Army with an OTH, and which means a lot of things, and I carried that almost as a kind of a sense of pride for a long time, because I was aware that I had been the person that initiated that and made that call to do that as a whistleblower. And so then several years down the road, as this was in 95, as the war started, people had need of my skills again. And so I went before what is called the Army Discharge Review Board. And in going before the Army Discharge Review Board, you sit before 5 colonels and you present your case for the first time. Because remember, the only other time I would have been able to do that is if I stood the court-martial, which would not have gone in my favor, because they would have introduced these other charges for writing this book, and which is what they wanted me to do. So when I go to the Army Discharge Review Board, you're really up against it, because it's usually the chances of you getting a favorable vote out of the 5 colonels, it's a terminal assignment for them. In order to get a favorable vote, you have to get a majority of them to say this, and it's extremely rare, if ever, that you get complete and total consensus amongst all 5. And so went in and presented the case. I had 187 letters of recommendation, that the board overturn the nature of the discharge. Out of those 187, at least like 120 of them came from soldiers that I had commanded, who took the opportunity when they knew that this was happening and wrote letters to say, this is not this officer and you need to reverse this from them, which kind of brought tears to my eyes. And then the rest of the letters were written by remote viewing students, which was interesting. And remote viewing students like David Hughes were standing there, and you had Colonel Robert Frank, and just all these other people that were students that were there, and my son was there. Anyway, long story short, they don't tell you at the end of your defense of the allegations and the charges, they don't tell you what their decision is. It's basically, we'll let you know kind of thing, and you walk away. So 3 days later, I get a phone call from my lawyer who says, am I speaking to, Lieutenant Colonel Morehouse, the guy that's got the honorable discharge? That's how he broke the news to me. So
That's great.
The stuff that came back from the board said, the board has carefully reviewed the case of this service member and finds that the allegations made against him were baseless, without merit, and with no credible evidence. And I was then given an honorable discharge and reinstated.
That really dovetails perfectly into the question about UFOs, though, is because I think a lot of us are, you brought up this thing where you think that the person moving the generator into your garage and stuff like that was the actions of, kind of one malicious individual. And we see, some of us who are not in the military, we see these things where, you go and you tell the whole platoon to run laps when one guy does wrong, and then later on they beat the piss out of him. And, and so I'm wondering if it's your opinion that a lot of these, things where we think that somebody's being killed for revealing secret knowledge about, aliens and things like that, instead of it being something that's coming from up on high, it's some, kind of a bad actor who is reading between the lines at a lower level, or even perhaps even smaller groups of them that might be doing these things that we kind of attribute to the larger organization. And so I'm just kind of curious, what you feel about that kind of idea.
Yeah, I think that is
mental act and all that.
absolutely the correct assessment. These are bad actors at low levels that make these decisions to go do something like that. And these are not, the vast majority of the people that are in these institutions are good, loyal, patriotic people. They are not typically, they're not evil institutions. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the agency, but I get it. I mean, I understand what it is and what it does. I've even trained, my company, not me, but necessarily, but, my company had a contract for the agency to train them in operational medicine, GRS. So those were good guys. And you know, it doesn't come from, you know, some career agency officer like you see in the movies where, you know, like in the Bourne Identity and stuff like that. It doesn't happen there. These are low-level thugs that, you know, that go out and get shit-faced drunk on, you know, for lunch, you know, and then sit around and scheme up these things where somebody's doing something and they find a reason or a justification for why they should go, you know, why they should go hurt somebody and or maybe take it all the way and kill them. And unfortunately, the agency attracts that element at some level. And it's, you know, it's not those doing noble work against really bad people out to, you know, kill us. There just are some really bad actor thugs that are, you know, typically very unhappy but have the tools and the skills to be capable of doing that. And if they think you're, you know, making the agency look bad or making them look bad, or if one of their friends said something to somebody and it just lights a fuse, and then they'll go do it. They don't care. They just don't care. You know, there are people in this country who'll kill you for a donut, right? So why would we be surprised that there's some low-level, you know, thug actor that might be in an agency who would take it upon themselves to go and do this? I mean, wow, it was out on the press. You know, all of the talk shows had me talking, you know, presenting the book and telling the story. All of the news shows had me on. I mean, it just was endless for them. And I'm sure that there were some of them that just wanted to, you know, blow me in place. And so, you know, cutting my tires so that they would disintegrate at high speed, that's a tactic that they would, you know, employ. Or, you know, pulling this sneaky with, you know, driving around. And the police, you know, took the pictures and castings and everything else and said, you know, well, those aren't your footsteps. Those are not your footprints. They came from the street. 2 people came from the street, looked like men. Their footprints came up from the street, picked up the generator, quietly lifted up the garage door, slipped the generator in and closed the garage door back again and went right back out on there, you know, in the snow. It was snow and ice because it was an ice storm. That's why, you know, all the power was done, and that's why I was using a generator. And if it had not been for that cat of mine, Ranger, the Siamese cat, and the way he stood up and fell over and the noise he made, I probably would have just drifted off to sleep, you know, watching late night television, and never would have awoken.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, just like that. Could have happened just like that.
That is something out of a Bourne Identity movie. And Shiva, to clarify the UFO question, specifically, what were you going to ask?
Is that working? There we go. I just wanted to ask, you know, the yes or no on your personal opinion about very advanced tech, you know, by humans. Do you think that there's very advanced tech out there that's human controlled, operated, understood, etc.?
Yeah, I have no doubt about that. I have no doubt. We're not alone. I have remote viewed as part of the historical record, remote viewed other planets, other places, other societies, other civilizations, good and bad and indifferent. And I have also been to the Classified Museum out at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base with a colonel friend of mine. And there we saw things that were, well, they just boggled the imagination. I mean, there is in one place, which is an unclassified museum, there's actually a saucer-looking thing, but when you look under it, it's got a big giant fan in it. So the person's actually flying a fan. Well, that's not what I saw, or with my friend. We saw an actual saucer that had no visible cockpit. You couldn't see it. It looked like a discus, but it was made out of aircraft aluminum, and it was riveted, and it had no visible means of propulsion. And, you know, as I said, there was no cockpit with, you know, a window to look out of. It just looked like it was all stainless or aluminum that formed this thing, but it had a U.S. Air Force marking on it, and it wasn't a prop. because it wouldn't have been there if it was a prop. It was an actual craft. But I asked my friend, Doug, Colonel Hodge, I said, how do you think they flew it? I mean, did they throw it with a slingshot or something like that? Was it like a clay pigeon thrower of this size or something? You threw it out there and somebody yelled pull and then he threw it out and then, to give it a bump start or something. He goes, I don't know. So we both, walked around kicking it and pounding on it and seeing it was hollow, and it wasn't hollow. So I don't know, why they would have retired it and put it there. But this same colonel worked out at Area 51, and he worked there for like 10 years, and he goes, look, if I saw something out there, if I, happened upon alien bodies or something, he goes, I'd tell you that. But I know Ron Blackburn, who was a scientist, one of my remote viewing students, who was a scientist at Lawrence Livermore. I don't know if he's still alive, but he told me that he had seen an alien body, that he had seen it, that he had touched it, that he has seen other, alien technology and those things. So I know it's there. I don't know why it's being hidden. I do know that as remote viewers, we looked off planet at these things. It's preposterous to assume we are alone, because we're not. And I can offer my, only my anecdotal proof of that, because I can't really prove that to you, but I can give you that proof anecdotally that it's there, that I've seen it. And I think it's kind of hopeless for people to spend a lot of energy thinking, or believing people telling you that, they went and briefed some admiral, or they did this or did that, or, they've coerced the president into, telling us the truth about this, which seems to be a repeat message you hear from select people in that community, because you just need to listen to me on this. Those kinds of agencies and that level of compartmentalization, they don't tell the president. They couldn't care less if Obama or, Trump or Biden, they consider those people to be transients in the process. Transients. They're not going to reveal that. They are the keepers of those gates, and they are, typically the keepers of those gates are civilians. Even the military personnel are transient. So they don't reveal that information, and they won't reveal it. And so, just because the president says, I want a briefing on UFOs, go and pull up some simple, stupid thing that goes, well, here it is. Here's what we think. And here's what we've investigated. And yeah, we have no evidence of anything. Well, I want to know if we have alien, technology. They'll just stare. They have no legal obligation to tell the president of the United States, despite the fact that the president may think they do. There is no legal precedent that says that the keepers of these top secret, whatever level of classification that they are, for whatever reason, there's nothing that can make them tell them. Nothing. And they won't.
I'm glad you said that, too. It goes from one president to the next, to the next, to the next. And then you get all these, doctors and other people standing around talking about, how they're influencing it and going to change it. And I'm telling you, listen to me, they're not. And they won't tell you until there comes a time where something happens that raises it to a level where there becomes a reason for them to talk about it. But just to answer the curiosity of the public is not a reason in their mind. And so they will never do it, no matter who demands it or slams their fist down or, does whatever they do. They just won't. And I don't know why they're not doing it. I've never looked at that or, investigated it. I have no idea, but I know that they won't do it until there's a reason for them to do it. And that will not come from outside influences, meaning, UFO investigators. That's what I mean.
So just the final word, you have seen, the evidence of, in your remote viewing, or at least through your remote viewing context and students, et cetera, evidence of extraterrestrial life and things like that, but not necessarily this story of a huge human breakaway civilization with this fantastic, tech and things like that, because some people do say that also, but it seems as though you're saying you have not experienced specifically that.
No, I have seen massive civilizations with
But I mean human
massive tech. Pardon me?
A breakaway human civilization that's acquired
no.
this technology a long time ago and has left ultimately this planet.
No, I've never seen that.
Well,
But also can't say that there aren't other beings out there that look like us. But I wouldn't normally, because I've seen that too. But I wouldn't naturally assume that they were breakaways from here.
There's
Thanks so much.
There's a document that I posted in the community on.
Excuse me, I am interrupting you because Mr. Nate, I am.
Godra, please wait 1 second. Let David finish.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to add on to what Dr. Morehouse was saying that so that NASA had done a lot of research, and this document is posted in the community as far as field resonance, propulsion, and they have actually diagrams and drawings of winged discs and different side views and top views of the winged disc, and the magnetic fields that are produced from the propulsion systems that they were researching. It's a really interesting and insightful research document that's there. It's very detailed and goes through the technical side of things, even some mathematical equations. Talks even in physics. It speaks about and then it also does have this kind of a layman overview, of course, for this research document. So just kind of wanted to put that out there. And this was actually published in 1979. It had no classification at the time, and which is interesting. But it's really great document. So
it probably did have a classification. It's probably just been removed over the years.
Oh no! Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, generally they do. Yeah, absolutely.
If it's that old, it was probably just white-outed out, and you're looking at a Xerox copy. And so.
Yeah, I think it actually. So now I was actually mistaken. It had a declassification date on it. Actually, now. So yeah. Thanks for correcting me, Doctor.
Oh, David, have you heard Dr. Greer speak about UFOs on Clubhouse on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm glad, David, that you brought up the whole thing with the president, because talk about it in this room a lot. That people seem to think that the president's going to be privy to any of this kind of information, which is absolutely hilarious. The presidents are merely renting the White House for 4 years or 8 years if they're lucky, and they're doing the proper biddings of the corporations that sponsor them, as well as the intelligence agencies. If they're not stepping on any feet at the time, they might make it to 8 years. But that they ultimately don't know anything, and how secrecy is ultimately kept within the intelligence agencies, and the stovepipe compartmentalization that takes place, where one hand doesn't ultimately know what the other hand is doing or knows, and that it's very, 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 very few people who hold any kind of information or even any type of a macro view of what's actually taking place. And those people are career within, they're the directors of those particular.
Yeah, they're there till they die, and they choose their own successor. Let me give you an example. When I went into Torn Image, which was the strategic deception unit, it was made very clear to me that I was not to brief anybody else in that building on what my project was or what I was doing. And there was a colonel who was in command of the unit, and when I was required to give him update briefings, my question to him was, well, what do you want me to brief on? Do you want me to brief on all the details? He was, no. You just, brief me enough that if I get asked a question about where do we stand on a counter-narcotics deception, that you can, just give me some generalities. So it was clear to me that he didn't want to know the specifics. And that meant he didn't know the specifics of any other of the projects that were ongoing in that particular organization. He only wanted to know what he needed to answer some simple questions. And he wanted to have some level of plausible deniability, which is that same process happens in the agency, it happens in the FBI, it happens, DIA, it happens in CIA, and certain elements of it where, information is tailored to meet the expectations of the person asking for it and nothing more. And if the expectations of the person asking for it exceed the parameters or the security parameters of the people who are the gatekeepers, they don't give it. or they'll falsify it, or they'll minimize it, or they'll actually give you like one or two things out of 1,000, to present there. And that's how they manage it, because there's this whole thing in the intel community that goes, if you say those things, if you brief that stuff, it's never contained. It goes out there. It gets leaked. It gets talked about at the breakfast table, or at the bar, or some other thing. So if you say it, there is no control over it anymore. And just as Nate was saying, or whoever was saying that they're not going to brief the president, and they're not going to brief any of the president's aides, and they're not going to brief anybody that accompanies it. They don't give a damn. They don't care, what they think or do or anything else. They won't do it. I mean, here I was just in a simple strategic deception unit, and you were not allowed to share what you were doing with any of the other deceivers in that particular organization. It was quite bizarre, really quite bizarre.
But that's how they do it, and it's good for people to know that. Thank you, Shiva. Godrat, you're up.
Excuse me. First of all, let me announce my appreciation concerning inviting Dr. David Moore. That was very interesting, while I wasn't able to be in the beginning of the room, unfortunately. I have some question, if it's possible, to be answered by Dr. David. First of all, I would like to know these remote viewing, as you announced it, as a topic of also this club right now. What is the main consequences concerning the UFO? Because as Mr. Knight perhaps knows very well me, that I am from Iran, and I am 62 years old right now, and more than 30 years I'm following the UFO, and my personal experience back to the 1976, where when the appearance of UFO in capital of Tehran, Iran, was for a long time appearance showing themselves, and it was also registered report in the NASA document as one of the unknown explanations phenomena in the NASA documentary. So I wanted to inform you about my view and my understanding about these phenomena. By the way, first of all, my question is that as you explained, there are some secret investigation trying to somehow establish using some kind of reverse engineering to achieve some kind of ability like the lions or other civilizations. Am I right in this point or not?
No, I was talking about reverse engineering of cosmologists over the last 15 years, coming to the conclusion that our universe is finite, not infinite. That they've mathematically calculated it back, or reverse engineered it back to its beginning. But to answer your other part of the question about remote viewing, remote viewers were used. I don't really know what the motivation was, but there were long-standing historical targets that were called historical off-planet targets. And these were really unusual things. Some of them were other civilizations, other planets. Some of them were craft. Some of them were technology. Some of them were that escaped my head for some silly reason. But some of them were, oh, I know what it was. We were finding, that we were finding and talking about things. 25 years ago, talking about that there was like a capillary system in the universe, that there was like a vascular system, and it was like maybe a lymphatic system. But what it was doing was there was a balancing of energy within the universe, and that there was this flow back and forth. And viewers stumbled upon this in what's called an open search outward. And there's a way to do that, and it would take me forever to talk you through the process of doing it, but it gives you a coordinate, a quadrant within the physical universe, conceptually anyway, that viewers can be sent to. And you can send, back in the unit, you could send 8 viewers out, and maybe 6 or 7 of those viewers stumble onto something there. And when they all stumble onto the same thing, then it's assumed then or implied that the signal line of that particular event or that object or whatever it may have been was significant enough in terms of frequency and amplitude to cause the viewers to stumble into it. And so what the viewers produced over decades became part of the historical record. And so those of us that did those targets and became aware of what they were, most, if not all of us, copied those. And so we started copying those historical files because there were incidents in the unit where you'd have some new commander at DIA would come in and he'd get a briefing on the different organizations. And if they were like very much against the remote viewers for whatever reasons, sometimes there were theological reasons or spiritual reasons, and sometimes there were, I don't know, they just didn't like it and they didn't want to be in command of it. There were lots of them that deemed it evil. Now, these are 2-star generals that turn around and say those kinds of things. So it seemed like every time a new commander for DIA showed up, as soon as he took command, what would end up happening is there'd be an IG inspection of, Director of Technology and Science, that organization and the remote viewing program. The disconcerting thing about that is when that would happen is Fern and somebody from the DIA, as we all left for the night, when we came back in the morning, there would be 10, 15, 20 burn bags, meaning they had gone through the historical files and started just pulling them out and shredding them and then throwing them in burn bags to be destroyed. Now, historical files were, some of them, it was assumed were UFO files. Some of them were, it could have been political files or political targets. It could have been stuff that, frankly, the only reason they would have shredded it would have been because it was illegal and they didn't want to get caught with it, having done it, or it was not very good results, and so they didn't want the bad results to affect the overall rating of the organization. I don't know. I suspect it was the former rather than the latter. I suspect that they were probably working targets that were illegal and that they wanted to get rid of the evidence that they were actually involved in that by whatever customer may have asked it. So they would go in at night, go through the files, decide what could be judged poorly, and they were shredding it just like that. So we quietly, those of us in the unit quietly disagreed with this process. And so we started copying stuff that we were involved in. Like every session we would do, we would go over and copy it and keep a copy for ourselves and then turn in the actual session summary to the program manager. Could we have gotten in a lot of trouble for that? Oh yeah, we could have. And, and if they had ever raided anybody's homes, they would have probably found that, and it would have been bad stuff. But most people felt that it was worth doing or taking that risk to kind of protect the institutional knowledge of what it was like to be there and be a remote viewer and the kinds of things that we were working on there. So the historical targets that were off-planet, UFO, tech, whatever you want to call it, and they ran a full spectrum of things, they were highly valuable and very important, I thought, to just the legacy and the institutional knowledge of what was going on there. And there were targets that were done that developed potential target points for further physical exploration on the surface of the planet. So the unit, within reason, under Fern Gavin's direction, sent me, Mel Riley, and Ed Dames out to Chaco Canyon. Actually, we went to a mountain far away from there first, because that's where we thought that we would see these alien craft based on what was being produced in remote viewing sessions. We thought that they would appear or show up there or something. And it's a long story, so I won't bore you with it, but essentially we were led via what we were able to see, shoot an azimuth for, track and do a resection and plot it on the map, and it took us straight into Chaco Canyon. And then work done in Chaco Canyon over multiple visits, about 3 separate visits, spending about 4 days each time. We found multiple portals over Chaco Canyon, and various, which identified for us an understanding as to why that particular place looks like it was built to house 30,000 Chacoans, but instead it really was more of a ceremonial place, and it housed only a few hundred, or some will say maybe a few thousand, but certainly not 30,000, even though it should have been capable of doing that. So it housed very few people, and it was so perfectly aligned that they really have not to this date been able to conclude exactly how they may have done that, given the amount of time that their 2 reference points would take to get into position, during a solstice or something else. But it became a very powerful place for us, and it was really interesting for us to be able to track that all the way from remote viewing sessions to a physical location, and then to go scout out those physical locations and sketch and do other sessions and that stuff between the 3 of us. That was a powerful experience for me. So,
Dave, I got a quick just question to add on to that, because I think the historical off-planet targets is one of the most fascinating things for me about the remote viewing programs that you were a part of. And I am curious, just based on the transcript that I read earlier from the remote viewer who was tasked with remote viewing Mars millions of years ago and jumping from coordinate to coordinate, when he was discussing these incredibly tall, very thin beings wearing very form-fitted, silky, garb, and they were, essentially the planet was dying. Some cataclysm had happened on Mars, and they were trying to find another planet to go to and waiting for people to come back. And he, the moderator, or forgot what they're actually monitor. Thank you. Got Clubhouse on the mind. The monitor was asking the subject, did this being that you were trying to interact with and ask questions to, did he recognize you or understand what you were saying? And he said he believed that he thought he was a hallucination, basically. And what I'm curious of is how fascinating this is, just based on our understanding of even that time exists, even though we know it's more of an illusion than anything, or just a construct here in this dimension on this planet. But that when you would remote view in any of these historical off-planet targets and come in contact with beings, that this idea of an aberration, basically, do you think that some of these things that we encounter, basically, or that people seem to encounter, whether spirits or any type of an alien or a demonic entity, whatever it may be, could very well be the exact same thing of almost this apparition, if you will, of another consciousness from a different part of the universe, remote viewing in a particular place, like showing up the same way this remote viewer did 1,000,000 years ago plus to a civilization on a different planet. Do you think that that is ultimately what is transpiring, or could be a component of what is witnessed in some of these accounts?
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I mean, and it's feasible, I think, that it could be that. I mean, what I can tell you is that, not everything that's out there that's scooting around is kind or, benevolent and friendly and loving. There are some very malevolent societies, and that became clear. I think the beauty of doing, looking at them as remote viewers is that you're detecting and decoding a waveform. You're not actually physically present. You get this sense that you are, and you get the sense that they recognize your presence there or they are aware of it. But nobody that I know of ever had an actual telepathic exchange with them. If it appeared that the entity was aware of your presence, there was never an exchange. It was just maybe some sort of an acknowledgement that you were there, but not engaging you. So I thought, which I still think that's Pat Price. I liked Pat Price's explanation with it, that he just thinks I'm a hallucination. And I think that's probably a better descriptor for much of the things that I encountered, as opposed to some of the other, kind of trifling answers and descriptions I tried to put to the exchanges, because some of them are very powerful and very benevolent, but very much on purpose, and they couldn't care less about our ability to detect and decode, or to be, to see them. And while others can give off the sense of being quite annoyed by it. So, and I think that, there's a lot of things that we could be interpreting as demonic, or those kinds of things which could actually be another being, if that answered the question.
Yeah, definitely.
Excuse me.
Yes,
Excuse me. I have one question. If it's possible for you, could you, from point of your view, could you confirm that as the report says about Roswell accidents, two lions somehow find it in that area and were taken to the Washington, D.C. at that time, and they were alive for 2-3 months?
I can't confirm that. I don't know. I have no idea if that was. I'm not privy to that at all. I just.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Knight, and thank you very much. I will tweet from now, and I will let other people to ask their question. It was a pleasure to know your view. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Godrat. And what's interesting too, just to follow.
And I excuse me. How can I follow you and be in contact with you through your what kind of
go to www.rv hyphen, not underscore, hyphen forum, forum .club, CLUB, and connect with me there. If you go to that website, you can read about everything I'm doing and blah blah blah, and then just contact. Your information is just between you and me, so that's better, because then I can type it, and I'm not staring at the phone trying to answer somebody on Twitter, which gets crazy.
Thank you, Godrat.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Of course.
And really quick, David, just as a funny kind of tie-in with going back within the remote viewer on Mars, and you're agreeing kind of with the depiction, or I guess comparison to a hallucination of being viewed by whatever these entities may be when you are remote viewing or going to any of these historical off-planet targets, is there's a crazy tie-in and similarity to the DMT experience, or even 5-MeO, but I think it's a little more standard with just standard DMT. Is that a lot of the times once you blast off and you transcend essentially this dimension, you'll come in contact with these beings of insane intelligence, and they're always very surprised in a way to see you. Sometimes they're annoyed to see you, like you shouldn't be there, and you are there, and while you're there, they happen to just bestow something upon you, some level of knowledge, something profound that's kind of beyond anything that we can really take back with us and any human words or descriptions. But that showing up in this other dimension, in this other place with these beings or entities, whatever we want to call them, who are always somewhat just shocked, like, how did you get here? Like, you shouldn't be here, and but you're here. Yeah. It's very fascinating. I don't know if you'd heard anything about that or any of those. If you ever read Dr. Strassman's DMT, the Spirit Molecule book, or anything like that. No. It's one of the most fascinating reads that I could not recommend more if you haven't read it. It's about the first clinical trials that were done since the embargo on psychedelics in the 60s that took place in the 90s. And it is just a fascinating book documenting these clinical trials with DMT done intravenously. And it's mind-blowing, and my experiences with it are kind of echo the same type of thing. And the similarities basically between kind of what you've discussed so far and other things mentioned tonight within that transcript kind of echo a similar experience. So didn't know if you had anything.
That's amazing. I mean, yep, it's there. Quite frankly, I mean, there was never any big dialogue. It wasn't like, oh, hey, glad you're here. Sit down. Let me start thinking things for you, kind of thing. It was always a sense of surprise or irritation or just ignoring you, because it's like, mind your own business, if they were aware of you at all. And I would never quibbled over that. I felt like it was kind of intrusive to do it, although it was a really cool thing to do, and I enjoyed it, and I enjoyed getting the feedback and being able to look back through the years and seeing what other people were able to glean from that particular target. And I don't know, it's something I'm very comfortable in knowing that it's out there. It's something that I'm very comfortable in in knowing that that when the time comes, we will have a place, or maybe we will go there, or maybe there will be an exchange, or maybe something else. But I'm not one of those people that look skyward, waiting for the alien life forms to come down and cure humanity of all its ills. I just yeah. I've never seen any evidence like one of them or a civilization turning around and going, yeah, we'll be there shortly, just hang on a little bit longer, kind of thing. It was never like that, and I'm not trying to make fun of it. I'm just saying, therein does salvation not lie. We have to do it ourselves. And I think that there's probably a lot of barriers that remain up with some of these other civilizations, in that it would be like crossing the street or the tracks and going to the ghetto, So why would they want to? If we continue to savagely, destroy and beat and burn and hate and, following around with different belief structures, I don't understand how some of these very, very highly evolved beings and or civilizations, other than just stopping and gawking, shall we say, would have any great interest in us. What do we have to offer other than please help us?
Could not agree more.
Fast food, what's it going to be?
Yeah, we're not ready.
Taco Bell?
Not ready to join our galactic neighbors by any means. Nobody wants a part of what we are.
Put yourself in their place. What would you do, looking at us and what we do on this planet? What would you do? Stop and say, step aside, let me take over, or would you just go, look, kids, take a look at that? Aren't you happy that you don't live there?
God, that is what we are the example of. Just be happy you don't live there.
Exactly.
With that, actually, we've passed hour 5, so we're on the home stretch for the last 3 people. This is Nate Night Talks, Dr. Morehouse, CIA, remote viewing, consciousness, and UFOs. It has been an incredible night with the legendary Dave Morehouse, so thank you for being here. Hey, you gotta take it, man. The author of 4 incredible books. He has his own Clubhouse room that he does Friday nights, which is the remote viewing forum. So make sure you follow that, follow him, check it out, and go to rv-forum.club. rv-forum.club. Check it out. Get the books. Sign up for classes if you feel so led. And we'll keep the conversation going. And as always, if you're enjoying the room, the topic, and the club, follow Nate Night Talks. Click the bell because I am terrible at pinging, as everybody is who has any club. So it will save everybody a whole lot of heartache. And anybody who's spoken tonight, any of the mods, anyone who's come up and asked great questions, make sure you follow them as well. Follow each other in the audience. If you've been here for any length of time, you're all here for the same reason, or at the very least, curious about the same thing. So build a community of like-minded people. That is the beauty of Clubhouse. So keep things going. We're happy to have you here. Thank you for hanging out. And with that, William, you are up.
Thank you so much. Mind blown per usual. Thank you so much. This has been excellent. I've been here for a few hours now, and
it's hard to hang up, isn't it? I know.
Psychic awakenings. So you said way earlier that remote viewers today are better than ever. Yeah. And my question centers around that. Like, who's funding those projects? I read from the Time magazine article in the 1990s, about the $20 million that was spent from the 1975 to 1995. Is that correct?
No, God, no.
Okay, tell me.
No, no, that was a complete distortion of the monies, and I mean, picture any contract organization that you can think of that would be like Stanford Research Institute, that would pay for test subjects to come in, lodge them, pay them per diem, test them, pay salaries to all of the scientists and the psychologists and the medical staff and everything else for $1 million a year. Does that sound right to you? I mean, I have a company that makes that, and I can tell you that, we don't have a fraction of that. And basically, we do medical training. So, and our contract is that amount of money. So the idea that they were doing all of that, publishing, reporting, all of that stuff under a sole source for $1 million a year for 20 years, it's just preposterous if you know anything about government contracting. I mean, it's the fact that they threw that out there and thought people would buy it. Well, actually, they weren't wrong, were they? Because a lot of people did. A lot of people went around and went, oh, 20 million. Well, they bitched about the 20 million, but the truth is it was now probably closer to 50 to 60 million. It was a lot of money. And, $12 million a year, even in those days, would have been considered not an extraordinary amount of money for what they were doing. And there were other labs involved. Plus they paid for auditors to go in and audit the results and the testing protocols and other things of the people that had the contracts. So they were hiring 1099 contract, organizations to go in and do that kind of stuff. So $20 million was just a ploy to get people to, you think it didn't cost the taxpayers a lot of money. And who funded it? It was U.S. taxpayers. The money actually came through the CIA. They're the ones that put out the request for information, put out the request for proposals. They're the ones that accepted SRI International's proposal and then wrote the justification for the sole source contract. And SRI was not an inexpensive facility, right? So we weren't going to do that for $1 million a year. It just wouldn't have been it wouldn't have been doable for them to do what they were trying to do. Just the travel budget alone, even back then, would have been, tens upon tens of thousands of dollars a year. And then you start adding everything else up on it, including salaries and, research budget and, God knows what else. It would have been a lot more. And, I can't say how I heard it, but I heard it was somewhere between 50 and $60 million. And I think even that was a slightly conservative estimate. You're never going to see pay stubs on it, I can tell you that. That's not in the FOIA documents, what the contract amounts were. There's a reason for that, all right? There's 93,000 FOIA documents that were released by the CIA about this particular program. 93,000. It's actually 93,000 pages. I think it's 12,780 separate documents. But there aren't any of them that, that are the pay stubs for, that what they paid SRI for the work, or SAIC, or, Paralabs, or anybody else. It's not there. So it had to be in a significant amount of money. And the CIA came up with it. They had a big budget. It was the midst of the Cold War. So they had that and more. And did that help? Did that answer it?
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And what do those remote viewers look like today? And how is that being funded? Is that Russian? Is that American? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. I know that the remote viewing program continued on because there was more than one. They never put all their eggs in one basket. And just because I broke silence and told a story about the unit doesn't mean that they would completely reject or do away with that as an intelligence collection methodology. It was a viable, reliable, accurate intelligence collection methodology. I mean, it was as accurate as, many of the other methodologies that are out there. It held its own for a very long time. And I'm sure that they didn't give it away just and discharge it because I wrote a book. I mean, that just wouldn't make sense after having spent the tens of millions of dollars that they spent to develop it and validate it, improve it. They would have turned around and just abandoned it like that. And even if the Army program was abandoned, the Air Force program wouldn't have been abandoned, and the Navy program wouldn't have been abandoned. So there wasn't a Marine Corps program that I'm aware of. There was a CIA program, I'm pretty sure of it. And there could have been a program for some select members of like Delta or CAG or something like that. And the only reason I consider that is because Ingo Swann told me back in like 96 or so that he told me who he trained and, what they were like and, what their accents were and that kind of thing. So I think that, he did that. He could have trained even, he said that some of them were very clearly military guys and that they were big dudes. And so based on my experience of, training CAG, that would have had, or Delta Force, as people know it, that would have been those guys. Couldn't have been anybody else. Could have been SEALs too, because remember, this was all part of, eventually, in its origins, before it all spun off, this was part of this, the Delta Force concept paper, not Delta Force concept meaning Delta Force, but Delta Force concept paper, which was really a collection and weighing process for, what am I talking about? It was not a collection and weighing process. Delta Force concept paper was a think tank to discuss the future Army. And it was the place where 1st Earth Battalion, it was a place where they started introducing the Boyd cycle, and the OTA loop. And it was a place where they started introducing remote viewing and a bunch of other things that were, supposed to assist the Army in elevating them into a new service-focused orientation to serve the nation. It was a completely different animal at that point. So this stuff, was very much sought after. And the first time I ever saw the 1st Earth Battalion manual was when I was in the Rangers as a Ranger Company commander. It was in the S3 shop. I mean, go figure. I mean, that was the first time I saw it and read it. So every Special Forces guy or Special Ops guy had heard about it. And people were always interested in it, particularly within Special Forces or Special Ops community. They always wanted to learn about it and learn more about it. So I'm sure that Ingo Swann trained some of those military really special organizations. And I don't know if it was the operators, in other words, the shooters that were trained, or if it could have been like support staff that were trained. But based on what he told me, I'm sure that there were probably some, crossing the boundaries to train those kinds of people. Made sense, right? That they wouldn't get rid of it.
Definitely. Thank you, William, and thank you, Dave, as always. Moving on. Zoe, you are up. Thank you for your patience.
Hey, Zoe.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're tired.
Good.
I know, I'm getting so tired, too. I have work in the morning, and I'm just working on a report. I'm just watching gymnastics. It's the only thing I'm
Landscapers are going to be here in like 2 hours.
I know. I don't know how you do it, David, but good for you. I was actually reminiscing on your story on Friday night about getting the English soccer team to win through I'm trying to do that with the Canadian Olympians. It's not quite working as it unfolds out. So
you got to get lots of people.
You got to get a lot of people. I know.
That was his big strength. He could get millions of people to. First, you have to go convince the paper to do an outline of your hands, right? And then and do it in black ink so that everybody that buys that paper can lay it down on a coffee table and put their blindfold on or close their eyes and put their hands on your hands while you think these psychic thoughts. And
we'd have to give them, if you were doing Canadians, you'd have to give them like a free beer or something.
I was just going to say the same thing.
Yeah, and put that in the protocol package. Very quickly, I just wanted to get your opinion. I have 3 very quick questions. One is just like when I want to talk about this with my dad, and I want to, show baby boomer. I just want to show him a documentary. What would you suggest as a good starting point? Because I know there's a lot out there, but I just wanted to kind of get your just 1 or 2 titles.
Oh, Robbie, what's the one we referenced when doing the CIA or the Gateway experience? The one that's on Amazon. She may actually be asleep.
Oh, there's one on Amazon? Okay.
No, I'm here.
You're amazing. Why am I blanking? We'll check unless you have.
Look, there's some things on. It depends on what you're after. Are you just trying to showing him some examples of it, or are you trying?
No, just there's this idea of remote viewing. Here's kind of like a doc, which is like a high level kind of concept view of what it is, I guess.
Third Eye Spies. I'm sorry to interrupt. It just came to me.
No, it's okay.
That was it. Yep.
Third Eye Spies, and it is available on Amazon Prime. Okay. And that's a good one that will answer everything for you in a really well made movie.
Good watching with the pops. Okay, now my next 2 questions. Now, looking more into remote viewing, into kind of extra terrestrial planes. I've wondered, and I'll give you 2 questions at the same time. I've wondered, were you able to RV into a black hole? That's one question. The second is, I'm kind of curious about cryogenically frozen kind of apparatus. And over the years, I've watched documentaries how, they would freeze most likely the head of an individual and have hopes of that head being thawed in the future and attached to whatever robotic body would be available at that time, kind of making this Lazarus type occurrence over and over. And, we talk a lot about, what is consciousness, what is the soul, and there must be some type of schism between the meat puppet of what we are and our consciousness slash soul. Now, there's a whole other debate of what happens when we upload our consciousness, who owns it, all this idea of privacy, and then what does it become? But I'm more looking at that in a cryogenically frozen, like, is it just one big marketing ploy with hopes of the future?
Yeah, I would. My take on that would be yes. Look, the essence of us, which is not this physical body, this piece of us that is eternal, that is omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent. It does not die when the body dies. So the idea that your estate is going to pay somebody to freeze your body in liquid nitrogen, wrapped up in all sorts of special wrappings so you don't freeze or burn, to be thought out later is just going to be a thought out thing. You don't reside in it once that body is dead. You move on to the next existence, whatever that is going to be. There are, of course, all sorts of theological concepts about what that's going to be. I want to say to you, I have never witnessed those. I've never seen a heaven as it is described scripturally. I have never seen a hell as it is described in Scripture. I have seen bad places and I've seen good places out there, and I'm assuming I am of the belief based on what I know. So I don't have evidence of it, so I'm just assigning a belief based on what I know. That
no one does. I'm asking your opinion. Totally.
Well, I know, but I'm telling you that I do know that I am more than the physical, as are you. I know that. I don't believe that. I don't accept it on a basis of faith. I know that because of the work that remote viewing causes you to do or ask you to do. So I just don't know when we leave this existence, precisely where it is we're going to be going next and for what reason. I'm not a proponent of reincarnation or any of those kinds of things because there again, I've never been able to find empirical evidence of it. I've just been able to find anecdotal evidence and,
No, but this is strict cryogenics, so not even reincarnation.
Yeah. But I'm saying to you that I already answered that question.
Yeah.
Your essence, this eternal piece of you, does not remain in the body. So if you're going to move on, because that is the energy that you are, and you will move on, it won't stay in the body once it doesn't need to be there. So to freeze something, and then with the idea that you're going to extract that essence, that energy, that from it, your soul, if you will, in my opinion, it would just be foolish, squandering it. It's not there. When you die, you will not, that part of you that we're talking about here will not die. And that I know. I'm not believing it or accepting it. Based on Scripture, I know it because I've seen it. I have seen that essence separate from the body, and I've experienced it in myself. So I base it on that experience. That's why I know it, as opposed to just saying I believe it.
So that being said, I mean, these people, individuals, companies who are putting forth these labs and whatnot for these facilities, like, is it just a bunch of charlatans making a really quick buck off a lot of bucks? Because it is a very expensive.
Oh, heck yeah. Well, it could be both.
Right?
I mean, I'm sure that if they don't have a belief or they don't have the fundamental knowledge that we are more than the physical, then they're assuming that, that this eternal essence of who we are is locked into the glial cells and the neural cells within your brain. And so they're saying in their mind it's freeze it and then resurrect it at some other time, and if we have to,
Correct.
download it into some quantum based computer for it to live it again.
Or build a body
Yeah,
around
or
the
build a
head
body and
type thing.
implant it there. And
Yeah. Yeah.
I have my scientific mind and even my spiritual mind or my skeptical mind can't buy into that. So, and I think that there may be some that just see it as a cash cow as well. So I think it runs the gamut. I think there's a full spectrum there.
You should, just out of curiosity, take a look at these sites and see how they market it. Like, oh, in the future you'll be able to go, interstellar travel. It'll be fantastic. It's so funny. It's such a weird pamphlet. Anyways, on to my next question, because I am getting exhausted. Looking into black holes. Now, is that exactly what it is? A black hole? Were you able to RV? What are there? Are there any secrets that can be unlocked? Because it's such a fascinating subject. It's something that, is really great to geek out on. And just knowing that you've done that RVing, would it be possible to kind of, pierce through the
Go through the
physical
event
realm?
horizon.
Yeah, exactly, and go into that.
Yes, we
So
have
yeah,
done
please go
that.
ahead.
We have done that. We have looked, and I will give you my take, which on my take on it. I believe that these black holes we're looking into one of those things that when I talked earlier tonight, talking about just in cosmology, how they're now calculating the finite edges of the known physical universe and that it's no longer infinite. And they said that in mathematically reverse engineering the universe back to what is referred to as the Big Bang, that there was no bang involved, that it just happened, that this matter, this energy just came from a point of singularity. Okay, if you equate just that understanding back to a black hole, as I am in my mind, as I both in remote viewing and multiple remote viewer, meaning classes of remote viewers looking at that kind of a target over decades, that I think there is some correlation or connection between that concept of our universe just becoming, like coming out of a point of singularity, and what is actually happening by what is being sucked into a black hole, and that on the other side of that, through the event horizon, what we have seen, again, we can't offer empirical evidence, we can only offer the anecdotal evidence of it, but what we have seen is that what goes into it comes out the other side and just blossoms back up again. So it is the degradation of it so that it can be consumed and spit through the other side, and then it can reassemble theoretically, or it can become again what it was before it went through that point of singularity, through the event horizon again.
So it's like regurgitated?
Yeah, it's just being pushed into another dimension. So it's being pushed into another dimension. It's being consumed here in this dimension, pushed into another dimension.
The energy is what whatever energy is being expelled.
The energy, the matter, everything that's being consumed. It's not just energy and it's not just matter. It's both, and they're being pulled apart and consumed. All of the matter, all of the gas, all of the energy, the heat energy, the light energy are being sucked into through the event horizon, and then we don't know where they go, but remote viewers looking on the other side saw things come through and then become what they were before they were destroyed on this side. So it's a movement from one dimension to another, and again, that's just our findings. We really can't prove it, obviously, but
so why
that's
would
great. Zoe, I do want to make sure that we give time for
yes. That's fine. All right. Thank you so much, David. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I'm sorry it took me so long to get to you.
That's okay, buddy. Thank you so much. Hope everything is well in Florida.
It is hot
Good
and
stuff.
steamy.
Thank you, Zoe. That was
Steamy is good.
a
All right.
great question, I must say.
Thanks.
The black hole question. I was quietly applauding when you asked that. I was like, "Oh, that's a stellar question." So thank you for that.
Very good. Thank you.
And actually, that I based on another question that was asked too. I do want to clarify because I have been curious about your perspective on this, based on everything that you've experienced through remote viewing. Your now idea and belief in essentially the non-physical and what it really, what we are is ultimately, consciousness. And we can call that by a number of names, and religions have, and wisdom teachers have throughout time, whether it's, the soul, the spirit, what have you. But nonetheless, we are this eternal energy that, once created can't be destroyed. But if you don't believe, or haven't found any evidence in your remote viewing for reincarnation of the soul going to some other carbon-based meat suit somewhere else to live out another experience, then what do you believe to be the next phase of these things? Do you believe that we just transition back into that God source, if you will, that ultimate energy knowledge within the universe, that creator source that is there?
No, I didn't explain my answer well to you. What I have not ever found any evidence of, other than anecdotal and people drawing comparisons between faces, I don't know that we won't inhabit another human or humanoid or human form or something like that. I'm saying I don't have any evidence, and I don't personally ascribe to the idea that we would come back here, back to relive this. I believe that this life is a very purposeful life, and it exists for a reason, and it's finite for a reason. And when we leave here, job is done. Now we go to the next, and we may take on this same form. I don't know. Maybe it's a part of our species. So this is, no matter where we go, this is the form we will take. Coming back as a cow or as an ant or an earthworm or something like that, I just don't see it, and I don't understand why that would be part of any creator's plan if you just want to look at it that way either. To teach you what? Humility? That's not part of what's here. We're here for, to exercise free agency. There's more scriptures talking about that I can find than anything else. Again, I'm back on scripture again, and I don't normally ever talk about that to people, but free agency is a critical part of this existence. If you want to accept the fact that we came from a creator and were placed here, then probably one of the most key elements of interpretive, guidance or explanation that are given in Scripture, and I already told you how little faith I put into Scripture, says that we are here to exercise free will or free agency. And there's a slight difference between the two. But what it means is we've been empowered with the right to make our decisions. We've also been empowered with the wisdom to know right from wrong. And so therefore, what we do to ourselves, what we do to our species, what we do to our planet, what we do, to everything is a manifestation or an expression of that free will and free agency. And if we destroy ourselves in the process by, exercising our free agency to do so, I don't think that it's punitive, but I think that there is, there's a lesson in the learning of that, of did we do well or did we not? And if we did not, why did we not do well? What were the things driving the global societal evolution that caused us to make all of the wrong choices, or many of the wrong choices, that caused us to, kill tens of millions of people in conflict, or, in a very short time from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution until now, begin to do the ecological damage that we've done to our fisheries, to our atmosphere, to our glaciers that are not going to come back, not in our lifetime, to, you know, all the other things that are there. I just take great solace and understanding and comfort in knowing that it's not, the fault of something else. It's the fault of us in everything that we're looking at here. It's not the creator's fault. You can't blame cancer or being chosen for cancer or anything else on that. You can't. And I think that that's incorrect. And that, when I came to that awareness, it again added to this transformation for me. It was no longer a life of, laying blame on something else other than me and the decisions I made in the moment to moment. Decisions as a father or as a husband or as a friend or as a writer or as a teacher or other things. And I fail miserably often, but I get it, that I'm not here to learn how to blame. I am here to learn how to live an authentic life and how to make a difference in humanity in some way, however I can. That's what I'm here to do, to be loving and caring and empathic and as best I can, and to spend my life teaching and sharing what I know. That's why I'm here. And what happens in between now and the time I leave here, and, I'm 67 years old next month. So, how much, I can't have that much more time left. So I've really got a lot of stuff to do, right? I really do. And I'm so comfortable with that, as opposed to constantly, going to someone and going, well, why did God do that? Or why did God kill him? Or why did God take my wife? Or why did God do this? And God had nothing to do with any of it at all. It wasn't his decision or her decision or its decision. It just wasn't. That's not part of the equation. It's a very simple process in being here. I guess maybe we could just be a colonizing experiment. I have no idea. It could be something like that. One of these days, I think I ought to write a book, and maybe I ought to get a bunch of remote viewers together, and we should make that a target session. We should actually go look to see what's next. Like, where do we go next? And we'll do it as a, blind or double blind extended remote viewing target and see what they come up with. I just have never had time, given all the other things we've been chasing around doing, to look at something like that. You would think I would have by now, right?
I have to say, I could not agree anymore with what you just said. And I think we talk about it in this room a lot, that ultimately we are the authors of our own reality, for better or worse, every second of every day. And we are a direct result of the impressioning that took place those first 10 formidable years of life, and a few influential or authoritative people that came along after those 10 years that told us what was and was not possible and how things are. And it takes a very conscious effort to kind of undo some of that programming. But ultimately, if we take a very honest appraisal at our current situation that we are living in, we realize that we are the result of everything we thought we would be, for better or worse. Usually for worse, in many cases, just based on the way this fucked up world that we live in kind of operates.
We're so anchored in negativity. Yeah,
exactly. And that the most empowering thing is exactly what you said. And I'm wired such the same way. When you were even talking about your marriage early on, and I was a terrible husband, and it wasn't a good father, and she's right to leave me, and all this other stuff, this personal accountability and responsibility, that the only way to ever change or achieve anything in life, or ultimately I think really be respected truly, is to take ownership of everything. Because first and foremost, that is the only way you will ever really take power and control over your life. And your purpose here is by taking the blame and the excuses and the victim mentality that, oh, this happened to me and this is out of my control, versus, no, I have the control to change this, and I can and will, because suddenly then you have the power and you are not dependent on somebody else or some institution or a God, whatever that may be. You are like the direct, author, you are the god of your reality. And yes, that means that you have to suck up your pride and your ego from time to time and be like, yeah, I fucked up. And this hole I'm in right now is because of my poor decision making and whatever else, or prioritizing or whatever. And then you can get out of it because you finally take that responsibility. You're not blaming anybody else. You're like, all right, well, there we are. And now what? How do I get out? Now, how do I take that same control and that same responsibility to change this into what I want it to be? And it's a very powerful thing that I think the world desperately needs, especially the generation coming up, is to take that power back and not let this victimization and this constant blaming of other people, groups, or whatever it may be, the government, and just realize that you have the ability to change it, and you can, and you are responsible for that reality. That is your free will. That is your free choice. And I couldn't agree more, and very happy that you said that. So thank you for that, Dave.
Of course.
Hugo, my man, take us home. You are up.
What's up, humans? What's up, people? So I'd like to really appreciate Nate for bringing guests like David here. I really appreciate that. People that actually have knowledge and experience and etc. And for all the mods being here. So a kind of feedback that I'd like to give is to start bringing guests physically in your podcast once you can, once you're able to, because it will be great to people see, because I don't see any podcasts doing things like you do that bring people with knowledge on these things that people kind of ghost and want to walk away, which is unlogical, and they should just look at it and take a very deep understanding, because it's the truth and not lie. And I really appreciate that. So what I want to tell and ask is, first of all, I seen a video on YouTube about the Project Blue Book around 1 hour ago, and I've just sent you the link on your DM, Nate. And I'm kind of confused because I totally agree with everything that the ET. I mean, I mean, I think it's true, but I think it's actually fake. I just agree with everything that he says. I mean, it's logical. It's just cancerous for my brain to. It's accepting it. It's just I don't understand. It's confusing. So I'd like you to watch it if you guys don't know, or if you guys know the Project Blue Book, then you know what I'm talking about. It's that video, for 14-second video. It's confusing. Anyway, I'd like to know your thoughts on it, and I'd like to know, David, how can we, as a species, can remote view other civilizations? Because my dream since I was a kid is to get all the amazing technology that my brain can dream about and can think about, because that's the way that I am. I'd like to be with other civilizations and just really have fun with them instead of war and this stupid thing that we call humanity, that is war. That's why you said, and all the people here said, why we are not being visited more about with other civilizations is because we are just in war with everything. Well, everything like shoot first and talk later. That's stupid. That's why they are not here, and I'm just pissed off and very, very angry to humanity. Very, very angry to humanity to do that, because I want to be with them. I want to be around them. They are great. They have great mindset. They will do the innovation, technology, amazing, and we could do even another universe. It's amazing. It's great. And now we have this piece of shit, bullshit people doing war with everything just because they think that it's the best, and we are here like being ignored. And I don't like to be ignored. I don't care about it. I mean, for other civilization, I'm just pissed because I want to be around them. And just because my own species are doing this, I just cannot go there, because I'm just only one with 1 billion, and I can get shot at if I talk too much. Well, with the government, I'm not fucking scared about it. I don't care. I just want to really bring the truth, and that's why I'm working to get my financial stability to invest in people that are actually doing something, and myself included. It will take a little bit of time, but I'll do it. Anyway, I'd like to know you guys' opinions about this, and I just want to share really my thoughts on all this shit that's happening.
That's okay.
It's fixable. It's really fixable.
I dig your energy. Yeah,
So,
it's good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm really not sure too much what the question is at this point. I was just marveling at how you were pre-framing
Yeah,
it. So,
I was asking about how can we remote viewing.
how can we remote view them? Well, I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, look, you need to be trained. You need to get trained to do it. And I know that there's a thing, that Dr. Greer has come up with now that he calls the CE5 protocol.
CE5, yeah.
Yeah. And if you listen to what he's come up with, he's actually come up with and that's why he's got Russell Targ and other things in there. He's trying to put together what remote viewers were doing, which was, doing what we've been talking about tonight. And he's putting that together. And, people go out in the desert and circle up in lawn chairs and then go through his protocol, which is, his definition or guided, meditation thing that's getting them into a theoretical altered state of consciousness, which now he's saying that he's able to, make contact with them and call them in, which, I'll listen to that and I'll hear it, and I'm not going to say no, but then because I want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt of these things that they come up with and think, and it's okay that you want to have ownership of that, and all right, I gotcha. But then there's always something that they do that overstates it and exaggerates it and tries to make it more than it is, and then I just switch off because I go, you're just bullshit. You're just, and I'll tell you the thing was that did that. So he's talking about the CE5 protocol, which is no secret. It's no big magical thing. It's, basically a meditation. And through that meditation, he was trying to call on Targ, and he was using all the buzzwords out of kind of the remote viewing lexicon to, describe how they were making contact with aliens and calling them in. And then he comes up with this story in one of his more recent documentaries and says, and so the director or the head of Army intelligence snatched me off the street in Washington, took me to a hotel, and it was very threatening and very aggressive. And I was in a hotel, and there were CIA guys, and there were Air Force officers there too. And they said to me, who do you think you are? Utilizing this communications technique and calling down these aliens. Who do you think you are? Now, folks, think for a minute. First of all, the head of Army intelligence is a 3-star general. So do you think I believe that a 3-star general cruised around in a car with some thugs in the back to go pick him up off the street because he was holding lawn chair circle meditations out in the desert, and dragged him to a hotel and threatened to beat him up and whatever else, and that they interrogated him for coming up with a guided meditation that he says calls the aliens down? I don't believe stuff like that because I know it's not true. So as soon as that happens, when somebody does something like that, for me, it just completely reverses my willingness to allow it to stand, because I think it's misleading. I think it's inappropriate. I think that it is, spawned out of frustration, which I get that he's frustrated because he's been making promises about people that he's been talking to that are going to, rip the lid off things. And we've already talked about that tonight, that no lid is getting ripped off of it because, a former ER physician turned ufologist has, briefed a Navy admiral. Maybe he briefed him. And coming up with a meditation is not of any risk to anybody doing what they're doing out there, because viewers have been going into their mind's eye and perceiving these other alien civilizations and races and other things, and the things we just finished talking about in terms of they have no interest in us because we're not ready. They're not going to come here and decide, show us how to, rebuild glaciers and how to clean up our planet and how to do the other things. I think we were making jokes, light of it, but I think we're accurate in what we're saying, that there's a reason why every time we interface with them as remote viewers, that there's no big dialogue. There's no big exchange of ideas or anything else, nor is there with the people in the desert. All that's happening is if they show up in the sky, they record it. And then it becomes, oh, well, they came because we were meditating. Well, maybe they were, and maybe that you were just in a place where they show up every once in a while. I'm not sure which one's true and which one isn't. So, I don't know. I hope I answered your question. And I don't mean to beat up on Greer. I just wanted to use that as an example of, people come up with these things to modify stuff for ownership, and then they sensationalize it. And it's just really a turnoff to me. It really is. So when that happens.
Do you remember what he said when they did what they did, like when they threatened him?
When they burnt him?
When they threatened him, like, do you remember what he said? When he said, like, they put him in a hotel or they did something? Do you remember what he said?
Yeah, he said that the head of Army Intelligence, which is a 3-star general, picked him up off of the street and ferreted him away, threatening him, and put him in a hotel. And in the hotel, there were CIA officers. And then he said, and there were some Air Force officers too. And that they interrogated him and asked him what did he think he was doing by using this communications technique, his CE5 protocol, to communicate with these alien life forms, as if meditating in the desert in a lawn chair was somehow some groundbreaking exposure of some top secret communications technique to be used on UFOs. The whole thing became preposterous, but that's what he said. And unfortunately, in this day and age, when you say something like that, that sensationalism draws a crowd. It's the same reason why Ed Dames does the things he does and says what he says, because there's always a percentage of the population, albeit a small one, that will turn around and go, oh, did you hear what he said? Oh my God, oh. And it's just, it really pisses me off to hear it, because I want us to pursue more lofty, important things, than chasing around in the dust about things that people have to sensationalize in order to get somebody to listen to it. There's too much real stuff going on out there. There's too many real techniques and technologies that are already being employed that should be looked at and embraced for what they are, and not, accept or adopt these other sensationalistic approaches to things like that. Because I don't know, 3-star general picked him up off of the street. I promise you that didn't happen. And nobody would have ever threatened him because he's got people meditating, And it's not the first time anybody ever meditated to try to, call down aliens, if that's what they were doing. That's not the first time they did that either. No?
I heard him say something like that, but the time that I heard him say something like that, he said that, this might have been before, but he said that when they asked him what was he doing, he said that, I don't recognize your authority. He told them something like that.
Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what he said.
Because he told them that they couldn't really do anything, it seemed like, and then he ended up working with them, it said. But I don't know, like when he said, like, I don't recognize your authority, it seemed like he wasn't scared of them or anything like that, and then he ended up working with them somehow. But it seems like it's some similarities, like maybe it's not, but it seemed like it's some similarities with some of the stuff that he says and some of the stuff that you say, and maybe some of it, like you said, like some of it might not be true, but maybe I don't know what he can say and what he can't say. Same thing with you, like I don't know like what you can say and what you can say. So maybe some of it is like
if you spend any time listening to me, you should understand completely that I will tell you the truth about anything you ask me if I know the truth about it. I don't pull any punches on it. And I will be, self-deprecating, and I will tell you the truth about myself and my own errors, and I will tell you the truth about what I know and what I did in the remote viewing unit and any other place, and what I know about, the special access programs I was in, and what I know about the agency, which I worked for through DT-S. So I don't know if you feel like you can believe him. I mean, go ahead. I'm just telling you because you asked me what I thought. So
I'll say this, and we can put a fork in that. I did many years ago, my own bastardized version of his CE5 because I refused to pay thousands of dollars at the time to go sit in lawn chairs in the desert with him, where I understood enough about the premise of what he was doing and consciousness and meditation that I was like, this is something I can do on my own, and I don't think I need any fancy gadgets or gizmos to do it. And did it with one of my best friends out in the NTS, like a mile outside of the invisible border of Area 51, and we made contact that night up close and personal for like 45 minutes just above the ground. And whether or not it was us or theirs, who knows? But it seemed like it would be a very strange thing for a saucer-shaped craft, given that Area 51 is the size of Rhode Island, that they would take anything outside of there to test it in the BLM. Where two dudes were literally camped in the middle of nowhere when they have that whole area to be able to do any type of test flight. So we weren't sure, but I've done it a number of times after that and had experience with it. And I think where Greer is losing some of his audience, especially after his recent documentary, is attacking every other ufologist that is out there, and really making a hard stance, especially as it comes to the abduction phenomena, which I would be curious. Actually, that's one question I've never asked you. And saying that every single one of them is a CIA counterintelligence operation. And to me, I'm like, okay, well, I can, and he's had people like Doty come forward and talk about it and say that, yeah, we've done that and we do that and they're still doing that. And sure, I can believe that. But the abduction phenomenon itself has been something that's gone on really since the dawn of time, interpreted slightly different, but has been going on well before even the foundation of our intelligence agencies in the 40s. And so it's something that's been documented that I don't think the CIA was faking abductions, in the 30s, 40s, or even 50s.
Discredit people. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and so, but he puts a blanket statement that they're all that. And that kind of lost me in this recent one where I'm like, all right, that's a really hard-nosed stance on a subject that we have a tremendous amount of information, and people all over the world from every type of cultural background, religious background, who've never been in contact with one another, who share the exact same experiences that are completely similar. And if it was any other subject, it'd be taught in academia and studied at the very least as a psychological disorder or something that's happening in sleep. And yet it's not. And so I agree with 80% of the things he says, maybe even 90. I think he's done a tremendous amount for the UFO disclosure, but there are certain things that, as always, I can't get behind, and then they do a tremendous amount to discredit everything else that he says.
One last little ridiculous push that somebody goes to make it, let me just make one more, puts another layer of chocolate on this and it's the point where I just go, oh, for Pete's sake, come on, man. It's just stop it. It's just stop it.
And
stop
it discredits everything else
like that.
Yeah.
They didn't pick you up off the street and threaten you for meditating. Are you kidding me? You did some big breakthrough with the aliens. So yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that, because that's how I felt about it since I've been seeing it. And I've just never connected a lot with those groups, or I used to be asked to come and speak at there was a UFO conference in Laughlin, Nevada that I was asked to come and speak at every year, which I did. And the last year that I did it was in October, I think, of October and November of 2001. And so it was shortly after the attacks on the World Trade Center, and I was really kind of down about what had happened and, where we were, and here we go again, another war. And I got up on the stage and I had remarks prepared based on what they had asked me to do. And so I stood up and I said, look, I have remarks here, but I don't want to deliver them. So I don't feel it's appropriate and I just don't want to do it. So how about can we get some mics out here and people just ask me questions and I'll answer questions. And of course, the people were asking me, well, what do you think about what we're gearing up to go do now in Afghanistan and other places? I said, look, I'm going to answer this from a soldier's perspective, and that is that I know what's going to happen, and my entire career has been focused on fighting insurgencies. That was called low intensity conflict during the Cold War when we were fighting in Panama and El Salvador and Nicaragua, other places, Grenada. That's what it was called, low intensity conflict, fighting, communist guerrillas and things. And I said, they're not winnable wars. And that's been well known for and well documented for hundreds of years, that they're not winnable wars. And I said, and all of you are running around, remember when everybody was flying the American flags, the plastic American flags that, they had flying out of their, rolled up in their windows, and they were flying those all over the place, and everybody was, shaking their fists and wanted to go get this thing done, kick some ass, take some names, knock some people into the dirt. And I stood up and I said, look, I just want you all to know that I'm not for this. I'm not for it, because I'll tell you why. You're all seeking out some vengeance here, but what's going to happen is this is going to start. And 5 years from now, when you've forgotten why you're never going to forget why, but when you're no longer as upset as you are now, and 10 years from now, when you can barely remember being upset as you are right now, and 15 years from now, when you are completely oblivious, if you're still alive, to what actually happened, there are going to be young men and young women dying in the dirt of some faraway land because of the decisions that are being made right now, and I'm not for it. And from that point forward, the UFO community never asked me back. They were like, yeah, screw you, Morehouse. We don't need to hear that. We got to go do something. No, you don't. You actually don't. We have the technology to go single these people out, I mean, we can shoot a hellfire at a lima bean if we need to. So do we really need to go put tens of thousands of troops on the ground over there to get blown up, shot, and everything else, while we make more insurgents, by the way, as opposed to just carefully looking until we find them and then take them out, which we have the ability to do. We're really good at it. And so we have now evolved to that because we've been trying to extricate troops. And of course, now at the end of a 20-year long war, that's where we are. We are now where we should have started. We had the same technology 20 years ago. We could have started there with that ability. And, there would have been 35,000 young men and women, not dead. And then, tens of thousands more not maimed.
And less enemies.
And far less enemies.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna take us home, or have you take us home rather, with one final thing, just to continue to keep those palates wet for everybody.
Yeah.
I want you to share one of the most just fascinating to you, or mind-blowing, amazing, whatever, of the historical off-planet targets that you encountered. I think last time you mentioned a ship. I can't remember. It was like a crystal almost, or something. I can't remember specifically.
It's called the Golden.
Yeah, that was
Golden
it.
Boys.
Yeah.
The nickname for it is the Golden Boys.
The Golden Boys. What is, in your opinion, if not that one, then another one that is just where you viewed a species that was completely foreign to us, perhaps animal hybrid like, or whatever the case. We've heard all sorts of things for anybody who's been studying ufology or anything therein for a period of time. Various species that have been reported to exist, whether avian in nature, reptilian in nature, or other type of forms of hybrid humanoid things. Has there been anything that you've come in contact with in that arena, or a planet, or a civilization? What is probably one of the coolest historical off-planet targets that you have witnessed?
Well, let me mention two very briefly. Probably the most important for me was the lava tubes around Olympus Mons. And I'll explain to you why. Because seeing a civilization inside a void where the lava tubes, converged, that was, the size of Manhattan. I mean, that's a huge cavern on a very huge planet. And to see that evidence hidden away from any prying eyes or rovers or other things was very powerful for me, because I knew that one day we would be there and we could get feedback on that. As it stood, the feedback was, slow in coming, but still that gave me empirical evidence of what we were seeing. And of course, this was always done blind or double blind. So it wasn't that somebody said, well, let's go to Olympus Mons and look inside, the lava tubes. It was blind. You didn't know what you were looking at, but people were describing it. And as I heard you reading what I believe was Pat Price describing it, it was a perfect, it was a perfect sharing of the same kinds of things that I have seen come up with, that I have come up with, that other viewers have come up with. Other viewers now outside of the military remote viewing program, because I carried those targets out of there and I have my students do them. And I have them do them, and they're always doing it blind, and they either do it coordinate remote viewing or some of the targets are used for extended remote viewing. And then I give them, examples in the feedback. I give them copies of what the stuff that all the other viewers that have come before them have been able to capture. And to do that at Olympus Mons, and to know that that's now the plan, because 25 years ago, the plan of doing a manned mission to Mars and putting them in lava tubes wasn't discussed that I'm aware of. But then to hear Pat Price talking about that and describing it in that way, and describing vegetation in there and other things, it goes, do you see what I mean? It becomes this empirical evidence of everything that we were talking about and he was talking about. Now you're looking at it and it is exactly what their plan is. So it's, for me, that kind of connected the dots empirically to say, these are the things we were describing 25 years ago, and in some cases 30 years ago. And now, at present time, it's part of the plan. It's how they plan to execute the manned mission to Mars, where they plan to house them, where they plan to use water that's there to grow crops, to make, to make rocket fuel, to live there and live there safely while they explore these structures that are there. And I saw the structures. Pat Price saw the structures. Hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of remote viewers have seen those structures using those same coordinates and sending them to those places. Not the latitude and longitude that SRI was giving him, but the randomly assigned numbers representative, the concept of the target. That was powerful for me. The other powerful thing for me that I have seen over years was coming to the understanding some 30 years ago that the universe was a living, breathing organism that was balancing energy, positive or negative, good, evil, whatever you want to call it, dark, light, across itself through this capillary system, this lymphatic system, and viewers were sketching it, and there all kinds of nicknames came up, carried over from the old remote viewing units, historical targets. It was called, and I hate this name, the psychic hot tub. That was the name given to this, and the reason the name was given to it is because students would find themselves in the stream, in the flow of this capillary system. And the sensation of it moving around them and over them, and the things that they would get glimpses of that were being moved, that were being moved through this system, affected them emotionally. It affected them spiritually. It affected them in a bunch of different ways. People had real physical, emotional, intellectual, spiritual feelings for standing in this flow of energy because it was so direct and it was so balancing. And then decades later, the cover of Scientific American comes out showing this capillary system in lime green. Of course, not calling it a capillary system, but saying, look at what we've discovered now about the universe. It actually has, this structure and this system of moving energy through it. And it's outside of anything that we ever thought about before. So if you look at the sketches that viewers were producing 30 years ago, 25, 20, 15, et cetera, and then you see this cover, this artist rendering on the cover, showing this capillary system in lime green throughout the universe, it was, for me, another one of those really, truly codifying, poignant moments that allowed me to once again embrace just the beauty of what we're involved in and what we're capable of doing, the promise and potential of humanity, that this ability is gifted to us, that we're born into this existence with it. And the sooner any and all of us can get back to that understanding, and the sooner we can start, preparing a new generation to be this awakened and empowered kind of a generation. And we need one generation and another to, to be in love and to be grateful for, for their blessings in this life, to be grateful for the people in their life, to be healthy, to be good to themselves, to be academics that study and research, to be workers that provide and carry and do for the planet and for humanity, to be the kind of person that reflects, to be an observer and living an authentic life, to be worshipful, however they find, that to be. My worship is remote viewing now, and this human potential to see and know and be these omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, eternal beings. And I am so eternally grateful, no matter what happened in the telling of that story. I am so grateful to have had that opportunity. I am so grateful for that little turkey that shot me in the helmet, there in Jordan, because had that chain of events not started, I might not have ever been part of this. And how less rich would my life have been had that not happened for me?
Wow, that well said, my friend, and beautifully said, I might add. And how true that is. And once again, hindsight is always, it's that Taoist, I think, proverb or whatever. Things are neither good nor bad; they just are. And whenever things happen in life that we want to ascribe a good or bad meaning to, things that seem good can ultimately end up being bad, and things that seem bad can end up being the best thing that ever happens to us. And it's best to just stay in that flow without giving a label to things in life to find that true, I guess, level of peace, because you never know what terrible situation, like being shot in the head, might end up being the thing that makes your life ultimately an incredible, fulfilling journey. That if it didn't happen, you would be unfulfilled, and ultimately being the thing that you now know you shouldn't have been, and ultimately didn't want to be. I do want to ask this, and we're closing, and this is just because I'm curious for when we do the podcast with just you and I in the future. Do you have records that you still possess of all of the historical off-planet targets that that were not destroyed?
Of course I do.
Perfect. Okay. I'm definitely going to want to dive in deep to those on the podcast, because I know especially the audience that I have is going to be very, very interested in hearing more of those stories, because they're so freaking cool. And the Mars thing, once again, is absolutely mind blowing. and just the parallels now that you're talking about as far as that is what their plan is with the missions. And it was something that you and others remote viewed, 20, 30 years ago. And so don't know how much more proof people need, but we are actually at almost exactly 6 hours and 30 minutes. I know it is now 6:30 a.m. your time. Dave, you are a legend for giving this much of your time, and a real soldier, no pun. And that is proof of your background by the fact that you are still here doing this and having the energy to do it and answer everybody's questions. And so, thank you for that.
Sure.
Final plug.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes,
You
we
want to have
appreciate
listen to one last thing on the way out?
Yeah.
Because this is, I wanted to play a song for everybody. This is a kid by the name of Bo Black. Well, he's not a kid anymore. Bo Black is the son of Jay Black, or from Jay and the Americans, Jack Black, the guy that sang This Magic Moment, all that stuff, that wrote those songs. So Bo Black, at the age of 18, on his 18th birthday, his mother comes to him and says, "What do you want to do for your birthday?" He goes, I want to go to see this guy at the Omega Institute, meaning me. I want to learn how to be a remote viewer. So he comes to coordinate remote viewing. He's only 18, and then he goes to extended remote viewing, and then he goes to the master class, and then he goes, "Okay, I can't come to another class now because I got to get busy. I have a contract with Disney to write 35 songs." "Wow, are you going to be able to do that?" "Oh yeah, I can now," he says. "What do you mean?" And he shares with the class. He says, "Because this stuff, that what we've learned here," he goes, "this has put me into the hyper creative mode." He goes, "The stuff can just flow out now. So I'm not worried about meeting my contract of 35 songs," which is a lot of damn songs for Disney, right? So he cranks his stuff out because he felt now that he's able to reach this hyper intuitive and creative state, and he creates and writes writes lyrics and writes the music for these songs. And so on the way out, I thought you might want to just listen to this music as everybody drops off.
Well, before that, then let me get the plugs in and we'll play it out with the music. Make sure that you check out Dave Morehouse's club that he does on Fridays, which is the Remote Viewing Forum is his club. That's Friday nights. Make sure you check that out. If you are not able to get up tonight to ask a question, make sure you tune in then and ask the question that you may have at that time. Also, check out his website, RV as in Victor, -forum.club, and his other website is davidmorehouse.com, though he does not run it himself, but there is still information on that as well. But rv-forum.club. Make sure you follow him and the club. Click the bell. Same thing. If you're enjoying the conversation, follow Nate and I Talks, myself. Click the bell. Same with the moderators and every person who was on stage. I guess a lot of people have bounced out. A 6.5 hour marathon is testing for most people. But make sure you're following each other, even if you're in the audience. Like I said, if you've been here for any length of time, you're here for the same reason. So build that community of like-minded people, and make sure you're getting those notifications of when rooms like this go live, and also check out the nateandItalks.com and join the community there if it is something that interests you and you are able to support. And just thank you so much again, Dave, for being here and
my pleasure.
Giving us your time, man. This was a phenomenal part 2, and there will be a part 3 that will be a part of the podcast going forward, and we'll coordinate that when you have time. And looking forward to it. So you want to play us out with that song?
You bet. Thank you. So everybody should get up and dance. That's what I'm going to do to wake my ass up.
Get your dancing shoes.
I'm going to bed, Dave.
Yeah. And there it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Well, I wish I could say it didn't still, keep me from wanting to go to bed, but it definitely got me dancing, dancing my way to my pillow. But thank you, Dave.
You bet.
Appreciate you, man.
Love you all. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I really appreciate
See you Friday, Dave.
Appreciate you, Dave.
See you Friday. Thanks, everyone.
Get some sleep,
Bye-bye.
my man.
Right.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye. Oh, hey, you made it all the way to the end. Me too. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please make sure that you like, subscribe, comment, share with all of your friends across every social media platform. And then if you have time, go to nateknighttalks.com and join the NNT community and research database if you have time and the resources and want to support what I'm doing here.